Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 381-400. Text Chapter 381 I'll do it again without noticing. What is this thing? White Zetsu forced out by Senpo, Sage Art Chakra was knocked down as soon as he appeared. Interesting Academy first release. QB, 9 tails, 8 tails, plus 2 Jinchuriki column power, and the super scourge of Liamong is present. Poor White Zetsu classmate, like a cup full of cups on the coffee table. However, no matter how tragic, his task has been completed. Report to Kumogakure immediately, we need to transfer. The calculations, it didn't count that Killer Bee would win the jackpot. When did he get infected with this kind of thing? Liamong pinched his chin and thought for a while, if it wasn't for the change in this thing just now, I might have discovered it. What? Killer Bee, they were found. Bang hands. The pat on the table stood up, the 4th-generation Reikage, bifurcated beard pouted, and the messenger ninja hurriedly sent the letter over. The 2-day scale Onoki said across his old eyes, since the information has been leaked, it is necessary to redraw the battle plan. The enemy who knows our information through the leaked information will surely come to reconnaissance, which will make it easier to set a trap. Where? The island. Senju Tsunade glanced at the 4th Reikage. QB, 9 tails, Jinchuriki column force has just returned, and Killer Bee must be kept safe. The island of the 8 turtles, Yamato Tianzang shouted excitedly, we must transfer immediately. We're already moving. What do you mean __? Don't get excited. He looked at the mountain city Aoba, and explained with a smile, this island can't be found on the map, and even if they look for it, it's not so easy to find. Because of what? Because this island is a fortress of activity. It's the starting point of the interesting academy. Ji folded his arms and grinned confidently. Yamashiro Aoba Yamato and Tien Zhangquan were shocked. What do you mean, this island is alive? Nodded, that's right, the island under our feet is a giant tortoise that Kumogakure has kept since ancient times. Nothing, I'm just a little turtle still in infancy. Who is talking? Look there. Ji raised his arm and pointed forward, and everyone who ran to the side of the mountain finally saw the true face of the island. Hello, it's a great pleasure to meet you. You. Wow, what a big bastard, come and see the boss, bastard. Super bastard. Human boy with yellow hair, I'm a turtle, not the same breed as the bastard you mentioned. Also, I'm not old at all. According to your human age, I'm still a child. Little child. Is there a turtle bigger than you in the world? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes bulged, like a frightened toad. Yamato Tenzo looked at the tortoise, and turned his head not very relieved. Even if it can move, it is not safe. If it is reconnaissance from the air, it is still easy to be found. I think we should immediately return to Kumogakure. Lord Reikage, is that island reliable? The enemy's target is the 2 of them, and they will find it no matter what. Don't worry, Princess Slug, I've made a movement route in advance, just to prepare for this possibility. Unless they can fly above the clouds, there is absolutely no possibility of them finding out. Terumi May glanced sideways at Reikage. Even if they wanted to search, they wouldn't send a large group of people to divide the troops with a sea of tactics, which is exactly what we want. Mizukage-sama, it's better not to be careless. Senju Tsunade crossed his hands and nibbled at the tips of his thumb. Akatsuki has the ability to fly, and even has the ability to time and space. Even if the island can move, it may not be able to escape. The enemy will inevitably conduct a large-scale search. In short, we must send reinforcements. But it is meaningless to send a large force to be detected by the enemy, so only a small number of elites can be sent. Quote. Who is going? There are only a few things to do. Faced with the current problems, the 4th-generation Reikage, as the commander-in-chief, naturally cannot act rashly, and the 5th-generation Mizukage, who is in charge of intelligence, cannot move. Senju Tsunade. Let me go. Lord Tsuchikage. HMPH. Onoki is going, I have no problem. 4th Reikage snorted, this old man is very reliable. What is very reliable? It must be called very reliable. Indeed. Senju Tsunade nodded slightly. If you are an old man who can fly in the air, you must be fast enough. However, are you really okay? What do you mean? Slug chick with a tough mouth. Giggle, this princess is just worried about your old waist. As a medical ninja, this princess has the professional ethics of doing good deeds, respecting the old and caring for the young. It is very necessary to remind you that you must protect yours. Old waist. Hateful. I am a 2-day scale Onoki who inherited the horror name of Tsuchikage. What can I do with a small back pain? Look, does this old man look like a person in trouble? The old man is very strong, and the old man is very healthy. By Senju Tsunade, S-gun and stick remarks, the old man Tsuchikage jumped up and down and posed. Kuretsuchi Kitu, who was standing behind him, blinked blankly and lowered his head. 1, 2, 3. Ga. My waist. Master Rakage, I think it's better to tell Master Kazekage to return, he is also very fast on the sand. Bastard, if I say go, I will definitely go, this old man is a terrifying 2-day scale Onoki. My waist. Grandpa is here again. Lord Tsuchikage is still so lively. Tom. Bang. The coffin board that emerged from the ground crashed to the ground, and the figure who staggered out came out with white smoke. Yakushi Kabuto stabbed the reincarnator behind the head with a spell. This is a very familiar figure. The spell I use is an improved version of Orochimaru, Sama's original version, and it won't completely bind your soul. After all, I'm not familiar with you, nor do I understand your art, Deidara. It doesn't matter, anyway, my art is not so easy to understand. But I still want to thank you, I have completed the ultimate art, next time I will challenge a higher realm. Are you talking about the battle you fought with Uchiha Sasuke? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and said very shockingly, the explosion you made before you died didn't seem to have caused any shock, even people who knew about it. Or very few. Quote. Are there really few people? Yakushi Kabuto nodded and said nothing. Deidara got angry. It's just a matter of time, a matter of time. Forget it, since they didn't pay attention, I'll let them pay attention this time. Go to bed and prepare a new book tomorrow. Text chapter 382_ The guy who doesn't stop even when he dies. You can only fly to the beach. Baidu Interesting Academy. Li Tianliang Onoki grinned helplessly. Red Earth. Wow, do you want to fly? The bean bag, which grew into a small mountain, said excitedly, it's been a long time since I flew, I'm really looking forward to it. Why are you so excited? We're going to fight. Well, fight. I am a Superman who protects the peace of the earth. Raising his right arm high, he flew to the sky, and the chubby Superman took the lead. Tsuchikage with a black line on his forehead said with a speechless expression, next is you, Kurathashi. Grandpa, is it my turn? Grandpa, you are so handsome Grandpa. Handsome, is the old man handsome? Well, the old man is very handsome. Hurry up, I'm leaving, I am Ultraman who protects the universe. 3 generations of Tsuchikage. Old man, how did the old man give birth to such a brain-dead granddaughter, and accept such a ***** apprentice, a Superman, an Ultraman, what else can you do? Earth is too dangerous, boy, you better go back to Mars. Grandpa, hurry up and follow, Grandpa. Right now. Onoki raised his eyes and glanced at his hands, and he didn't know whether he was learning to fly or swim with fish, and the terracotta Kuretsuchi floated up. In the sky where the original Turtle Island was located, 2 uninvited guests came one after another. The place is wrong. Yakushi Kabuto sat on the clay bird and pulled the scroll, looked around and found the problem, the island is not here. This is the intelligence you gathered. You can't blame me. I didn't collect this information, but the current leader of Akatsuki. Baidu Interesting Academy. You said off-a. Deidara snorted with a dark face, can that long-winded boy be the leader too? He said his name was Uchiha Madara. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses sadly. Deidara laughed when she heard this, covering her belly so that she could hang in the air. He said his name was Uchiha Madara. Then I said my name was Six Paths Immortal. If that guy was Uchiha Madara, I would. Yakushi Kabuto, who hit his right face with his left face, flew out. What a light fist. Yeah, then it's going to be heavy this time. Added weight rock technique feat. Yo, is it the old man Tsuchikage who likes sneak attacks? Yakushi Kabuto, who was hit again, said that he exploded into white smoke. 2 days, Onoki's eyebrows raised, although it was only a tentative attack, but this guy was too unbearable, and what happened to that bird and Deidara over there? Impure world reincarnation. Good knowledge, worthy of being the oldest shadow in existence. Onoki, who saw this thing, stared straight at it. The clay clone is really the kid Deidara. Long time no see, you stinky old man, don't sit in Iwagakure and wait to die. What are you going to do? I'm not messing around blindly. The 2-day scale. Onoki glanced at his disciple with extreme tiredness. Really, it doesn't make people stop after death. Don't look down on me, old man. Art is a blast. Boom, boom, boom. People and birds exploded one after another, and 3 piles of debris fell from the orange yuhi-colored flames. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Deidara suspiciously. It's a rock clone of yuhi soil. We thought of a piece. That stinky old man is still as cautious as ever. Brother Deidara, how are you? Brother Lala, do you remember Kuretsuchi? These 2 guys. Damn girl, don't call me Lala. Ah, don't you like it? Then call you Didi, or Dada. Brother Didi, brother Dada, brother Didi Dada. Enough, we are enemies now. Yo Deidara, the old man Tsuchikage sneered while blowing his beard and staring at his beloved disciple. You who were killed by the Konoha kid, why are you so cheeky? Stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Sasuke has already been killed by me. Well, what do you mean by that? Isn't he dead? It seems that this guy really doesn't know anything, It's really embarrassing for the old man to not talk about growing up for so many years. Kuretsuchi, Terracotta, take them down. Wait for Tsuchikage, the 3rd generation, it's not that simple for us. Yakushi Kabuto raised Kabuto's hat with a wicked smile. I already knew that you were in ambush here, why would you not leave behind? As a resourceful person, if you don't do more preparations, Kibu is no different from a reckless man. Quote. What do you mean? I mean, it's time for us to say goodbye. The body that melted like a liquid fell to the sea, and 2 black dots in the distance flew to the horizon. There. Not good. 3rd generation Tsuchikage listened to the excited cry of the black spot, and his beard and eyebrows were all raised. Kuretsuchi, Kitu, catch up with the old man immediately. Grandpa, are we going to fight Dididada brother? Father, Deidara is very difficult to deal with. Shut up, you 2 idiots, get to know him quickly, so as not to embarrass us Iwagakure. Ono sternly squinted his old eyes. Deidara was raised by him as Tsuchikage's successor back then. I didn't expect this kid to be for some bullshit. The unreasonable Art chose to defect. Art, let you and your art die again today. What happened to that island? Deidara stepped on the birds and looked out to sea. It's not an island, it's a big turtle, and Yatai and Kyubi, 9 tails, are on it. What's that one under there? Deidara glanced down at the dark shadow under the sea. Yakushi Kabuto smiled sensibly. That's my psychic beast, the 2nd generation version of myriad snakes. It's an experimental product that I personally developed. Inheriting the genes of the previous generation of snakes, injecting various drugs and excellent fragments of other beasts, the 2nd generation of the snakes far surpassed the 1st generation in terms of speed, size, strength and perception. Using animals as islands to move was the biggest mistake they made. Look, this is the first step I will take after inheriting the power of Lord Orochimaru, and I will take the 2nd and 3rd steps until I become the ultimate individual. First of all, we have to stop it. Please Deidara, this is a great opportunity to hunt Yatai and Kyubi, 9 tails. Really? Hunting Kyubi, 9 tails, is the task of the Itachi guy, and it seems that he has not completed it. If I can catch that kid, does it mean that I am better than him? Thinking of the man who took him away, the saboteur couldn't help but burst into a burst of shame and anger. If that's the case, get a big one. Uchiha Itachi, your unfinished mission is handed over to me. Art is a blast. Brothers and sisters are happy to read, and Union has carefully conceived a new book, ready to release it on Saturday or Sunday. It's really hard to live with Meow Meow, and it's even harder to write a book. Text chapter 383 The King ate who was overturned when they met. What happened? The swaying crowd stumbled and fell into a rolling gourd. Liuman, who was rolling with a few women, put on clothes and ran out. Heihei168.com. Soar. This sound. Don't bite your tail, I'm a turtle, not Schwanwu. With 2 poisonous Kiba and bit Nakajima turtle's wobbly tail, and Wanshi no 2 injected all the venom enhanced by Yakushi Kabuto in his body. The big tortoise shook twice and stopped screaming, and a strong sense of numbness spread from the wound to the whole body. Turn it over for me. The clay thrown into the sea turned into a jellyfish against the turtle's left belly and exploded into pieces. Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato Tenzo, Killer Bee, Yamashiro Aoba, the unlucky bastards who just turned over fell into the big horse again. What's more terrible is that this time there is a twist. What's going on outside? Duda rolled over and stared at Venus, and the poisoned and bombed tortoise passed out. One snake, who let go of its tail, dragged its purple-black body and smashed towards the island like a bulldozer. Wherever it passed, all the rocks, trees, turf, and rivers were divided into 2 sides like an iron plow. This snake was too big, nearly half the size of the original 10,000 snakes, with elk-like horns growing on its brain. Watching the small island that he came to protect was wantonly destroyed by the enemy in front of his eyes, Onoki's anger instantly burst his trachea. Dare to be so presumptuous in front of this old man, you are seeking your own death. Not good. Hearing the familiar roar behind him, Didera's head was suddenly cold. With Jinten particle style, when you come up. Don't try to run, Terra. What are you doing? Jinten particle style that was about to be issued was destroyed by the apprentice, and an angry Onoki blew his beard. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. If you use that, the island turtle might also be killed. Master, you have to be careful. Damn it, what the hell is this big guy doing? If you don't pay attention, you just ignore the past. There are flaws. Seeing the old man Tsuchikage being hugged by the terracotta, Didera put her hand into her arms. Feel the greatness of art, stinky old man. Detonate clay by Wing Bird. The bird with 2 pairs of wings fluttered in front of him, and Onoki's pupils instantly shrank to the extreme. Art is a blast. The roaring flames lit up Yuhi. Didera looked at the figure slowly emerging in the smoke and his face sank. It's this stalker who gets in the way again. Isn't it annoying for 1010 to follow this stinky old man? Use clay. The giants are a damn good match for my biplanet. Hey, look at that snake. Kuritsuchi floated in midair and pointed to the rampaging figure below, ignoring what happened to Didera next to him. The old man Tsuchikage and Kitu's expressions changed. They must be led away immediately. Kurathashi, go and stop Yakushi Kabuto, and Didera will be handed over to the old man. Smelly old man, do you still have the ability to solve me? Yoden, lava style, lime condensation. Several hand seals in both hands opened their mouths and spewed out a large piece of dust. Yakushi Kabuto stepped back and stepped out. The ground where he was standing was full of dust and mud spewed by Kuritsuchi. Stop for me. Don't try to run away from Auntie. Little girl, you can't deal with me yourself. Yakushi Kabuto crooked his neck and sneered twice, as if he didn't pay attention to Kuritsuchi at all. She can't do it herself, what about us? Swish swish 3 figures fell behind, and Kuritsuchi, who was floating in the air, was unhappy. What are you doing out here? Just leave him to me. Shancheng, Yamato, I can still meet an acquaintance. You are Yakushi Kabuto. Yuhi-colored Kabuto hat, which was slowly pulled away, a familiar yet unfamiliar face was revealed. Yamashiro Aoba and Yamato Tenzo trembled in their hearts. You look like this. Ha ha ha, don't be surprised, I inherited everything from Lord Orochimaru. I am the Lord, and the Lord is me. Yamashiro, Yamato, we meet again. Where does all this nonsense come from? Kuretsuchi, who was floating in the air, hand sealed again, I'll rush him over, and you are responsible for arresting him. Sweden, water style, water horn. Well done. Saw the 1,000 new flower water balls spewed out by Kuretsuchi at Yakushi Kabuto, but unfortunately he didn't make a sound without shouting a few words. Dodge. He can't escape. Legs fell to the ground and couldn't get out. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses in astonishment. The line setting technique I sprayed as quick drying cement, supplemented with Sweden, water style, to expand the area and react with it to set, so you can't escape. How about it, Auntie, right? Several crows flew over the top of his forehead, and Yamashiro Aoba coughed dryly. Yawa, be careful not to step on this water, I'll collect information from him. Deidara, you are still so weak after all these years, how can you become strong with this Kabuto to Kabuto way? Stinky old man, don't teach me a lesson there, you are so fast at your age. It's your growth rate that is too slow. The 2-day scale Onoki looked at Deidara with hatred, feeling lonely, sad, and more murderous. This old thing is killing me. Solve him with C4. No, I can't catch up. The fat mountain-like terracotta looked up at the 2 fast-flying black dots clenching the Kiba Pass. Big brother Deidara is indeed stronger than me, old man, don't hang up. Yamato, help me build the bridge. The wooden stake that was raised from the ground jumped over the cement and led to the trapped Yakushi Kabuto, and Yamashiro Aoba jumped up with a nod. Kabuto, you've fallen. Ha ha ha, you guys who don't know what to call it, do you know what it means to be depraved? It's better for you to worry about yourself first than me. Yamashiro, be careful. Suddenly, another new body shot out of his wide-open mouth. Yakushi Kabuto turned into a long snake and swept Yamashiro Aoba to the side, and rushed over along the wooden bridge that Yamato released. Get out of the way. You can't escape. His mouth to the limit, he swallowed Yamato Tenzo in one bite, and the long snake that Yakushi Kabuto transformed into ran away. Was floating in the air, panicked, stop for Auntie. Stop chasing the little girl, I already know your information. So I can make you so careless. You're taking advantage of me. Kuretsuchi's face changed. You bastard, stop. You stop your aunt. I woke up and continued, looking at it, why is it so hard to change this time, it's really broken. Text chapter 384_exaggerated old Tsuchikage. This generation should be fine, right? Onoki, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage 2-day scale, folded his hands, looked at the opposite side with murderous intent, and killed him in this move. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Deidara reached into her arms and took out a shrunken doll, and she met the eyes of the 3rd generation Tsuchikage without giving in. Don't underestimate me, let me see which is more artistic between your Jinten particle style and my explosion. C4 Garuda. Jinten particle style. Tom. The suddenly appeared coffin board clattered and closed. Tsuchikage Jinten particle style had not yet released, and Deidara disappeared. What are you doing? At this critical moment. Catch him and don't tell him to run away. Uzumaki Naruto, Liamong, Killer Bee, the fastest 3 people just popped out of their heads when they heard Kuretsuchi's cry. Catch him. Catch who? The boss of the white snake's mouth, which was close to the ground, slid past, and before the crowd could react, he rushed into the eyes of the nostrils of the snake that became the focus. With such a big guy, who cares about those little things? Who was that just now? Why are you 3 so stupid, and you don't help Auntie to stop him? Kuretsuchi glanced at the 2nd generation of Wanshi angrily, she couldn't deal with this big guy. Boss, this vicious woman is so stinky. She is the granddaughter of the old man Tsuchikage. Don't you want to be a king? A king can't have only one wife. You take her home and you'll get it. Marry her. Don't hurt me, boss. When Naruto heard Liamong's words, he jumped up 2 feet high. The rebellious killer bee lowered his head and raised his glasses, finally found the situation. Oh, there is a long snake crawling over here, like that autumn wind swept the fire. Oh yeah bang. This guy, why is this guy gone? The 10,000 snakes that suddenly disappeared scattered into the sky, causing everyone to look sideways. The old man Tsuchikage fell from the sky and raised his eyebrows. Deidara has escaped, are you here? Yakushi Kabuto caught that Mokuden, wood-style, ninja named Yamato and ran away. It's all their fault. Interesting academy. Kuritsuchi pouted and blamed Liamong and the others. Naruto was unhappy at the time. What are you talking about? Why are you blaming us? He ran away as soon as we came up, okay. It's your fault, it's your fault. You. Don't be noisy. Liamong waved his hand to look at Kumogakure Ninja Ki. Can you feel it? No, I can't feel it anymore. I don't know where to go and I can't help it. Help me, I'll go after him right away. Yamashiro Aoba shouted staggeringly when he heard the enemy's disappearance. You've done a good job, and you can solve it yourself. Grandpa. Kuritsuchi pouted and glanced at Onoki, and reluctantly went to pick up the Aoba radish. You are such an idiot. Yes, I'm an idiot, please hurry up. I didn't even chase Kyubi, Ninetales, deeply, but took that ninja named Yamato Mokuden, wood-style, away. Is it because of your presence, or because that was his goal in the first place? But anyway, the news I can't keep it. That kid over there, how much do you guys know about the intelligence of the coalition forces? Tsuchikage-sama, Yamato-senpai is not someone who easily discloses information. He was born in the roots of Konoha and is under Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi's subordinates. Humph. Not to mention subordinates, even Kakashi's father is useless. Seeing Yamashiro Aoba's shocked and puzzled expression, the old man Tsuchikage snorted coldly. The opponent is Uchiha Madara, who has a super pupil technique. In front of those eyes, there are no secrets in the world. Is it the wrong gift? Deep in the underground cave, the masked man glanced at Yamato, who had thrown him down. Yes, but this guy is a ninja who is responsible for guarding or monitoring Kyubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, column power, and he must have a lot of confidential information about the enemy. Besides, if he is there, I can make absolute change. Stronger. Rather than being reckless, I took a more effective approach to catching him, and was more forceful to you. Quote. Then hurry up, the vanguard has been dispatched to attract firepower, and our time is very short. This I can't wait to participate in the war. With Rinnegan's human ability, he can easily obtain information, but he will die. It's settled. To make Ju stronger, he has to live, doesn't he? Yakushi Kabuto nodded. Give me some time, although it's not as good as your pupil technique, but it's also not troublesome. Poison. Madara glanced at the rope that bound Yamato's hands, which was a white snake. Able to suppress the powerful vitality of Mokuden, wood-style, Kabuto's research on Hashirama cells is very thorough. Don't look at me with those thief-proof eyes. I won't use this medicine that suppresses Hashirama's power on my body, no matter what. We are allies now. Now, when the future is not an ally, you don't have a future. How far the bastard Orochimaru has investigated me, this kid who inherits his inheritance is really difficult to deal with. What are we going to do now? Dewangba Turtle Island. Everyone felt a headache when they saw the unconscious island turtle. Leave it to the old man. Here you are. Thousands of miles above the clouds, the rainbow gust is to the south. Uzumaki Naruto is screaming back and forth. This is not true, this must not be true. Fu-kun. Brother. Stinky boy. Don't take it too seriously, we can't compare to monsters. So unbelievable, so unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Lord Tsuchikage would do such an exaggerated thing. He was flying with the entire Turtle Island. Ellipsis. Grandpa, it doesn't matter. Grandpa, wouldn't it be easier to drag in the sea? What are you doing flying so high? You are so old, and you still like to show your power so much. Junior sister, you can't do it in the sea. Kaito patted his big belly. If you are sensed by that big snake again, things will probably become more troublesome. But this old waist of mine. Dragged the big turtle with one hand and flew back to the Kumogakure hiding place. As soon as he landed, Onoki fell to the ground. He still carried the terracotta back to the headquarters of the Allied forces, and Liamong also followed after thinking about it. After meeting and greeting each other, the old man Tsuchikage explained the matter. Yao, the Kyubi Ninetails Jinchuriki column force is all right, but the Mokudan wood-style ninja who is in charge of protecting the Kyubi Ninetails Jinchuriki column force has been captured. You mean Yamato? Might Guy rushed in front of Tsuchikage with wide-eyed eyes. Ah, this is really not youthful. How can a youthful man be arrested? 2-day scale senior, are you really sure that Yamato has been arrested? Go in and talk, go in and talk. Terumi Mei gave Liamong a wink, and quickly turned sideways to make way. She couldn't stand staying with this precious beast for a second longer. Might Guy looked at the distant crowd with tears in his eyes, facing the sea, and uttered a beast. Ah, this is youth. Youth will endure the test. Yamato, I believe in you. This idiot. Go, go. There are still 3 chapters today, and I plan to release a new book tomorrow. Brothers and sisters, please go to watch it when you introduce it. You will not be disappointed. I miss Fatty. Hey, the volatile life is always full of surprises. Take aim. Text chapter 385 _ prologue to the official war. A frontline emergency report from Gara-sama. Interesting academy. Bring it here. After grabbing the information in the hands of the reporting ninja, several high-level executives all came close. It has been confirmed that the place where the X is drawn is the enemy's stronghold, called the Shanyu Cemetery. If you march by land, you must pass through the 3 kingdoms of Yintangshe, and immediately send an evacuation message to them. Yes. Seeing the news ninja leaving, the tall and rugged 4th generation Reikage sank. Terumi Mei took a look at the new forehead guard from the back. This is the finished product that was made recently. Everyone will post it if there is no problem. If you also carry the village records of the hidden villages, I am afraid it will not be conducive to unity and cooperation. Quote. Is this the forehead of the Union Army? Terumi Mei graciously said, it was designed by Tatsumi Mifune, the general of the Iron Country. That guy has a good head, only, 660, why is there no number? It can only be like this for the time being. Terumi Mei explained with an embarrassed expression, we don't have that much time to distribute by manpower, and all the people in the hidden villages have been dispersed and reorganized. At this time, it will be a waste of time to distribute by number. Will this give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage? The 4th generation Reikage took the forehead and looked at it. It is very important to know the ninja number. Although it is impossible to remember everything, there is a rule of thumb, and it is also one of the important means of identifying friends and enemies. Terumi Mei shook his head. We've thought about what Reikage-sama is thinking about before. But now the villages are not familiar with each other, and even if they sneak in, it's hard to find out. So the forehead guard is still used first. It's better than now. So much better. Quote. The 4th generation of Reikage thought for a while, then let it go, so that they don't have to pay it back to this village. If this battle fails, everyone doesn't have to look down on each other, and it's better to wipe their necks together. The ninja allied forces issued forehead guards, and all the ninjas changed their clothes, causing a lot of commotion. Despite the inconspicuousness of this move, it has far-reaching significance. In the past, because of the signs of each village, there was always a guard against each other. It's all right now. Once the forehead is changed, the big guys are all their own. It was issued together with the forehead guard, as well as the coalition troops. Captain appointed. Hello everyone, I'm the captain of the raid unit, Konkuro, the puppet master from Sunagakure. Ah, that's right, let such a young guy be the captain, can he? In case. Hello, I'm Shizune, the captain of the medical unit. Please take care of me. By the way, dolphins are not food. Hum. What's the matter? It doesn't matter if a woman is the captain, she's still a pig farmer, and it's not safe to see her baby face. Don't talk nonsense. I heard that she is Princess Tsunade's apprentice. Ah, is that the master's apprentice? You've worked hard this time, Aoba. I am so sorry. Captain Inoichi, I am Tianhua, and I have long admired your name. War. Is this your first time in a war? Yes. Then be careful. Our intelligence department largely determines the outcome of the battle. I'm the leader of the perception force, and you can come to me if you have any questions. Thank you for your suggestion. Okay, now is the time to watch the combat troops. They have the most people this time. The first unit, the commander of the assault unit, Tarui, the successor of the third generation of Hokage Gale Style, Storm Style. Second unit close combat unit Captain Lois, son of 3 generations of Tsuchikage, father of Karafushi. The third corps, Might Guy, captain of the close and mid-range combat corps, Konoha 6th Hokage. The fourth unit, the long-range combat unit captain, is concurrently served by the regiment commander Gara, Sunagakur 5th generation Kazekage. Captain of the 5th unit, the fortification unit, the general of the Iron Country, Mifune. Talui, you've already become the captain, can you stop being so sloppy? I am sorry, but I always don't look motivated. Bastard, cheer up Lao Su. Got it, Lord Rakage. It's really a headache to have my father as the captain. The little girl Kuratsuchi looked up at her father in front of her, her little head hanging down. It's reassuring to be able to fight with my daughter together. Moreover, it is more advantageous to be with her. Youth, let our youth burn. Follow the footsteps of my youth and march towards the victory of youth together. Youth is like that youth. Is this our captain? Is he really Hokage? There's going to be a war soon, so eat more. Choji, are you finished? You haven't stopped talking since morning. How much of the potato chip roast do you say you've eaten? Ino, if you don't have enough food, you won't have the strength. Shikamaru, why don't you come here? No. Hey, give my mother some energy. Although Gara is the captain of the 4th unit, but because he is still the captain of the unit, the actual captain is actually your agent. I don't want to hang up because of you dozing off. Okay Ino, I got it. Really? Why are you giving me such a troublesome job? There are so many people better than me. Boss Liamong did it, and only he will push you out. Inazuka Kiba tilted his head and glanced at Shikamaru, but then again, if you can make a name for yourself in this battle, maybe you will become the 7th candidate for Hokage. Idiot, don't take war lightly. Inazuka Kiba His mother Inazuka Kiba glared at his son angrily. Aburame Shino pushed the small sunglasses and murmured, in war, keep a low profile. The more low-key you are, the safer you will be. If you are too famous, you will be targeted. Shino, are you too timid? Shut up Inazuka Kiba, Shino is smart. Okay, you guys, don't make a fuss, we're going to set off soon, and I don't know who the enemy is. It's a troublesome war, thinking about it makes my head hurt. First, it's the re-summoned Akatsuki member. Then, it is the former Tail Orc Jinchuriki column force. Come again. It was the 5 shadows. And other famous powerhouses. Tom raised the coffin board 3 holes one after another. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Uchiha Madara with pride. This is my collection. Will there be a problem with so many summons at one time? Madara glanced at Wying and Jinchuriki column force. Don't worry, I have perfectly inherited Orochimaru-sama's ninjutsu, and expanded and developed it. I have absolute certainty in the use of this technique. Then go. The battle has officially begun. Brothers and sisters are happy to see, and Union continues to work hard and take aim. Text chapter 386 _ The hidden backhand of the flamboyant. Hu-kun, what shall we do? The country of snow is located in a bitter cold place. Even if they march, they will only pass by, and there is nothing to be concerned about. They should not attack. Then we just wait. Of course not. Lu Meng pressed the map with both hands and lowered his gaze. This time we want to draw grain from the fire and live a stable and happy life after the war. We must seize the initiative. Not only must we show our strength, but also to reduce our own losses. We don't care about the leading troops, and we will wait for them to pass. Give a powerful blow at a critical moment and let the world know of our existence. Quote. Do you have a plan? Liamong nodded slowly. I haven't been with you guys recently because of this. For our future, I have to spend all my energy on this. Zhengji took out the sub-scroll from his arms and stuffed it into Tamari. Princess Sunagakure, who opened his eyes, was shocked. What kind of plan is this? It's so shameless and immoral. It seems like a plan written at random. There is an unbelievable silver sway everywhere, an outrageous viciousness. No matter how you look at it, this plan is how to make the enemy uncomfortable, how to make the enemy uncomfortable, and how to make the enemy sick. Vicious, and shameless. Lag back, pull sideways, and sow discord. Copying the buttocks, stabbing the flowers, breaking the door, in short, just don't make the enemy feel better. Is this what you really came up with? Liamong didn't answer, took a deep breath of cold air and closed his eyes. He is not a military genius, let alone a military commander. He can't remember all the 36 tricks. The reason why this draft plan can be designed is all because of the game. Yes, it is the game, Interstellar, Yuhi Police, Warcraft. This strategy game that has accompanied him for many years has brought infinite inspiration to Liamong. Interesting Academy's starter. Everyone who has played with him, raise their middle finger after the game to express contempt, probably because this guy's behavior is too shameless, inferior, and cheap, so many people want to beat him when they win. Tamari, this plan does not have specific operational details, only the general direction and operational thinking. You are better than me in this regard, improve it and send it to the standby troops. Can I do it? Do you want to find Gara? No, Lu Mango shook his head and refused, this time we're cheating on the whole mainland. There are too many people around your brother, and it will be difficult to deal with it if he reveals his faults. And he doesn't have the skills now. Can I do it by myself? I believe in you. The sudden weight was on her shoulders, and a cold sweat broke out on Princess Sunagakure's pretty face. Liamong pinched his brows, thinking of a good candidate, but that guy would never get involved. Nara Shikamaru, my good military advisor, you can attract artillery fire in front of you, and the boss will give you a look at the wind. Look at how good I am. Even though he is so shameless, he wants to brag about himself. Liamong's shamelessness has surpassed the level of gods. If you don't kill your lord, are we really going to participate in this operation? Haku looked at the man in the room gently as he packed his things. Kurigakure, who has not been out of the mountain for several years, silently wrapped his bandages and whispered in a knot, we can't escape, this is the fate of ninjas. Shiro, will you stay at home? You know, my lord, I can't live without you. The scroll that was gently handed in his hand slowly unfolded, and Momoji looked at the big seal and bit his thumb. Bang, and the bloodstains dragged from left to right. A giant sharp blade was revealed, and the Kurigakure ogre gripped the hilt. In an instant, the temperament that was originally calm like an ordinary fisherman changed. It was cold, cool, and like a ghost. The beheading sword, I never thought that I would still use it for you in this life. Sir, I'm back again. Yeah, it's back. If possible, I'd never want to go back to that. Renmara, you must stay at home this time. Kiba, if you die, I don't exist, take me with you. The boy with Yuhi's eyes stood firmly beside him, and raised the two knives in his hand to his chest. I have never forgotten to practice in the past few years, just to prepare for this day. Brother Kiba, Renmara can already help you. Quote. Mom. Sha Xing, who was already middle-aged, stroked his son's handsome face. This time you have to be careful. When you go to the battlefield, your mother may not take care of you. I've grown up, Aang said to his mother with a firm look. This time it's my turn to protect you. Silly boy, Beidou is still waiting for you to come back. Mommy is old. Don't say such unlucky words, okay? Aang raised his hand to cover Sha Xing's gentle lips. Okay, we both have to come back safely. Deep in the royal palace of the snow country, Kazuhana Koyuki gently caressed her lower abdomen. It's been 3 months, my friend, you know, you are already a father. Your Majesty Koyuki. I will inform you that no one may disobey the order of the general. Santeifu, this war is different from the past. Anyone who is behind will kill me. I grant you the right to kill first and then file. I see, Your Majesty. War again. Kazuhana Koyuki caressed her belly lightly and looked out the window, recalling the past in a trance. She hadn't grown up at that time, she was still a child at that time. Father, did you see that Koyuki has grown up and has children of his own? For him, this war must be won. Remember, the airstrikes run after dropping the bomb. Your job is to fly over, open the scroll, and retreat. Don't fight, let alone pursue. It has nothing to do with you whether there are dead people or how many people die. We will escort you in the rear with aircraft, understand? Understood. Go, your number is Shuiyan Air Raid Brigade, for our glory. To help the Lord. With a single wave of his hand, he released the airstrike formation, and the commander standing on the stage set his sights on Zabuza again. The ground surprise troops carried out harassing attacks based on the principle of attacking if they could, and retreating if they couldn't. You don't need to fight the enemy head-on, or even fight alone. We have copied the sample of the forehead guard sent by the boss Liamong. Everyone's task is to pick up bargains when the coalition forces and the enemy go to war. Hit a sap, make a black hand, throw a detonating talisman, throw a kunai, and escape 1,000 miles without a single blow. Do you understand? Clear. For glory. To help the Lord. Set off. There is one more chapter. A new book will be published tomorrow. I hope everyone will join in, please, aim. Text chapter 387 _ is that guy really stupid? The enemy forces have moved, and the number is quite staggering. Baidu Interesting Academy, shouted the Hyuga tribe who opened the Byakugan observation. Commander raised his eyes when he heard the words, you all retreat, go back and meet with the main force to explain the intelligence here, I will stay here to continue monitoring. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Okay, get out. Not long after the silhouette shot out of the swish, there was a terrifying figure in the opposite forest. Banfei's face was black and white, and he didn't look like an ordinary person. In fact, these are indeed not normal people. Kurigakure has 7 knives, and only 6 of us are summoned. What about the owner of the beheading sword? Akabe no Jinin tilted his head with a hatchet and a hammer. When I died, a kid named Zaibujin took over. That guy killed all the students at the same time. I heard that he later defected. Ha ha ha. Munashi Jinpachi glared at One Eye and laughed dryly 3 times. Our Kurigakure is really the cradle of missing nin, and the whole ninja world seems to be the most defected from our village. It just proves that we are strong, doesn't it? Kuriarer Kushimaru held a long knife and tightened the steel wire. Killing and being killed are attitudes, and killing is not fun as life. You lunatics. Crazy, ha ha ha, not all people who come out of Kurigakure are crazy. A man wearing a Kumogakure forehead looked around and said, this is forbidden technique impure world reincarnation, a ninjutsu invented by the 2nd generation Hokage. That is to say, we are going to fight next. It's really annoying to even use dead people. Have you two said enough? We, the 7 of us, don't care about impure world reincarnation or impure world reincarnation, we just want to know if it's fun to kill. Interesting Academy debuts. The entrance of the underground cave, Yakushi Kabuto looked at the distant support troops and turned his attention to his side. You guys is a surprise squad, Sasori and Deidara are in charge of bombing and trapping, Nakayoshi and Kurigakure and Root in Konoha are in charge of perception and support. What is this? The roots that have just been resurrected are very strange. Nakayoshi from Kurigakure village responded quickly enough, but before he could attack, Yakushi Kabuto used a spell to suppress his soul. Sasori and Deidara, who had also recovered, opened their eyes together. To be used by such a soft-footed shrimp, it seems that Akatsuki has really fallen. Huh, Sasori-san, this guy really makes me uncomfortable. Akatsuki is now only my former sidekick and Jew, and this guy actually calls himself Uchiha Madara, don't you think it's funny? It has nothing to do with me whether he is Uchiha Madara or the Six Paths Immortal. If it is you, if you dare to speak to me in such a tone, I will kill you. Please, we're already dead, okay. Deidara looked at Sasori extremely speechlessly. It's hard to hold on to eternal beauty, and in the end, you're the one who hung up, don't be so aggressive. Besides, it's so obvious. The fatal point is on the chest, which is too. Is it really okay for them to do this? Madara asked, looking at the two arguing. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses. Pure World Reincarnation has so many people, it's not easy to control for a while. Right now I have to concentrate on controlling their movement, but it's fine later. When it comes to battle, I will suppress their personalities with spells. Let them be completely reduced to murder tools. At this point, you don't need to worry about it. Of course, sometimes retaining their personalities will work wonders, and facing acquaintances, even ninjas are not easy to start. What a shameless ninjutsu. Ha ha ha, I like this comment. Yakushi Kabuto laughed twice, not ashamed but proud, and smiled very happily. Only incompetent people depreciate the achievements of others, which is envy and jealousy. Madara, we'll call you, Madara, for the time being, what can you do with your power? Kabuto had on his partner how done with contempt, and Yakushi Kabuto turned around and walked back into the depths of the cave. It's too dazzling for you to call 100,000 white Zetsu to start together from the ground. Even if my collection is contained on the ground, it will definitely be caught. The enemy found. Don't worry, I never really thought about hiding, you just need to control your dead people. Asuma. Break. And that one is Hiyashi. What's going on? No, shouldn't we all be dead? This is a forbidden technique that treats the living as a Matsuri product and brings the dead back to their souls. Broken Knuckles Branch said. What the hell happened? Hyuga Hiyashi squinted his eyes with a swastika on the top of his forehead. Asuma struggled twice and realized that something was wrong. The body is being controlled, and I have an ominous hunch. The Land of Thunder, the Kumogakure surprise attack force. Omoi dipped his head with a lollipop, looked at the clouds in a pessimistic manner and started dumbfounded. I really didn't expect to participate in such a big war. If 10,000 people are suddenly attacked by the enemy and only themselves are left, they will definitely be caught by the enemy and ask for information, and then brainwash them to deal with the village and Lord Rakage. This sucks. Omoi, do you hear? Start descending, don't get distracted in enemy airspace. Then can I ask a question? Kankuro was taken aback. Captain, you're about the same age as me, and it's probably the first time you've participated in such a big war, right? You're not nervous at all. Omoi's throat twitched twice, and even the lollipop in his mouth didn't feel sweet. Kankuro, who was controlling Asuka's descent, looked back at him and said, the success of the surprise attack force is related to the success or failure of the entire battle and the loss of the coalition forces. If you want to protect your family and friends, then think carefully about how to win. You and I are the only survivor of the last action. The idiot of the Aburame family actually went behind my back to stop the enemy. Don't be as stupid as her this time. Captain, is that bug guy really stupid? I don't know. Kanjiro looked back with a complicated expression, and the corners of his eyes overflowed with a little sparkle. To use the power of one person to use the family forbidden technique to drag down the enemy's 5 people, that idiot is too stupid, and he doesn't even know the name. Maybe I should investigate this time when I go back alive, and I can't let her die in vain. In other words, she must be a woman. The Sunagakur puppet master was very uncertain about flipping through his memory, and in the end he couldn't determine the gender. The only impression left is the clothes covering the whole body and the sunglasses on the bridge of the nose. Is this the home of ninjas? I don't want to leave a trace behind when I die. I don't want that. I don't want to die. Then let the enemy die. Captain, spot the enemy at 2 o'clock. The raiding force follows orders and descends. Yes. The cloud went to bed and went to sleep. The brothers and sisters were happy. Text chapter 388 _ I won't go with you. Mr. Tang Jiguo, the enemy army will pass through your country this time. For your safety, please retreat. Interesting academy. So, how are we going to evacuate, and where are we going? Tang Jiguo stroked his beard and looked very flustered, and the ministers standing behind were all like birds. That's Uchiha Madara. It's just like the Afghan refugees who heard that the United States was going to throw the source bullet. There's no reason not to be afraid. The ninja sent by the coalition forces explained in a low voice, go south along your country and enter the Konoha hideout, and the north is likely to become a battlefield. Is our country going to become a battlefield again? Tang Jiguo shook his head helplessly and sadly, but he didn't ask a swear word in his mouth. Why don't you choose Kumogakure to be the battlefield? You know how to bully our small countries. How many times? Every time there is a big war, we will be reduced to a war zone, a place where you compete with each other. How much is the country, people, houses, buildings, destroyed by a war? In the past, 2 countries were enough to kill people, but this time it was a war across the continent. Will the country still exist after this war? Tang Jiguo Daimyo stood there full of worries, as if countless big stones were pressed on his heart. At the same time, Tien Jiguo Daimyo also sat in the sedan chair. His gray beard was full of folds, and there would still be 2 lice in his hair. How long will it take to arrive? Sir, don't be in a hurry, please be patient for a while. Bastard, I'm not a ninja, how can you tell me to endure? The capital of the snow country, Kazuhana Koyuki looked at the ninja standing below and bluntly chose to refuse. I will not choose to retreat, you don't have to say it. Your Majesty Koyuki, please think again, this is the evacuation order issued by the coalition base camp. For your safety, please also. Every messenger, our country is located on a plateau, which is different from the land of the land and the land of the land that you just said. Moreover, later, His Majesty will enter the refuge to hide, which is a place that only the previous kings and dynasties of the country know about. Akatsuki won't get it, even the old man. So you don't have to worry. Mitafu-sama, your confidence is very admirable, but we must be more careful when facing Uchiha Madara. Your Majesty Koyuki, I sincerely hope that you will act with us. No need to say any more. The black shadow that suddenly appeared surrounded Kazuhana Koyuki and formed a swastika guard. The ninja standing in front said coldly, everyone please come back, the safety of our country's lord is naturally up to me. Guard. 4 Jonin. The allied army messenger glanced at the 4 people who suddenly appeared, and their face and eyelids were all drawn together. Where did the snow country come from so many advanced ninjas? Jonin is not a street cabbage. A ninja of this level, even in the hidden villages of the 5 major countries, there are not many, pulling their fingers. That's about 180. Note that this does not mean 180 per village, but a total of several 180. Even if all those hidden family owners, retired veterans, and powerhouses who escaped from the world were all drawn, they would be able to double this number. The big countries are still like this, let alone the small ones. Many small country ninja leaders themselves are Jonin, and some are even inferior to Jonin. For example, this time, Xingyan village sent an elite Chunin to recharge due to some calamity. One can imagine how valuable Jonin is. With such 4 masters under personal protection, naturally there is no need for others to intervene. Seeing the messenger sent by the coalition forces to get out, Kazuhana Koyuki slowly raised the corner of his mouth, and Santeifu hurriedly reminded, Your Majesty Koyuki, the enemy is strong, it is better to retreat as soon as possible. I know, I will leave now. For the sake of this child, I will not be in danger. Santefu, I will leave everything in the country to you. The old minister will never give up. Kazuhana Koyuki took a deep look at Mitafu and sighed, I wish you would survive. The battlefield stretched forward, hundreds of meters above the ground, and Deidara drove away the bugs in annoyance. It's really annoying little things. You can't finish it, and you can't finish it. It's annoying. Get out of here. Fighting with a bunch of bugs, Deidara, when will you grow up? I'm very young, Uncle Sasori, please take a look at yourself when talking about others, okay? 2. Zanji called while sitting on another flying bird. These insects interfere with my chakra perception. This is insect interference. I thought about it for a long time, the Konoha Aburame family, right, and only they are so disgusting. Deidara slapped 2 more flies to death in anger. Sasori looked at him from the side, I have studied the history of various countries, and the first Hokage of your Iwagakure village is also a master of deworming, but for some reason, this line of inheritance has not been passed down. Because we don't need it. Deidara shook his head in admiration and loss. The second generation Tsuchikage is the third generation chakra, and he is the owner of the blood, and he also invented Jinten particle style naturally. There is no need for that kind of thing. And how can ordinary ninjas learn it? And there is no one master in the chaos of war. Although there are still scrolls in the village, the bugs have already died. Quote. Is the second generation Tsuchikage very beneficial? Zanji turned his head curiously. Although he was controlled by impure world reincarnation, his mind was still there, and he was naturally very curious about the second generation Tsuchikage who perished with the second generation Mizukage. Deidara was a little silent. According to the old man, the second generation Tsuchikage was wrapped in bandages for many years, leaving only 2 eyes to see people. He's hurt. It's not the reason for the injury, it's for the convenience of hiding. Deidara exhaled a sullen breath while looking ahead. That guy is called Wu, even you perceptive ninjas want to find him. The second generation Tsuchikage is a real assassination technique master. To the place. Kankuro looked around with both feet on the ground, and before all his companions had landed, he issued an order. The enemy will arrive soon. Immediately set up jet lag bombs and surprise traps, with a radius of 10 meters, at 2 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Set the entrance and exit in the direction of the bell. Konoha's attention alert. Taien's digging trenches. Kurigakure's responsible perception. Omoi, you bring the rest to lay the detonator, and I will do the chakra line alert myself. Is there anything else you don't understand? Looking left and right, no one shook his head. Kankuro ordered in a deep voice, action. The new book is expected to be released in the afternoon or evening, and the specific time will be updated later. Brothers and sisters are happy to read it. It will be better if you can collect it at that time. Text Chapter 389_ Reward for Surviving. Slowly, Lin Feng blew across the green leaves of the rustling, and hid the cat that pricked up its ears on the ground. The dug underground cave of the interesting academy is completely enclosed, with only 2 ventilation holes opened in the hidden place. There are men of the Hyuga clan, so observing the enemy is not a problem at all. The older Iwagakure looked around and lowered his voice and said, Captain, everyone, you are very young, and many of you are participating in the war for the first time. Originally, I shouldn't have said much with my strength, but after all, my age is here. And participated in 3 wars. So, everyone, please be careful. Quote. Uncle, if you have anything to say, feel free to say it. Kankuro turned his head in the dark and said, each unit has a veteran like you, just to remind us. Although I am the captain, there is something wrong. I would like to ask you to bring it up, and everything is based on tasks. Quote. You are great. Uncle Iwagakure couldn't help raising a thumb when he heard such sensible words. I'm just a little older than you, and my strength is average, unlike many of you who are elites, and my future achievements are not mine. It can be compared. However, if I survive the Third World War, it is not a useless guy. The younger generation listen carefully. If you want to survive the war, the most important thing is to be careful in everything. The enemy is coming. The Hyuga team member who opened Byakugan whispered, and the Kurigakure perception ninja was very strange. What did you see? Why am I not responding here? It's the one who played with bugs in the assault team before. It should be bug interference. What is her? Tang Tang stood up twice. Kinkalong Omoiki's heart trembled. Didn't she die using the forbidden technique? I'll take a look. Iwagakure, who had just finished talking about be careful, was dumbfounded, and rumbling in his heart, he ran past tens of thousands of grass and mud horses. I know that young people are unreliable, and the young Kumogakure is even more unreliable. Quickly withdraw, this place is exposed. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. One person is impulsive, and the big guy is finished. As soon as Kankuro got out of the hole, he saw his former teammate with flying hair. Compared with the appearance of his long hair hidden in a kabuto hat at first, his expression is undoubtedly more attractive now. She is a woman. The doubts in Sunagakure's puppet master's mind were found to be wrong again, that posture. Omoi rewind. The five-finger chakra line was thrown forward to tie his hands and feet, and Kankuro felt a chill in his heart. So bold. Uncle Iwagakure quickly formed fingerprints with both hands, and the eyed man of the Hyuga tribe also noticed the abnormality. Be careful of the bug pot behind her. It is not a bug, but a white cloud with a strong chakra reaction. Rewind, that's Deidara, S-bomb. Doden, Earth style, Earth flow wall. Been discovered. However, something like this can't stop me. Art is a blast. The small insects that broke out of the ground exploded continuously, and the surprise attack troops that suddenly brightened in front of them covered their faces and closed their eyes. Are you done? These things. Give me back. Doden, Earth style wall. Iwagakure, who was able to save everyone with his own power in a crisis, put his hands down while breathing heavily. But before the big guy woke up from the tremor of the explosion, another dark shadow appeared above his head. New raiders. Omoi held the handle of the knife with a lollipop in his mouth, and there was no shadow of his previous companions in the afterglow of his eyes. Is this war, and there is no time for sadness? Hateful. I don't want to die just like that. Anyhow. Let's fight. Yunliu 3 Sun and Moon slash. The moon marks drawn by Ping 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 knocked all the shuriken that came into the air. At the same time as Omoi started, the helpers sent by the Konoha elders also jumped into the air. Stamping, scratching the head, bending the neck, sharp means and merciless style, worthy of the people who came out there. Kankuro glanced around and shouted, everyone, be careful, these guys don't have such an easy solution, prepare a seal cloth. Understood, Captain, I'll be fine right away. The unrolled scroll blew 2 white smoke, and Kurigakure, who was standing at the back, took out the equipment specially designed to deal with impure world reincarnation. Kankuro looked at the trees on the left with a dignified expression. Sasori, don't hide anymore, I know you're there, the way you moved just now, only people like us can do it. Ah, Uncle Sasori, it looks like we've been discovered. I didn't expect that there will be your companion here. He can't be your son, right? He looks so ugly. Deidara. Looking at the golden retriever whose mouth was full of feces, fine beads of sweat fell on Uncle Iwagakure's face. Maybe this guy is not very famous in Besan, but he is a part of Akatsuki, who has done ruthless things to loot Kazekage. But in the village of Iwagakure, even a 3-year-old knows his splendid deeds. A statue equivalent to the Konoha Hokage rock, which has been smashed by him more than once with a bomb. Art is a blast. In those horrific memories, Iwagakure had old people with heart attacks every day, as well as new ones. Everywhere Deidara has gone, is a word, bang. Boom. Bang bang bang. The statues that symbolize the Tsuchikage of the past, bombed the office of the contemporary Tsuchikage, attacked the bathhouse, raided the bathroom, and even the public toilet became his test for planting the bomb. Everyone had to worry about the toilet last time, and no one knew if their butt would suddenly blow up and get a stench that couldn't be washed off. In the end, the big guy was helpless, and the whole village worked together to complain to Lord Leanly, and only then drove this scourge out of the village to live alone, thinking that he would be more stable when he grew up, but he did not think that this girl actually defected. Now that we meet again, in the eyes of Uncle Iwagakure, it is not to mention how complicated it is. I seem to know you. Who are you? Jonji, Changping Jonji. Yo, you're that slug's dad, aren't you? What, are the fireworks I gave your son beautiful? Deidara, I'll never forgive you for what you did, let's have a smack between us today. Ha ha ha, it's just you. The bomb maniac is here to catch up with Iwagakure, and Kankuro is also looking at Sasori. You are also a surprise force, it's really rare, two surprise forces actually collided. Junior, seeing that you're still alive makes this old man really puzzled. Even though he didn't look very old-fashioned, Sasori of the Red Sand stared at Kankuro with a crooked head. Can lead the war. As a reminder to reward you for surviving, let me tell you something, we are not the only ones sent by our side. Quote. What? The new book is tentatively scheduled to be released at 7 p.m., and it is updated regularly every day, and the cloud is processing it. Text Chapter 390_Unforgivable Sin. Kankuro looked at Sasori of the Red Sand in shock and was frightened by the news he revealed. Interesting academy. Still there. Captain, don't be distracted. Uncle Iwagakure saw that Kankuro's expression was wrong, and quickly reminded him, we have to trust the other troops, and the first thing is to solve them first. Ha ha ha. Fix us. Trash fish, who gave you the confidence? Deidara, even if I don't take this life, I will avenge you. We will win this battle. You won, and you are not afraid to swallow your big words. We will never lose, because we are immortal. Chakra is infinite and not afraid of attack. Deidara's voice fell, and the root resurrection who had previously twisted his neck climbed up. Familiar way of folding the neck, brother, is that you? Elder brother. Elder, 907, regiment were dumbfounded, and Kanjiro and the others followed. Brother, do you think this guy is your brother? Run away, brother, you know what you have done to me just now, the body I have now is not something you can defeat. No, it can't be. That guy Danzo is dead, we're free, we're free. Calm down. Kankuro held down his gaff teammate. What do you know? The former root ninja who had taken refuge in the elders cried and knelt to the ground, unable to lift the short knife in his hand. The root assessment is to exterminate human nature, and the final battle is cannibalism. Brother, will my brother come to accompany you? Go away, what are you talking about? You know, brother, since that day, I couldn't sleep night after night. When I closed my eyes, you fell in front of me. I thought that Danzo was dead, and I could be freed. But I can't forget it. Ah, kill me, just as I killed you. Brother, I'm sorry. A smear of blood smeared across his neck, the ninja at the root clucked twice and stopped moving, and the weird smile before his death made his heart shiver. The resurrection of impure world reincarnation was stunned, looking at the ground in disbelief, at the younger brother who fell in a pool of blood. They have no blood relationship, and the reason why they are brothers is also a root arrangement. However, people are not grass and trees, they are skilled and ruthless, they have taken care of each other for more than 10 years, and they have already kissed more than brothers. When faced with the final decision, the elder brother used his life to continue the future for the younger brother. Now, the younger brother used his life to end everything. What is all this for? Kankuro. Omoi. Iwagakure, Kurigakure, all lowered their heads, and even Deidara and Sasori chose to shut up in this weird atmosphere. The rustling linfeng blew, and a ninja knife was slowly pulled out, and the sound of metal friction broke the dullness. I will never forgive brothers for each other. I will kill you and bury you together. Stop talking pretty. Deidara glanced at the dead body on the ground, and then at the team members. This is war, do you understand war? I don't know what war is, and I have never participated in a war. But I know that brotherhood is higher than the sky, and you who dare to play with brotherhood must be punished. Ha, boy, who do you think you are? God. I'm Kumogakure Killer B Jinchuriki, Column Force, the disciple of Lord Killer B, Omoi. Yunliu Fujuan. Deidara glanced at the thing and twitched its mouth twice as she swiped the blade with one hand and ignited a thunderous light. The most annoying thing is you guys who play Raiden, Thunder style. Big Brother Sasori. With 2 hands and 5 fingers gently rhythm, Sasori of the Red Sand directly turned him into a puppet and blocked in front of Deidara. After a few sword cuts, he lost his head, but he recovered immediately. The big talker is doing a good job, but it's useless to cut it as much as you want. Yunliu Li Zan turn around. What seems to be forward is actually backwards, slashing and brushing across the open space, and Sasori of the Red Sand, who is at a high place, is stunned. It's now. Seeing the success of the battle plan, Kankuro yanked his hands down and pulled Sasori, who was stunned, to the ground. Block him. Doten, Earth-style, earthquake. It's useless. Mid-air, 2 turns and landed, Sasori of the Red Sand looked at Kankuro. Connect your chakra line to mine and pull me down. It seems that you have improved a lot. No matter how hard you try, I still can't catch you, but it's an honor to be praised by the performers of the red secret skills. But now, I am afraid that my black secret skills are even better. Sasori of the Red Sand. Brush and pull the unrolled scroll. A large Sasori word is printed in the center. Sasori, who saw this thing, smiled, with a very contemptuous smile. Is it my puppet body in the past? What's the point of you taking him out? I have obtained the immortal body that I have longed for, and become a real body. Puppet. Captain, be careful, they all have bombs in them. What? Sasori of the Red Sand in great astonishment, Kankuro's forehead sweated. Deidara, whose secret trick was called broken, laughed, with a wanton smile. Be careful, the miscellaneous fish, you will be bombed to death if you get close. Damn, you are unforgivable, you actually buried a bomb in your companion's body. Fool, don't you know that we are immortal? I'm sorry, Sasori, it seems that my brilliance is more artistic. Art is a blast. The rumbling body picked up pieces of rubble and threw it flying, and the surprised troops instantly collapsed far away, and several people were injured lightly or severely. This lunatic. The body of the bomb, the dirt that flew up with the hulula, was intact. Sasori of the Red Sand glanced back at his former teammate. Don't ruin my art with your disgusting thing, or I'll kill you first. Uncle Sasori, you want to kill me? It's really scary, but can you do it? It is also a puppet manipulated by others. There is no reason why anyone is afraid of whom. Come on, art is a blast. Sasori of the Red Sand vs. Kankuro. Diodarov's Omoi. Rest of the raiding force was just about to come up to help, but was bombed back by the Kurigakure resurrection. Run away. Seeing his brother's tragic death with his own eyes, he was used as a puppet to swing a knife around. Uncle Iwagakure stood in the back and sighed. I have heard about the roots of Konoha. It is a habit of this organization to let 2 people who grew up together like brothers finally fight for life and death to achieve the goal of erasing murderous feelings and eliminating confusion. Practice. Anyway, kill him, let him live, is the greatest sorrow for him. It is an unforgivable sin to use this method to achieve a strong mind. I swear by this sword, I will give you liberation. Omoi. The new book, Second Elements Without Conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters, go and see, the cloud has improved. Text chapter 391_say it and do it, my name is Omoi. Cut, I hate those who have no ability but like to talk big. Baidu Interesting Academy. Go to hell. Art is a blast. By Sasori became the ignited gunpowder again. Seeing that something was wrong, Kankuro quickly pressed down the middle finger of his right hand and wrapped the enemy with the puppet that had been hidden in advance. Black Secret Skills Mountain Pepper Fish. Boom. Nasty puppet doll that makes my art have no power at all. That was my work from a long time ago, and the defense is really good. A long time ago, Deidara said, Brother Sasori, are you looking down on me? Only what is eternal is art. Sasori of the Red Sand gave him a sideways look. This kid is my prey, you go and deal with others. Come on, people who have already died are still clinging to your art. What is eternal? Explosion is the truth. The little spiders, the little Sasori, and the little toads crawling out of the ground, all of them white and plump, were very gratifying, and they rushed to the surprise troops. Iwagakure, who saw these guys, hurriedly shouted, Get out of the way, don't let them get close. Dodge. Are you hiding? Ants, spiders, centipedes, long legs, long horns, shoulders, thorns. Deidara was having a party like a zoo expert. The raiding force is in big trouble. Faced with these short and elusive little guys who exploded on their bodies when they didn't pay attention, everyone tightened their minds. But it didn't work. No use at all. In the sky, on the ground, in front of and behind, there are all these little things. Changji. Up a lot of flesh and blood. Uncle Iwagakure's eyes turned black and he fell out. In front of him, several milky white centipedes emerged from the ground. Heihei168.com. Art is. Bring me back. The 3 chakra lines connected the hands, feet and shoulders and pulled back hard, and Uncle Iwagakure, who was able to escape the explosion, squirted out a mouthful of fresh yuhi. Tong, treat Uncle, Omoi follow me. Got it, Captain. The sharp ninja sword slashed head-on with the thunder sword, and Sasori of the Red Sand stared at Kankuro with a gloomy expression. How dare you be distracted while fighting with me? Is it better to say that you are arrogant or ignorant? Kill him. The 10 fingers fluttered up and down like a dance, and every time they flicked their fingers, the human puppet would make a strange attack. Sasori, the scarlet gravel who didn't need to think about damage at all, gave Kankuro a good lesson and let him understand what the power of a puppet master is. Slashing in all directions, a ninja sword seemed to become infinity under the control of Sasori. Even without the puppet doll in hand, Sasori of the Red Sand is still Sasori of the Red Sand. Art is a blast. Drink. The clay that suddenly detonated knocked Sasori's body into the air, and Kankuro, who opened the empty door, broke out in cold sweat. Strange things happened. The resurrected Sasori of the Red Sand didn't take advantage of the sneak attack, but glared at his companions viciously. I said, don't hinder me again, Deidara, you are courting death. Ha, big brother Sasori, don't be so cold, don't you think that's good? As long as the soul is still bound in this world, we can be resurrected infinitely, and I can use him as a bomb infinitely. Shut up, I don't need you in my battle. The 10 chakra strands connected to the volley again. Kankuro looked at Sasori of the Red Sand left and Deidara right, his eyes lit up. Maybe it can be done. Omoi, Project 3. The staggered figures smashed the clay worms drilled out of the ground again, and the charged ninja sword became the best defense for everyone. Seeing that the seeds he had finally sown were shattered again and again, the bomb maniac roared and opened his hands. You will pay for what you do. Detonating clay by Wing Bird. Blast clay owl. Detonate clay C2 dragon beast. 3 big bombs in a row. Deidara grinned and waved her arms. Blow them up. The rumbling sound caused countless sand and gravel splashes, and the original ambush locations were all turned into fly ash. Quick, this is the time. Deidara's madness caused a big explosion, and Kankuro, who almost died, ran out of the cave where he was hiding when the sound stopped outside. Prepare the sealing cloth. First seal the Sasori inside. I found it. The half-crippled body slowly recovered in the filth. Sasori of the Red Sand looked at the surprise troops that rushed towards him and scolded an idiot. Quick, seal him up. The recovered left hand flicked twice to overturn the figure, and Sasori's body flew out diagonally. Unexpectedly, just halfway through the flight, a black shadow fell from the sky into his belly. You can't run away. Puppet doll Black Ant. The monster with the head of a wooden donkey raised its round belly and folded it, and the newly summoned crow came in torn apart. Elbows, knees, wrists, head, sharp long knives popped out from every part. 3 machines, the end of the play. Damn. Seeing Sasori being put into a puppet, Deidara scolded fiercely, not thinking it was her fault at all. Sure enough, my art is the best. Next, let me solve them all in one fell swoop with my art. Without Big Brother Sasori getting in the way, the ultimate art is not bad. Although it is a waste to activate the ultimate art every time, but there is no other way. Who makes these teammates so idiots? Come on, let you feel the most brilliant, splendid and gorgeous art performance in the world. Art is explosion. See. Pulling off the robe to reveal the mouth with the chest feels wrong behind you. Omoi stared at Deidara, who was looking back. Although I don't know what you want to do, it's better to let you end here. When did you come up? Yunliu 3 suns and moons. The first one slashed the head, the second one broke the waist, and the third one was torn apart. Deidara, who only had a brain, laughed and fell to the bird. You can't kill me, I still have a chance. You have no chance. Another black ant opened its belly, and the chakra line of nothingness pulled all the stumps into the darkness. The Omoi hilt reversed and fell from the sky, stabbing the ninja knife with the thunder chakra into the puppet's chest. As I said, you must be judged. The new book, Second Elements Without Conscience, has been released. After the experience of the gangster book and the dark losses that Fatty's book has eaten, Union has grown a lot. This book looks good, brothers and sisters, take a look at it when you have time. Unlimited flow since the 3 wars, please support, please collect. Text chapter 392 _ the vanguard has landed. The enemy sealed by the 2 black ants was thrown on the ground. Without Sasori and Deidara, the remaining 2 were undoubtedly much simpler. In fact, they did not cause any trouble, and the 2 sealing cloths solved it. The battle was over, but it did not bring any joy of victory, and the hearts of the big guys were very heavy. Omoi put away his ninja sword and helped his comrade who committed suicide. This is a guy with a low sense of presence. If I had to find someone to compare, I would be the same as him, the members of the Aburame family who died earlier. They don't like to talk, they like to keep silent, and they don't know their names until they die. Take them back and bury them together. Konkuro raised his eyes, looking at the sky with extremely complicated eyes. Iwagakure, who was severely injured, came over and patted him on the shoulder. Look, this is war, and the living still need you to lead. Thank you, Konkuro nodded sincerely, turned around and walked towards the black ants that sealed Sasori, and said goodbye with the unique etiquette among puppet masters. Sasori of the Red Sand, your strength comes from your soul. You once thought trying to erase it and become a puppet didn't work. I understand that's because you put all your soul into the puppets you created, and that's what makes them immortal. Sasori of the Red Sand was stunned. Although you have got your original body now, your soul has fallen. The fallen is the same as the puppet you used. You should have become the most powerful puppet master, not a puppet in the hands of others. The puppet doll exists because of the puppet master. Losing the puppet master, no matter how powerful the puppet doll is, it can only be a puppet doll. The real power is us as puppet masters. Quote. By now. The strongest ever. Once the puppet master is manipulated, it's over. Whether it's you or the guy who manipulates you, I won't lose even if you compete for will. As a real puppet master, it is even more true if you manipulate the same Sasori. Your technology and the puppet you create are immortal, and the puppet doll that hosts the soul will be passed down from generation to generation through the hands of future generations. This is the puppet master. Eternal. Brother Sasori, don't listen to his nonsense. Art is a moment of brilliance, and art is an explosion. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. We're after something different, Deidara, maybe this junior is right. Konkuro. I entrust you with the scrolls of father and mother, and when death comes, you shall pass them on to the next generation. Hey, big brother Sasori, you're crazy. What crazy words are you talking about? Let me out and kill them. Big Brother Sasori. Sasori. The filthy soil of Shasha broke away from the surface of the body and turned into dust and mud, and the Sasori of the red sand was no longer in the belly of the opened black ant. In exchange, it was an unknown corpse. This is a living Matsuri product. What's going on? Isn't impure world reincarnation the so-called immortality art? Did Yakushi Kabuto unlock him? Not necessarily. Sasori is gone, but this annoying guy is still there. Let me out, bastards, let me out, you blasphemers of art, I'm going to kill you all, I'm going to kill you all. Why the hell is this? Kurigakure Ninja looked left at this, right at that. Kankuro took a deep breath. It should be the flaw of impure world reincarnation. It seems that there is no absolutely perfect ninjutsu in the world, and the human soul is not so easily restrained. What shall we do next? Go back? No, the battle has just begun. Sasori said just now that they are just one of the group, so we have to carry on the surprise attack. Big guys prepare. Understood. Yes. Captain, we all listen to you. Deidara and Sasori failed. Yakushi Kabuto squatted on the ground and raised his eyes slightly. Go to the battlefield ahead, then I will concentrate on preparing for invisibility. Those two guys will also fail. Madara asked in disbelief. Just now, he went out for inspection, but he found a lot of problems. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and explained, I met a great junior, but they don't have much fighting power. Snort. Do your business well, and don't let me know what cleverness you are playing. Carrying a fan that symbolizes the glory of the Uchiha family, he rushed to the battlefield, and as soon as Uchiha Madara left, Yakushi Kabuto laughed. Hearing the laughter coming from behind, Madara's eyes flashed a ferocious look. Do you want to make us lose both sides of the fight and then jump out to get a bargain? Think of the beauty, you are the real chess piece. 500 meters ahead, the movement of the enemy army is detected. Report to Mr. Gara Mifune quickly. Squad 8 will come with me and join forces with Doden, Earth style. Report. There is news from the front that a large number of enemies are approaching from the ground and have reached the periphery of the mound. Mark it on the map. The map of the enemy's actions drawn with a fresh Yuhi brush was circled, and Gara Mifune lowered his gaze. The follow-up reinforcements have arrived. The seaside is handed over to the first army led by Tarui, the second army is moving closer to the mountains, and the third army is slightly lower. In this way, the fourth army led by you and the fifth army led by me can be deployed on the center line, and it is also convenient for the second and third troops to dispatch small-scale manpower support at any time. Do you have any questions about Kazekage-sama? Quote. No. You are an expert in this. Then act. Soon after the letter Eagle, which flew into the air, set off, the troops who received the order rushed to the designated location. Kiba, Shino, it's coming so fast. Hyuga Neji looked back and greeted the two guys who didn't deal with it. At this time, any personal grudges had to be put down. That Neji's expression was wrong. Inuzuka Kiba didn't have a good face, and said in a business-like manner, we were ordered to meet here, are the enemies coming? Yes, it's not far ahead, it's already close to 200 meters. 105. 100. 80. 50. Joint ninjutsu launch. Doden, Earth style. Superior. Led by the second unit Captain Lois and his daughter Kuretsuchi, dozens of Doden, Earth style, ninjas jointly performed the ninja technique, turning the ground into a raised volcano, but the lava that spewed out was not Yuhi's lava, but a number of them. Unclear white Zetsu. These guys with milky white skin and bare leaves all over their bodies, each and every one like a ball like Jong Kiba dancing claws. Following Lois's order, the allied ninjas let go of their hands and feet. The detonating talisman opened the way, and the shuriken followed. Before the rumbling explosion sounded, countless black dots shot into the air. Kill them. Union's new book has been released. With the support of the brothers and sisters of the second element of losing conscience, they can vote for 2 comments and sprinkle a few flowers. Union would like to express my heartfelt thanks here. It's not easy to do anything these days. May Mother Earth protect you, aim. Text chapter 393_ Kill them all. Kiba pass Kiba. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Insect jade. Yunliu Lision. Break. A series of attacks slay the enemy group. The dog of the Inazuka family, the palm of the Hyuga family, the insect of the Aburame family, the sword of the Kumogakur ninja, and the sword of the warriors of the Iron Kingdom, all of which were given to the white Zetsu who were forced out. Baidu Interesting Academy. However, not enough. Although the coalition forces made various killing moves, it was still not enough. How many ninjas are there, and how many are white Zetsus? That's 100,000. 100,000 white Zetsu. Don't look at this thing, it's not much for us, it's very inconspicuous, but for the Hokage world, it is already the largest army in the entire continent. In this strange place where hundreds of soldiers can find a small place to build a country, 100,000 troops is definitely an unimaginable number. As for ninjas, the 5 major countries are pulling their fingers, and it takes 2 lectures on whether it is enough for 10,000. The 10,000 must be added to the old ones who are about to die, the young ones with big snot bubbles, as long as they can improve their chakra training. Even so, the so-called 10,000 is an imaginary number for bragging bee. Just like Boss Cao deceived an army of 800,000 people in the Battle of Chibi. However, the quality of the ninjas is very good, despite the lack of quantity. The weird world is never short of weird things, and Hokage is also a place with many ruthless horns. The old lady Chiyo once conquered the city alone, and Sasori of the Red Sand even destroyed the country by herself. 100,000 white Zetsu will return more, and the coalition is really not afraid of him. War. Only fight. Perhaps it was because they felt that hiding was meaningless. The discovered white Zetsu army emerged from the ground one after another. They used their hands to turn knives into swords and their feet to make swords, and their chests grew out of weapons like leaves, like 2 rows of protruding swords. Ribs, if Kimimaro is here, I'm afraid I'll have a sense of knowing. Heihei168.com. Kill. Kill them. Ninjutsu, ninja tools, ninja swords, ninjutsu, Yuhi, S, green, black, yellow, Yuhi, blue, all kinds of escape techniques have appeared. Just when the big guy hit a pack of fire, the ninja in charge of the reconnaissance behind screamed. Captain, be careful, reinforcements are coming from the opposite side, it's the dead man of Impure World Reincarnation. Are they coming? Lois snapped at White Zetsu's neck, looking sideways at the rear of the enemy line. Where the sand and soil stack up, a row of figures slowly emerges. Standing at the front, the 2 figures tilted their heads from left to right. Seeing them, all the ninjas who knew the goods burst their eyes. Why are they all little devils? There is no one in the ninja world now. Whatever you do, just go back to sleep. They. Who are they? The one on the left is Pakula from our Sunagakur village. The one on the right is Carrie from our village of Iwagakure. They are all ninjas who have the boundaries of blood. Yo, and who knows us? Also in the back. This one is from our Kurigakure. That's our Konoha, S. Asshole, what the hell did Yakushi Kabuto do? Karafashi turned his head and glanced at his father. His nervous little face said to Yuhi, Dad, there will be trouble in this way, why don't we run away, Daddy? Kuritsuchi's father, Lois, gave Kuritsuchi a stern look. Crazy girl, what a bastard, how can you escape under the current situation? Can you beat them if you don't run? Kuritsuchi turned the Byakugan hard. It's hard to deal with that guy Carrie, not to mention he has helpers. If we can't fight, we have to fight, send a signal, and let the reinforcements move closer to us. Dad, you're so nasty, Daddy. Just as the sharp eagle roar sounded, the roar of Dada Dada was heard in the distance. Playing the awning and watching intently, a beast with a thick face, Yuhi, and a thick neck ran over. Youth, it's all youth. Don't be afraid, brothers, the 6th generation of Konoha Hokage, the heroic blue beast is here. Let's light the fire of youth, let these monsters know what youth is. Youth is fighting. Quote. Konoha whirlwind. Where did this idiot come from? What did he do in the enemy's army? Dad, should we go and help his father? Help, Lois scolded with a big round face blackened into a discus. He is the 6th generation of Konoha Hokage. If you don't help, you have to help. But Dad, he's so brainless, should we be as brainless as him? Kuritsuchi blinked cutely, nibbled his fingertips and suggested, why don't we let him die with his youth? Quote. Bastard, speak quietly. Lois looked back and forth nervously. Although Po was moved, he still had to lead his team to attack for the sake of the coalition forces. Kill it. Attacking from the left and right, the first team pressed forward, and the coalition ninjas launched a strong offensive. The raging battlefield has reached the high court in an instant. In the northeastern part of this fierce battlefield, an army of over 1,000 was hiding. The leader was bandaged and covered with a big sword. The woman next to him was as beautiful as an ice spirit. If we don't kill Big Brother, are we going to attack? No, wait a minute, wait until they're completely together, the weird stuff isn't over yet. Besides, if I'm not wrong, reinforcements are coming. Then we... Wait. Zaibuju looked at Bai affectionately and said, the main purpose of this operation is to save lives. We are no longer ninjas, and everything is mainly about safety. See if the hedgehog has a head, his name is Carrie, and Iwagaker's level missing Nindidera formed the Bakuden, explosion-style, unit, and that long-haired woman over there, her name is Pakura, a Sunagaker ninja with the blood of Shikuden, scorched style. Quote. If I don't kill the Big Brother, I also have Hyoten, ice style. Haku smiled sweetly and narrowed his eyes, as beautiful as the moon Kiba. The Kurigaker ghosts looked at her tenderly. The two of them were working hard, and another group of unexpected characters appeared. It was not the coalition reinforcements that came, but another collection of Yakushi Kabuto. The moment I saw them, I was stunned if I didn't cut them. In the depths of the coalition forces, the raiding force finally caught fire with the bloody ninjas. Be careful, she's mummified and don't get touched by the ball of light beside her. What happens when you get hit? Before the ninja asked the question, a few rushing companions gave him the answer with their lives. Shikuden, scorched style, extremely steaming murder. My body. Generally, percent of the human body is water, percent of blood is water, the epidermis on the outer side of the dermis contains about percent of water, and the water of the stratum corneum is about percent to percent. My Shikuden, scorched style, can make these water all of them are turned into steam, be careful. The open skin was first covered with dense blisters, and then turned into a dry yellow like the ground. All the allied ninjas who witnessed this scene swallowed their saliva. Is this the power of blood ninjas? So strong. The new book on the cloud, the second element of despairing conscience, brothers and sisters, go and watch it when you have time. Text chapter 394 The boss said that you don't want to shoot quietly. Bakuden, explosion style, mine fist. The horror of Shikuden, scorched style, ninjas has not yet fallen, and the horrors of Bakuden, explosion style, ninjas have come to mind again. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The fat ninja who was close stumbled and sat on the ground, and the whole person was scared stupid. How come? One punch down and people are gone. This is two. No bones left. This is a dead body. Is TNG gone? Be careful. Konoha Ascension. Seeing the fat ninja in a daze, Might Guy flashed in panic and kicked the enemy who wanted to attack him, shouting to him, in battle, there will be sacrifices, this is the most basic consciousness, self-disturbance will only increase in vain. It's worth making your companions die, understand. Newcomers. Roaring and looking at the confused eyes of the fat ninja, Might Guy's heart sank. These guys are still too young, and they are newcomers who have never been on the battlefield. Such new recruits are unreliable, and they must get their morale up or it's over. In the northeast of the battlefield, Haku looked at the 6 coffins doubtfully. If you don't kill the Big Brother again, who are they? The last generation of ninja swords consisted of 7 people. Momochi said in a deep voice, holding the big sword in his hands. The one with the chubby and white-faced Yuhi pattern on the far left is named Sukazan Fubuki, the former holder of the big sword shark muscle. Kuriarer Kushimaru with yellow hair and spiky head, holding a long knife and sewing needle in his hand. The short one with sharp beard is named Akabi no Jinin, and those 2 hammer-like axe are the blunt Kabuto cut. Munashi Jinpachi, who is blind in one eye and has a beard in a braid, and that scroll with a handle is a blaster. The woman with the double-flowered temples is named Ringo Amayuri, the former user of the thunder knife Kiba. The last Kiba with a pointy mouth is named Ghost Lantern Man Yu, who will follow me for a while. These guys are not easy to deal with. Heihei168.com. Haku's heart sank after hearing the words of Zaibujian, and he looked at the opposite side with a guarded gaze. But these guys obviously didn't come to them, and as soon as Fang recovered, he rushed into the anxious battlefield. Before our reinforcements arrived, the enemy reinforcements came again. Might Guy and Lois shed a cold sweat back to back. How long will your support last? It should be soon. Let's hold on for a while. I like murder. I would also like. How about sending them a gorgeous death? I prefer to sew people together. Then go. Kill more people than anyone else. 2 psychopaths took the lead, and 4 neuropaths followed. Kuriarer Kushimaru led the way into the crowd. His slender limbs almost formed a flat angle with the ground, and the long knife and needle pierced back and forth like a ghost. A little bit of blood splashed, and everyone lost their lives. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen ninjas were dressed together. Kill me all. With a long knife in one hand and a steel wire in the other, the mentally ill man without looking back suddenly tightened his right hand. Horrible images appeared. The ninjas who were strung together turned into meat beggars and rolled together into stitched monsters. The arms and legs that go in and out are like sea urchins that have just been fished out of the sea. Seeing their tragic appearance, many recruits vomited. But before they could bend over, Munashi Jinpachi, who arrived later, swung his sword. Have fun with a blast. It is a ninja knife. It is better to say that it is the droplets of the scroll, and there is no sharp edge at all. This knife wants to use its power, all on the countless detonating symbols. If the level is not high, not only will you not be able to kill the enemy, but you will have to accompany yourself. However, this is not a problem for Munashi Jinpachi. Killing a crowd with such a terrifying weapon is no different from a self-destructing truck. They started, and the people who followed were not idle. Don't try to stop me from any defense. Blunt knife Kabuto cuts the owner, Akabi no Jinin joins. Ninjas grow up betrayed and betrayed, Sukazan Fubuki. More, Ringo Amayuri. I love the bloody, full moon of ghost lights. Horror, death, slaughter, the 6 knives of Kurigakure set off a storm of blood and blood in the crowd. The young ninjas were terrified, holding the kunai shuriken. Seeing this, Might Guy Lois hurriedly shouted. All cheer up and fight. Fright can only bring death. Don't be intimidated by them, our reinforcements will be here soon. Are there reinforcements? Why don't we see it? Don't be a fool, isn't it a life-threatening fight against a guy like that? I'm scared, I'm quitting. Life on the battlefield was full of panic. Seeing that the Allied forces were not going well, Zabujan slowly clenched the big sword. Get ready. Sweden, water style, Kurigakure's art. The mist that suddenly appeared floated into the battlefield from the northeast, and the 2 sides who were fighting gradually realized that something was wrong. This is the art of Kurigakure, everyone be careful. It seems that a colleague is coming. Ghost Lantern Manu showed a half-faced grin from behind a hapless man. If you don't cut it again, it's you kid, this breath should be right. The owner of the beheading sword is here too. But looking at it, it doesn't seem to be from our side. Then kill him. Munashi Jinpachi swung horizontally to the enemy and swept back the enemy with one eye. Dot 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 dot. The mist was getting thicker, and Inuzuka Kiba sniffed uncomfortably. The nasty water mist affects even the sense of smell. Neji, did you find anything? A small force appeared, numbering close to 1,000, in the northeast. Is it the enemy? Might Guy thought and felt wrong. The direction is behind the enemy. Are they reinforcements? Looking at each other and Lois exchanged glances. Both men were stunned. Not pre-launched troops. Who are they? Never mind, as long as it's not an enemy. First firearms unit, let it go. The second firearms unit, let it go. The third firearms unit is retreating. Just after the 2 rounds of attack, they immediately ran away, and the white Zetsu, who had blasted out a large space in the sky, were all stunned. The perceptive ninjas of the United Army looked at each other, and they were horrified. At the same time, they were more angry. You said that all of you came and fought, and why did the enemy turn around and run away? Boss, why don't we fire more shots? Stupid. You have forgotten what the boss of Liamong said. Quietly shoot. Don't show your head. We are not ninjas. Why are you crazy? But. No but. Hurry up and run. They won't chase us after a while and then go back. The Cloud's new book, the second element of Despairing Conscience, is asking for support. Brothers and sisters, go take a look when you have time, sprinkle 2 flowers, and vote for 2 comments. Thank you in advance. Text chapter 395 _ The 2 Giants of the Past. Here comes the bastards. Interesting academy. The bastards are gone. The bastards are here again. The bastards are gone again. Damn, what are these guys doing? When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we advance. When the enemy chases, we run. And when the enemy runs, we pursue. Under the guidance of the great Konoha gang leader and the gangsters' livid fighting thoughts, the gangsters armed with the X-improved individual bazooka turned into rascals on the battlefield. 1 shot and shouted, and 2 shots turned around, stunned the enemy and us. These guys are so shameless. Where did they come from? Shoulders or anti-X rocket launchers, they are wearing 9's bulletproof vests, and they are wearing Yabriding infantry boots. There is no 210 difference. The white Zetsu are very angry. The white Zetsu are very angry. It's not that they didn't think about chasing, but it's useless if they go less, and it won't work here if they go too much. Look, those guys are at it again. Rumble, boom. Look, those guys ran away again. Hulala, hulala. Is this really a battlefield? Why do I feel like a farce? The originally tragic atmosphere, because the troops trained by Liamong himself were dyed with a layer of laughter, turning the originally vigorous army into a ball-like farce. Brothers, oblique upper corner, prepare, let go. Boss, is it accurate to fight like this? You don't care if he is accurate or not, just hit it far. The boss of the interesting academy said that when the number of enemy troops is large, you don't need to be accurate, you only need to kill the range. But what? The younger brother who was talking shrank his neck. But boss, you seem to have made a mistake. What? Am I typing in the wrong place? And pointed in the direction of the coalition forces. Might Guy, who was almost crippled, hid behind the dirt wall called by Lois, and his whole body twitched. The gang leader who commanded the firing wiped his mouth. What? This is an accident. Wars are always full of accidents. Brothers retreat. These bastards. Extremely aggrieved by being bombarded by his own artillery, Might Guy's face was black, and the coalition troops fell into a hard fight. White Zetsu, who had an absolute numerical advantage, dragged the war into the quagmire. Inuzuka Kiba irritably flipped over several white Zetsu and shouted angrily, "The wave after wave is endless, when will it be ahead?" Stop complaining there. Hyuga Neji clapped her palms in front of her and responded loudly, "If you have this skill, it's important to kill a few more. There are so many of these guys." Captain Lois. Headquarters, Thousands of troops have slipped past our feet. Hey Dad, are you listening? I see, don't be noisy. Lois roared loudly and strode forward. First. Thick fog, Munashi Jinpachi turned his head sharply, and waved his sword quietly. Silent killing. Little devil, you are too young. Scandium Chang decapitated the blasting knife, the flying foam, the broken knife, and the stabbed and pulled out pieces of sparks, and Munashi Jinpachi's eyes collided with each other. It's not easy to lose one eye and still feel so sharp. Little devil, all the people who attacked my bad ideas in the past have died, and you can't escape this fate. You say destiny, my destiny can only be determined by my own master. Water. Feeling the dangerous aura from the droplets, Teodi retreated without slashing, and as soon as he retreated, the explosion came over. You can run away fast, but I don't know if you can run away next time. One blow failed and he disappeared again, and the Kurigakure ghost disappeared. Pieces of crystal snowflakes fell from the sky, and the cold ninjas raised their heads one after another. Will it snow here? What happened? Hyoten ice-style arcane crystallization. The snowflakes that fell on his body crunched into pieces, and the allied ninjas were not good, and the white zetsus were considered bloody mildew. The older Kurigakure froze in unison, and their suspicious companions asked, "What's the matter with you?" Shui Wuyu, it is the secret technique of the Shui Wuyu family, haven't they been exterminated? Water without moon, what is water without moon? The young ninjas looked at each other and couldn't tell, but the older ones all woke up. Two giants of Kurigakure, the land of water, Kagaya and Miyuki, are like Hyuga and Uchiha of Konoha, but similar to the hapless Uchiha, neither of these two clans will end well. After the Third World War, Shui Wuyu was expelled from jealousy because of her strength, and was eliminated as a threat. When she found that Kagaya, who was not good, wanted to resist, she died. Haku now really shocks these ninjas who know history. But today, their shock has obviously not reached the limit. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Early Fern. Countless bone spurs were plucked from the ground, and Kimimaro, who arrived with the reinforcements, made a strong appearance. Advantage of Munashi Jinpachi's dodging efforts, Momochi slashed towards his back. Junior, I've been waiting for you, give me a blast. The banging detonating talisman brought bursts of fire, and the shattered water body fell to the ground. Munashi Jinpachi was stunned. Not a real person, where is the real person? Rei Kiba, launch the attack and let's go. Two long knives with curved blades were pointed in the air, and Kurosuke Rei Kiba, who had been preparing for a long time, released his big move. Lei Jinchuriki column dashed back and forth from the sky, and countless white zetsu turned into coke. Unlike normal humans, they were more like wood than people. Brother Rei Kiba, be careful. Suddenly, the screams from the side came into my ears, and two ninja swords flew to the side. Kurosuke Rei Kiba had just knocked off the weapon, and there was one more person in front of him. Double-flowered, long-tempered silver, and cold eyes, who else could it be if it was Ent Ringo Amayuri? You are my successor. It looks so bad, the thunder knife is not used like you. Pressing his wrist with one hand and turning it around, Ringo Amayuri took back a weapon as soon as he appeared. Momochi didn't even cut Kurosuke, and Kiba didn't even have a chance to react. The thunder knife master who got the guy in his hand changed greatly, and the flashing electric current could compete with the sun and the moon. Big Brother Rei Kiba. No more beheading adults. The Cloud's new book, The Second Element of Despairing Conscience, has been released. The editor in charge said it is good. Brothers and sisters, hurry up and collect it. Text chapter 396 _ A strong man who abandons his past identity, an antique. Ringo Amayuri has won a thunder knife and his strength has skyrocketed, which makes people have to sigh at the wonder of this place in the world of Hokage. People are stronger than generations. Here is a generation that is more mad than a generation. What is crazy is not strength, but character. People with strength pretend to be awesome, and people without strength pretend to be stupid. Unfortunately, Momochi and Kurosuke Lake Kiba are not very smart. After a few years of stability, not only the original edges and corners have been smoothed out, but also the strength has also declined. No, it's bad luck. Compared with the two of them, Haku and Renmara are different. For the sake of their elder brother, the two of them practice hard on weekdays. But, a person who has not experienced battlefield experience is not a god-killing opponent like Ringo Amayuri. One round, just one round, both Haku and Renmara lost. Looking at Zaibushin and Lei Kiba, Yuhi light appeared in his eyes. Kill him. The beheading sword, which was battling with each other, pressed the back of the sword with his hand and pressed downward, and his eyes were rounded in awe without slashing. Die. Snort. A humming was an answer, and the one caught in the thunder light flew out. Got the thunder knife and the Ringo Amayuri who didn't get the thunder knife are two completely different concepts. Hurry, it's too fast. Give it back to me. Suddenly, the two lightning blades that stabbed forward were flipped and hooked back with the Kiba blade, and the raised pink leg was in the middle of the chest. Kurosuke Rai Kiba flew. Kurosuke Rai Kiba vomited blood and flew. With one enemy and 4 complete victories, the momentum of the veteran powerhouse is fully displayed. Rai Kiba, you take them away first. Ringo Amayuri with both knives in his hands, biting off the bandage and wrapping the handle of the big knives. He wrapped it very carefully, tightly wrapping the handle of the knife little by little. Ringo Amayuri didn't attack, and stabbed the thunder blade into the ground with both hands. Seeing this action, Momoji and Kurosuke Lake Kiba said nothing, picked up Shiro and Renmara and ran away. Within 2 steps, thunder rang out in the sky. Their chakra is unlimited. Kurosuke Lake Kiba said depressingly as he ran, if he hadn't zoomed in earlier, he wouldn't have been robbed by a single blow. Zaibuku, who was also at a disadvantage, nodded and said nothing, and threw a blue bottle over. Lake Kiba, why don't you go get the knife back? No need, it's not as important as you. Kurosuke Lake Kiba reluctantly looked back and closed his eyes. We've said goodbye to the past, and if the knife is gone, it's gone, so we can break the thoughts of those guys. You are looking at it. Teodi turned his head without doubt, and a feeling of reckoning appeared in his heart. Did this guy do it on purpose? Kurosuke Rai Kiba looked at him and said, this matter is over, I'm going to take Renmara back to seclusion. This guy really did it on purpose. Borrow the battlefield to throw away the knife, and then find a place to hide after you are done. Rai Kiba, you are really calculating. You are willing to give up the knife, am I not willing? Momochi turned his head to look at Haku's worried face, and suddenly threw the beheading sword out. Kurosuke Rai Kiba was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. White Zetsu all the way and was caught in the palm of his hand, and the ghost lamp full moon who slowly stood up from the ground showed a suspicious look. What are these two juniors doing? For the owner of the 7 knives of Kurigakure, the big knives will never leave the body unless they die or go into retirement in old age. Zaibuzan and Lei Kiba's actions really puzzled them. This is our junior, what a shame of 7 knives. Forget it, the world is not our world anymore, what are you doing? Kill people quickly. Armed with a beheading sword, he marched into the coalition, and the full moon of the ghost lamp set off an endless storm. It doesn't matter if others cut him, he cuts them to pieces. Might Guy Lois, the 2 troop captains, looked at them, their livers were angered, and their lungs were suffocated. Who the hell are they? Throwing the knife away completely lost its restraint, Zaibushin and Lake Kiba joined the gang. The waterfall cooperates with the lightning conduction, and it can destroy a lot of white Zetsu every time, and there are many accidental injuries to the party. Might Guy and Lois would really want to kill them if they hadn't been able to pull it out. We withdraw. After another round of attacks, they ran away, and the gangsters who consumed about the same amount of ammunition chose to leave. Once gone, never came back. The boundless yellow sand whimpered and blew across the wasteland, and a line of shallow footprints walked forward. Strangely, there was not even a single figure. Suddenly, The forward pace stopped. Gaara stood on the top of the weathered stone Jinchuriki column, clasped her hands and stared at the open space. At each other at a distance of several kilometers, the invisible second-generation Tsuchikage smiled. The perception of sand, the type of contact, thank you for being able to grasp the existence of nothingness. But this time it wasn't just me. Spiritism and pure world reincarnation. Tom tom tom, 3 coffins rose up from the ground, and 3 figures came out from the coffin board that was opened. The one on the left is burly, with a resolute complexion, and the long beard under his jaw is snow white. The one on the right, with a black hood, Yuhi's hair is full of hair, and his clenched brows are overflowing with worry. In the middle one, Xiaohu turned away, his eyes were hairless, and the corners of his smiling mouth were like a happy one. Where is this? The burly old man looked around. Oh, it's really not that the enemies don't get together, but it seems that there is a new person. The eyebrowless mustache cast his eyes aside. Yuhi's middle-aged man frowned more and more tightly. Tsuchikage, who was wrapped in bandages, explained, this trick is the masterpiece of the second-generation Hokage. It can recall the dead from another world and bind them. I was forced to call you out. Dead man, what's going on? The eyebrowless mustache was a little confused. Second-generation Tsuchikage smiled. Have you forgotten? You already died in my hands, second-generation Mizukage. Ah then. Wait, aren't you dead too? To be exact, it's the way I sent you. What's the matter? The second-generation Tsuchikage looked at the second-generation Mizukage and shook his head. Forget it, let's not mention this. What about the second-generation Hokage? Why can't I feel him at all, but if it is thousands of miles away? Tsuchikage let go of his senses and searched twice, and suddenly looked at the middle-aged man with Yuhi's hair. What the hell is going on? There are a lot of messes mixed together, and there is a face similar to him. Hey, who are you? Cried Reikage, the third-generation lion with white hair. Yuhi raised his head with his hair wrapped around his arms. I'm Kazekage, the 4th generation. Click. 4 generations. I have heard of the sturdy battles of the seniors, but the second-generation Hokage died long ago in my time. However, there is still a ninja who will use impure world reincarnation. His name is Orochimaru. The eyeball hidden behind the stone forest blinked quietly, and Gaara, who was thousands of meters away, raised his right hand. I got to the point today. I should be able to code at least 3 more chapters, and send as many as you want. The new cloud book, Second Dimension of Despairing Conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters, let's go and have a look. Text chapter 397_IQ determines success or failure. That gesture, is there an enemy approaching? Strangeness. Why didn't the headquarters contact us? Seeing the sweat on Nara Shikamaru's forehead, he lowered his voice. Could it be a strong man that the headquarters cannot find? Sunagakur, who was standing next to him, sighed, alas, maybe only such ruthless horns can be resurrected. Baidu Interesting Academy. What should I do? Me, I'm a little scared. Akamichi Choji patted his big belly nervously. Shikamaru, we won't die, right? Shut up you idiot. Yamanaka Ino squinted his teammate angrily. Choji grimaced, but I'm scared. You hold back when you're afraid. Headquarters camp, a ninja with a connecting pipe on his head reported loudly, the 4th unit has received news and found 4 enemies, namely the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, and the 4th generation Kazekage. No wonder there are 3 auras suddenly appearing, and there is one that cannot be sensed. This must be done by no adults. 2 days, Onoki stroked his beard and made an assertion. The 4th generation of Reikage asked in a deep voice, there is another one, and who is the other one? The perception ninja swallowed hesitantly, it's the 3rd generation Reikage, Sama. What? Bang hands, slapped on the table and stood up. I was startled. Reporting the letter, the ninja turned his head to look beside him. Kurigakure intelligence leader Ching narrowed his one eye. Couldn't even the perception system of the headquarters be aware of it? What a benefit. No wonder then. Master Ching, there are too many white monsters, and I can't distinguish them from specific people. The first unit led by Tarui will soon encounter thousands of enemies. Please feel the white monsters and the dirty soil and turn around. Dead man, please. Okay, leave the delicate work to me, and you will take over the whole situation. Excuse me. The tense atmosphere gradually condensed in his chest, and the fourth-generation Reikage almost bit into a big Kiba, Akatsuki, who even daddy should be damned, I won't let you go. Oops. The enemy group facing the first unit is mixed with a large number of dead people from Impure World reincarnation, and they are all ruthless horns with considerable interests. On the coastline, Tarui looked at the white Zetsu troop that emerged from the sea and tugged at their collars. Notify me and enter a combat state. Yes. One after another head appeared like a turkey rat. Tenten clenched his fist nervously, so many. It's not just the quantity, I just checked it with Byakugan, and it turns out that they are rivals as the headquarters said. Hiyashi-sama, a member of the Hyuga family suddenly exclaimed, look, it's 2 o'clock. That is. The green swastika seal-like poison came into view, and Hyuga Hiyashi's eyes suddenly protruded from their sockets. Not far from him, a bristled Kumogakure ninja cat jumped high as if stepping on its tail, startling everyone with a panicked look. No way. What did you see? The frightened ninja was very dissatisfied. The bristled Kumogakure said with a sad face, they are the golden horns and the silver horns. The long horns on the top of the head stand on the back and the left arm is tattooed with gold, and the right arm is written with silver. The two brothers with similar looks are very eye-catching. Ching, who was perceiving the details of the rebuke, was shocked. What's going on? Those two people actually have Kyubi, 9 tails, chakra, which is terrifyingly strong. Kyubi, 9 tails, chakra. The fourth generation of Reikage puckered out his beard in surprise. That must be our Kumogakure's golden-silver brother. So far, only Lao Su has come out in person. This can't be done. Nara Shikaku hurriedly dissuaded him when he heard the words. Sir Reikage, please stay. You are the supreme commander of the coalition forces, and you must command the coalition forces until the last moment without fail. This is the only way to be responsible to your subordinates, and you must not act rashly. Tsunade. What happened to Tsunade-sama? Nara Shikamaru looked at Senju Tsunade suspiciously and wanted to invite her to fight, but now she is in this state. The gold-and-silver troop has appeared, so is it said to be there. Senju Tsunade stared at the front in a daze, and while he was stunned, Ching shouted again, please make a decision as soon as possible. The enemy's forces are too strong, and the first unit will definitely be unable to stop it. Don't panic, the battlefield is changing rapidly, that's why I came here. Please look at the map. Nara Shikaku got up and came to the center, picked up a drawing pen and explained while drawing. On the battlefield, concentrate superior forces and be flexible. Allocation of tactics is the iron rule. If there are invading enemies in both places, they must be eliminated one by one, just like Battlefield A and Battlefield B. Quote. Nara Shikaku said and drew, in this case, what we have to do is to take the lead in defeating the enemy at A. Concentrate the reinforcements on the first unit of Tarui, and let the 5th unit of Admiral Mikua stretch longitudinally for reinforcements, merge with the other units. Then order Lois's 2nd unit to expand horizontally and encircle the enemy from the sea. Although this will make the 2nd unit's strength tight, it is good to have the vertically stretched 5th unit as its rear barrier. Nara Shikaku said, and pointed the drawing pen to the 4th unit. The next step is to order Gaara to change the formation to V, while luring the enemy deep, and then draw out half of the troops to join the first part to form reinforcements. After the enemy at A is completely wiped out, then join the first unit and rush to B, cut off the enemy's back road. Why do you want to attack a first? Reikage of the 4th generation asked with a solemn expression. His father was at B. Nara Shikaku took a deep breath and continued to explain. Because the 2nd and 5th units are the closest to A, it is easy to deploy, and the 2nd unit led by Lois has already encountered the enemy, so it will be more effective to outflank the white monsters. If there is another location B, the enemy will not dare to strong attack. When our troops are suddenly have, they must be suspicious and dare not act rashly. Quote. Nara Shikaku said this with a confident smile. Even if they launch an offensive, Gaara's troops are mainly long-range attacks. With their good attack methods, they can completely retreat while fighting, effectively delaying the enemy's close time. This way, we can make a time difference. Commander, do you have any questions? The fourth generation of Hokage took a deep look at Nara Shikaku, and snorted with a sigh. No wonder Konoha has endured for so long. It turns out that there are a group of capable people like you. The Commander-in-Chief has won the prize. Please make additional explanations. If not, please give an order as soon as possible. After you've said what I have to say, just do as you say. Shikaku got Hokage's affirmation and immediately turned back to his teammates and shouted, Inoichi, are you listening? Don't worry, contact has been started. In addition, the captain of the 3 ships has been informed about the surprise attack force, and they are rushing to the front. The medical team led by Shizune is stationed at the rear of the battlefield. For the time being, there is no need to worry about the wounded. Okay, please keep watching. Nara Shikaku let out a sullen breath and wanted to order, but the old man Tsuchikage suddenly interjected, wait a minute, the Nara clan of Konoha. You said. To make this plan perfect, we have to do something. There should be 2 chapters left, the cloud is working hard, everyone can read the new book when you have time, it is not easy for newcomers. The second element of the Lost Conscience is really good. Text chapter 398 _ the increasingly fierce battlefield. Do something. What to do? Everyone in the room was taken aback when they heard old man Tsuchikage's words. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. 2 days later, Onoki took a deep breath, and Senju Tsunade, who happened to hear this, raised his eyes and said, Second generation Tsuchikage is far from what ordinary ninjas can do. To deal with him, only Grandpa Tsuchikage can do it. Is there anything special about him? Nara Shikaku was stunned for a moment, and everyone who plays with his brains has this problem. The 4th generation Hokage's eyes sank slightly. He is the owner of the blood-based elimination that claims to be stronger than the blood-based limit. What? The blood is eliminated. Nara Shikaku said 2 things in a row, and exclaimed at the old man Tsuchikage, isn't that only you have, don't you mean the 2nd generation? The 2-day scale Onoki Lao Ganba twitched his face, and his voice was extremely difficult. The combination of the 3 properties of wind, fire and earth is the masterpiece of the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, and he is also the teacher who taught me Jinten particle style. The long yellow sand whistled through the stone forest, and Kage, the 4th generation head, turned his wrist and said, the body loses control from time to time, and it seems that it is still under certain constraints. It seems so. The 2nd generation Mizukage glanced at the 2nd generation Tsuchikage maliciously. I wanted to kill this guy, but I can't help it. HMPH. I also want to stretch my muscles, it's a pity. The 2nd generation Mizukage and the 2nd generation Tsuchikage have hatred, and the 3rd generation Hokage also has hatred with them. 4 generations of Kage stared at these 3 guys with a head full of Spartans. Is this the relationship of the ancestors? It's messy enough. Generation Tsuchikage and the 2nd generation Mizukage have a feud for murder, and the 3rd generation Hokage and the 2nd generation Tsuchikage also have inseparable beams, not to mention the 2nd generation Mizukage. In short, if these 3 guys weren't bound by impure world reincarnation, the meeting would definitely be a deadly rhythm. The 4th generation of Kage frowned with a headache, and out of the corner of his eyes suddenly found the eye of sand floating in the shadow of the stone forest. Gaara. Deep in the dense woods, in a hidden 2-story building, a group of men with fans on top of their heads are sitting together. You look at me in a daze, I look at you in a daze, it's either this is drooling, or that one is urinating. Interesting Academy first release. This group of ninjas is good enough, how long are they going to keep us big names in this shabby house? Okay, it's for our own good if you're annoying or not. Instead of yelling here, think about how to appease them. It won't be over until 2 medals are issued. Daimyo mentioned the bunch of grapes in the idle wind earlier. I can't give them back the money, this time I have given enough. Then give out medals. The Land of Water Daimyo took over with an ugly expression. This thing is cheap, it's just right to send them off. The big name of the country of fire slapped the folding fan. Since you all agree, let's think about the name of the medal. Is it here? Juju, who is half black and half white, looked at Mulu with his head open, and jumped up after confirming it again and again, aiming directly at the big name showing his back. The shuriken was shot from the bouncing bamboo tube, and the ninjas who heard the sound turned their heads. Enemy attack. Hurry up and catch him. He was able to escape my perception. Is he a special ninja? With one glove on Maso and the other with a fishing net, the ninja in ambush pounced on Ju, who rushed into the house. Fucked. The 5 puppet dolls standing with their backs to the window suddenly showed hideous faces, and swish poisonous needles shot out from their open mouths. Sunagakur Puppet Master. Catch him. The 5 puppet dolls that made a sound of Caracalla suddenly turned around, and the crisscrossed rope nets were thrown over in all directions. Ju glanced at them when they found the wrong person, and sank into the ground in disdain. The guard ninjas who lost their ropes looked at each other, widened their eyes, and ran away. How did you get away? Ha, I remember a good name. Daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire suggested standing by the window. Let's call it Konoha Hidden Village in the Kingdom of Fire, Sunagakur Village in the Kingdom of Wind, Kurigakure Village in the Kingdom of Water, and Hidden Village in the Kingdom of Earth. How about the joint medal of Iwagakure Village in the country and Kumogakure Village in the country of Thunder? Quote. It's too long, how about simply calling it the Ninja United Medal? It's not good, it's not good. The name of the Kingdom of Wind shook his head and said, it's too short and lacks majesty, and why should the fire be ranked first? It's not fair. The name of the flower changed, and the quarrel came from the floor, and the heads of the ninjas standing on the roof were big. These big names are really idle, what's the use of us wanting those medals? That's their job. An older ninja spread his hands. Don't underestimate these things. Without them, how would our honor be reflected? Someone has to set a standard. Ah, that's right. Seeing the relieved expression on the junior's face, the older ninja advised, if you want to get this thing, you have to cheer up and relax your vigilance, but you can't do it, you'll have to move soon. It's really troublesome. Is it necessary to go around 5 places? The older ninja's face was slightly grim. Don't say such annoying words. We have to deal with the legend of Uchiha Madara. No matter how careful you are, it's not too much. Senior, I know, but it's really annoying. A raid was fruitless, and it was a huge loss of face, and it must have emerged from the forest. To actually deceive me with a trap is too contemptible. Since that is the case, let you see my strength. A slap melted into the tree pole and closed his eyes, never letting out his own perception. I am the earth. The earth is me. At the edge of the coastline, Tarui raised his distressed eyelids as he watched the enemy rushing towards the beach. Although it's boring, let me tell you why I should defend the coastline. Attention the first unit, I'm going up. Yes. Raiden Thunder Style, Black Madara. Inherited from the 3rd generation of Reikage, Kekkei Genkei, the fusion ninjutsu of the 2 natural transformations of thunder and water, pounced on the enemy group in the form of a cheetah, and cooperated with the metal spikes buried in the sand in advance. Tarui took the lead and made a ruthless attack. All the white Zetsu standing in front stopped their movements. A paralysis coming from their bones took away their control over their bodies. Kumogakure ninjas in the coalition were excited. Black Lightning, the only one who inherited the thunder tattoo from the previous generation Reikage, is Captain Tarui. Watch out above. Black Lightning blocked the attack below, and the strong men from White Zetsu and Impure World Reincarnation simply jumped into the air. Don't underestimate us. The little beauty Tenten swiped and unfolded the giant scroll on her waist, and in the white mist, countless shuriken flew upwards. There were countless ninjas who attacked with her, and the battle broke out in an instant. Kill them. It was a little late, and the upstairs was dry again. It was said that the place where Yun Yun lived was really vomiting blood. Upstairs, the old Goryo Mrs. Goryo and the Goryo children are so talented. They have to fight every week. If they don't fight, they are uncomfortable. I really want to chop them off with a knife. Text Chapter 399 New Discoveries of Impure World Reincarnation. The shuriken that threw the sky and the earth, the detonating talisman that overturned the river and the sea, and faced the white Zetsu troops and the reincarnated dead who jumped out of the sea, the ninja allied force burst out with incredible attack power. Interesting academy. Black dots like locusts fell, and colorful escape techniques rose again. Futon, wind style, Datapa, great breakthrough. Kaden, fire style, how long fire. Sweden, water style, great falls. All kinds of ninjutsu came on stage. After you sang, we started again. There were familiar ninjas who also played combined ninjutsu. After the gorgeous mid-range and close-range attack came to an end, the allied ninjas went up with their knives and started a tragic close-range fight. The white Zetsu army, who had an absolute advantage, rushed into the crowd one after another. The blood was splashing, and the souls were roaring. In less than half a minute, the light yellow beach by the sea was stained with blood to a dark yuhi color, and even the waves became dirty. There was a disgusting smell in the air, the smell of meat when the corpse was scorched mixed with the sweetness of the blood overflowing, and the mixture made people's throats and eyes blocked. In such a tragic battlefield, many recruits felt fearful, but unfortunately, the veterans did not have the time to answer them, and all the strong men in the coalition were dragged by the dead of impure world reincarnation. The king sees the king, this is the unchanging truth since ancient times. You're plumper again, Choza. I'll be even more plump. Akamichi Choji's father looked at his familiar partner with a dark face, and Kato Dan lowered his eyelids in loneliness. Not far from them, the two men with eyes met. The black kimono on the left, the Jingbo bunt on the right. Go back, I'll do this battle myself. My lord. He's my younger brother. Hyuga Hiyashi waved his hand without looking back, and the ninja who wanted to persevere heard this and was silent. Baidu Interesting Academy. Swastika on her forehead, Hyuga Hazashi apologized, seemingly helpless and excited. I'm sorry brother, I who should have protected main clan have now become your enemy. Maybe this is my punishment for hating main clan. Well, even my own soul has to be manipulated. I thought I could be freed after death, but I didn't expect that the fate of this curse would not spare even the dead. Hyuga Hazashi stared at the double Byakugan and sighed. Remember what I told you back then. I would rather die not to protect main clan, but to protect my brother Neji and my relatives. Now, I have been denied even this insistence. Now, isn't that funny? Relentless fate, you always play tricks like that. Hazashi, there is no destiny in the world that is not destiny, everything is in your hands. Really? Hyuga Hazashi stared at Hyuga Hiyashi self-deprecatingly. If it wasn't fate, why would I have this when I was born a moment later than you? Hyuga Hazashi, who no longer had the Konoha forehead guard, laughed frantically. What am I now? I died for the village and for the family, but I can't even die, so you still want to when will you play tricks on me? Hate is higher than the sky. Resentment is thicker than the ground. If there are undead that can be freed from the control of dirty soil, naturally there will be undead who can escape from the master with hatred. This is like the 2 points in Tai Chi, there is the ultimate yin and there is the ultimate yang. Sasori of the Red Sand was relieved by Konkuro's memory, and Hyuga Hazashi fell into madness because of his own resurrection. Do I even want to die? Tell me. Is this just fate? Yakushi Kabuto, who was remotely controlling impure world reincarnation, was stunned, and after he was stunned, he burst into laughter. Interesting, very interesting, what kind of secrets are hidden in such a treasure left by Orochimaru-sama? Sasori of the Red Sand, Hyuga Hazashi, just let me keep my eyes open. Brother, you have fallen. Ha ha ha, what is depravity? Hyuga Hazashi stared at Hyuga Hiyashi with black mist all over his body, don't you call it depravity if you don't spare the dead. I'd rather die, but now I can't even die. Hyuga stream gentle fist method shock. The chakra agitation of the whole body is sprayed out from the acupoints, breaking the meridians every inch. This is not a physical technique, nor a forbidden technique, it is a suicide technique. But, even though he had given up hope of living, he had to recover. Hyuga Hazashi, who was intact again, laughed madly and thought about it. Have you seen it? Have you seen my cursed fate? Brother, this is the sadness of the separation, and this is my fate that I cannot be redeemed even after death. The cursed thing was doomed from the moment I was born. After Hyuga Hazashi roared with resentment, he suddenly turned his eyes. Is that Neji over there? What do you want to do? Hyuga Hiyashi heard something wrong. I don't do anything. I want my son to be freed. I want him to be smashed to pieces and nothing will be left, so as not to be sad like a father like me. Are you crazy? Hyuga Hiyashi exclaimed. Hyuga Hazashi shouted to him horribly. I'm not crazy, I'm crazy, this damn fate. Embrace your darkness, Neji, we who are the cursed will never have light. Gentle fist Lao 8 trigrams Baoshenkong. Completely ignoring Hyuga Hiyashi's attacking hands, Hyuga Hazashi brazenly launched a surprise attack on his own son. Hyuga Neji was stunned for a moment. Get out of the way. Ellipsis. The pupils of the body flung in the air burst open in disbelief. Hyuga Neji never thought that his father would attack him anyway. Child, don't blame Dad. Dad cherishes you. Let this cursed fate end here. Hazashi, you bastard. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Away Neji with a palm, turning around and spinning. Hyuga Hiyashi chakra broke out and blew Hyuga Hazashi out. 10-10, who ran to Neji's side, kept shouting, but hey. Cough. Hyuga Neji, who was coughing up blood, didn't answer, and he stayed like a fool. In front of the surprise attack force, Kankuro and the others stopped in their tracks. Grandma Chiyo. I'm sorry, I'm going to cause you trouble, what about Sasori? He's free. Kankuro took out the scrolls of his father and mother from his arms and spread it out, seeing their Chiyo showing a smile. Deidara was overjoyed when she heard the turning point outside. Hey, are reinforcements here? Get me out of this shit, I haven't exploded enough yet. You're trapped in it because you can't explode. Bakuden, explosion style kid. This is too. Asshole. Who told you to talk too much? Who are you? The death was finally over, and the cloud called the top dry to vomit blood, and called the police in the middle of the night. This is so talented, and I don't know if I need money to send the police, and it won't torture people in the winter. Wow, go, these two Koryo old men and women, almost become gods of war. Text chapter 400 _ crazy world crazy people. Haha, who am I? I'm Hanzo of the Salamander. It's easier to read on a mobile phone m.heihei168.com. The man with a full-cover respirator sternly announced his name, making no secret of his hatred and killing intent. You guys, whether Akatsuki or the allied forces of the 5 nations, they are all my enemies. It's just this shameless ninjutsu that makes my body not obey. But it doesn't matter, you all have to finish it in a while. Listen, prepare to retreat. Kankuro stared at the man opposite him without blinking, his heart stunned. This guy is not a character that anyone can deal with. The man known as a demigod, Kai, is the same generation. If you think about it, Chiyo's mother-in-law is a lot easier to deal with. After all, she can't bring out her strongest ability. The headquarters of the allied forces, Lu Meng picked out his ears and said hello to Senju Tsunade. He sat down on the chair next to him, looking at the 4th generation Raikage with anger. Are you, June 20 inches? You have to explain the matter of the 2nd unit. Explain what? Liamong flexed his fingers and blew. Those were all accidents, and the ones I sent weren't ninjas. I don't care if they are ninjas or not, I just want to ask you, why did you attack the friendly army? They attacked the friendly army. Is there any? Liamong asked, pretending to be surprised. It's impossible, they would never do such a thing. Boom. Don't pretend to be confused with Lao Su. The 4th generation Hokage slapped the table with a slap. Tell those people under your command that if they dare to do anything misleading, Lao Su will order them to be killed. I said, Uncle Hokage, how can you be so angry? Okay, there is no place to keep the master here, there is a place to leave the master. Sister Tsunade, we should go too. Where do you want to go? Hokage of the 4th generation glared at Liamong. This bastard can just go by himself, he still wants to. Please stay. The interesting academy will start. Nara Shikaku had no choice but to get up and say, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage is supporting Gaara, the 4th generation Mizukage is protecting the daimyo, and the 6th generation Hokage is also on the battlefield ahead. Now the headquarters is scarce, and I hope Needless to say, Liamong shook his head. I will go to Gaara's place to see my father-in-law, Sister Tsunade, she also has something to do. 4 generations of Hokage's old face turned black and bit Kiba. What more Nara Shikaku wanted to say. Lumeng and Tsunade pushed the door and walked out. You little bastard who is good at making decisions for me, you will embarrass my sister by doing this. Tsunade rolled his eyes and became a mess in his heart. Are you really going to see that man, and what can you say when you see him? Liamong gently smoothed Tsunade's messy hair. Some people will never forget some things. If you want to make an end, you have to face it bravely. He is very important to you, and I don't want you to regret it. You little bastard. Senju Tsunade flicked his obscene forehead in a funny way. You bastard, don't use a preaching tone to this princess and make yourself look like how old you are. My good sister, I'm caring about you, okay. Liamong rubbed his forehead innocently. Moment of silence. Senju Tsunade shook off his hair, looking bleak under the sun. Looking at the back of her leaving in the wind, Lumeng let out a long sigh, and was about to turn around and say thank you. Before the coastline battlefield, the Hyugahazashi brothers fought all over the field, and Kakuzu, who became a big monster, was one move. Word. If a ninja like Sasori of the Red Sand is reincarnated, its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, then Kakuzu is tantamount to multiplying his strength. Without the restriction of chakra, his madness alone is enough to drive the entire coalition mad. Wind and fire, soil and water, all kinds of combined ninjutsu, one side is muddy and another is withered, and the dead ninjas have strange appearances. This guy has too much interest, and we are no match at all. Look for the captain, such a guy should let those who have interests come. The ninjas at the bottom of the coalition were tortured by Kakuzu and went crazy and wanted to ask Tarui for help, but they didn't know that Tarui was more troublesome than them now. I am so sorry, but it's really my generation's fault for letting the splendid golden horn silver horn in Kumogakure suffer this humiliation. Humph. This shameless ninjutsu was used by the guy from the 2nd generation Hokage. Golden horn, isn't he dead? Silver corner, don't be careless. Those things will be discussed later. This kid in front of us has a thunder tattoo, and it doesn't seem to be very easy to deal with. Tarui rolled his eyes at his shoulders and sighed, for the next thing, please don't blame me for being rude, and don't let yourself down. Because I'm going to strip off the silver-plated on Ni's body, although this is boring, but facing Ni, it is better to use my Gale style, Storm style, to solve it in one go. Quote. Ha ha ha, what a big tone. How dare you be so arrogant in front of our brothers. Jin Zhao, our junior looks very arrogant. No way, it's too late, even our juniors know very little about us. Jin Zhao said with a slight pause, and continued with a stern tone, then let him experience the horror of our brothers firsthand, and let the world remember our gold and silver names again. Quote. Swish, 2 figures jumped in front of them and took a stance. Tarui, who was about to start, fixed his eyes. Yellow hair and blue eyes and big breasts, Samui took her younger brother to protect him. Captain, it's better for us to test such a guy first. The records about them in the book are not simple, and these 2 guys are not good people. Yo, chick, do you know our brother's information? You who attacked the 2nd Hokage are a disgrace to the entire Kumogakure village. Ha ha ha, Golden Horn, do you hear me? This chick said we were a disgrace. Idiots juniors, who don't know anything and talk nonsense. The real shame is that guy with a cramp in his head. His IQ is completely inversely proportional to his strength. Forget it, what do I do with you juniors talking about these useless things? Since if you want to fight, have a good fight. Quote. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 grips, and the Gold-Silver brothers showed their madness. Come on, Corner Silver. Okay, Golden Horn. You really did what happened some time ago. Samui looked at the Jin-Silver brothers with cold eyes and raised his voice to remind everyone, be careful of their weapons. Those are the 6 paths immortal relics that our Kumogakure village once collected. What? 6 paths fairies? Have Uchiha Madara, even 6 paths came out. We are crazy, or the world is crazy. A new book has been opened in the cloud, and I personally feel that the second element of losing conscience has made great progress. Brothers and sisters, please go and read it when you have time. Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 401 to 420. Text Chapter 401 Shame in Kumogakure History. Being able to sneak into the secret place of Kumogakure and take out the 4 magical instruments without the guarding ninjas noticing it, only your brothers who are their users can do it. HeyHey168.com. Yo drink, little girl. Silver Corner CC Kiba laughed. I'm not very strong, I have seen Mingguang. Samui raised the old bottom with a dignified expression. The rope wrapped around the left arm of the Golden Horn is called Suojin, which can bind people and force out the spirit of words. The fan in the right hand is called Bajau, which can use wind, fire, water, earth and thunder at will while swinging. 5 elements chakra nature transformation. The Yuhi gourd held in silver, S-horn's arms can contain the word spirit to seal people, and the 7-star sword held in the right hand can cut off the word spirit and curse. You must be more careful. What is this all about? As soon as the gods picked up something that was both a word and a curse, the heads of all the ninjas present swelled. But whether you hear it or not, you know that this thing is very beneficial. If you don't understand, you have interests. This is almost equal to the truth in the ninja world. Akii turned his head to look at his sister, and drew his sword. What this or that, he said so bluffing and didn't see what his interests were, so leave it to me. Cloud Flow Flame Slash. With his left hand, he touched the edge of the blade and turned all the jumping white Zetsu into ashes. Samui's younger brother rushed to the Golden Horn Silver Horn. Repay my ninjutsu full of passion and will. Today is my moment of fame. This idiot is overzealous. Akii wait, calm down and let me finish. It's too late. Silver Zhao held the gourd in his arms with a wicked smile. I hate you guys the most. Jin Zhao, the idiots in the front are handed over to you, and the 2 in the back are handed over to me. Superior. Holding the 4 magical instruments and charging forward, Brother Jin Silver was full of contempt. Interesting Academy first release. In the headquarters of the Allied forces, the 4th generation Reikage hammered the table irritably, and the whole room was muffled. Nara Shikaku saw sweat on his forehead and reminded, Sir Reikage, please keep calm, as the commander of the coalition forces. Konoha's Nara clan, I admit that your head is good. However, some things are not done by your head alone. Reikage of the 4th generation sighed in his arms. You don't understand the interests of the Jin Silver brothers at all. What's wrong with those 2 guys? A young intelligence ninja next to him was very puzzled. The prestige of Jin Silver was too far away for them. The 4th Reikage snorted heavily. Those 2 vicious guys are a disgrace to our Kumogakure village. During the alliance ceremony between our Kumogakure and Konoha, the 2 brothers suddenly staged a coup and plotted against the 2nd Reikage and the 2nd Hokage, and cornered them. Quote. What do you say? Shock. Shock. Can't be more shocked. No one in the ninja world knows that the older the ninja, the better the stakes, such as Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, the 2nd generation Reikage and the 2nd generation Hokage's reputation, which is still familiar to this day. But what did the 4th generation of Reikage say just now? These two guys actually pushed them into a desperate situation, so how much benefit did they have? Nara Shikaku's eyes were trembling, and she asked extremely anxiously, Lord Hokage, our village has records of the use of the 5 secret treasures of the 6 paths by the Gold and Silver Army, but what about Kyubi, Nine-Tails chakra? Hokage's eyelids jumped. In the past, we Kumogakure tried to capture Kyubi, Nine-Tails, and the Jin Silver brothers were the main force. Due to the wrong estimation of Kyubi, Nine-Tails' strength, they were captured by Kyubi, Nine-Tails. Swallowed it into the stomach. But even so, these two guys were not honest, and they went on a rampage in it for a while, and Kyubi, Nine-Tails, spit them out again because of the unbearable pain. Since then, both of them have inside chakras from Kyubi, Nine-Tails, maybe because they were in the belly of Kyubi, Nine-Tails, for 2 weeks. Quote. Click. 2 weeks. Nara Shikaku shattered her jaw inexplicably with tremors, and lived in Kyubi, Nine-Tails' belly for 2 weeks. This is a joke. What did they eat and drink? Is it difficult? A terrifying thought poured into my mind, and in line with the information I had obtained earlier, an extremely absurd thought poured into my mind. Could these two lunatics survive by eating the flesh and blood of Kyubi, Nine-Tails, raw? This. Don't look like you can't believe it. What I said is the truth. Moreover, those secret treasures are not available to ordinary people. Without enough chakra support, they will be sucked to death by it a few times. But this is not a question for the two brothers. Not to mention impure world reincarnation now, or even before they were alive, they relied on Kyubi, Nine-Tails, chakra to run wild. These two guys are real madmen. Quote. 8 banana fan water. Standing on the seashore, waving the feather fan violently, and after the majestic chakra was injected, the boundless waves rushed into the air. The coalition ninjas widened their eyes, wiped their bodies, and ran back. This kind of pervert's ninjutsu was beyond their imagination. How high must the waves be? 50 meters, or 100 meters? Standing on the top of the wave, Jin Zhao laughed wildly, grabbing the 8 banana fan with his right hand and dancing wildly. The ninja coalition was forced to retreat, and it would be over if they didn't retreat. Seeing that the enemy wanted to run, Jin Zhao did another thing that drove both the enemy and us crazy. 8 banana fan lay. First water, then thunder. Even a 3-year-old doll knew that he aimed to conduct electricity. Going down the fan of the golden horn, not only did the coalition ninjas who didn't come and ran away, but also the white Setsu troops suffered heavy losses, and even several dead people who turned around in the dirt were also implicated. Kakuzu, who turned into a monster, was lying in the water, and thousands of grass and mud horses ran in front of him. These two lunatics had goldfish in their heads. As the most famous villain duo in Kumogakure history, anyone who knows the names of the Kim Silver brothers has to compare their middle fingers. Probably because these two brothers are too different. Initiating a madness, ignoring everything, slaughtering villages and destroying the country often happens. Maybe they're not the most profitable, but they're definitely the least welcome. Yo, why did they all run away? Akii, don't be impulsive. Kumogakure boy who suddenly broke through the sea and raised his ninja sword, left his elder sister's exclamation behind and waved the sword brazenly. Cloud flow flame slash. Die by my sword. Go away. Boom. The arm wrapped with the gold rope slammed into his chest, and the boy who was full of joy just a moment ago flew out the next moment. Samui, anxious about his younger brother's safety, rushed over to rescue him, but followed Akii's footsteps. Jin Zhao shook his right arm and smiled. Silver's corner changes position. Everyone is happy to read. The new Cloud book, the second element of the Lost Conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters are free to support, please. Yesterday was not much, but today the Cloud is working hard. Text chapter 402_language is not instrumental faithful insistence. It's not a strange thing for a ninja to suddenly switch opponents. Baidu's interesting academy's attributes and means can be used as the reason. However, the transposition of the golden angle and the silver angle is incomprehensible. Under the absolute advantage, but also to exchange opponents. What did they want to do? Tarui, who was suspicious in his heart, soon had the answer. Golden rope chase. 7-star sword curse. What happened? Samui Aki's sister and brother, who had a sweet chest, opened their mouths and spit out two strange things, like eggs laid by a toad, with a little black seed in the transparent, indescribably strange. Silver, who succeeded in reaching the goal, smiled. Yuhi gourd received. What are they doing? The inexplicable means was in front of him, and seeing the doubts in Tarui's eyes, the golden horn explained maliciously, anyone who is touched by the golden rope will be expelled from the spirit of words. As for the sword and the gourd, you will experience it later. Quote. Ha, what did this bastard say? Aki secretly glanced at the elder sister standing beside him, and at this time, no matter how stupid he knew, he asked. Samui bit Yuhi's lips. Sweaty, we got caught. Hit, what hit? To speak, Samui stepped behind his back and covered his mouth. Listen, from now on, you can't talk casually. Ping, ping. What happened? Tarui swung the sword away and forced the 7-star sword away, shouting in confusion. Samui's voice was extremely harsh. We were cast spells and seals, and the spirit of words was taken hostage by them, and once we said the words that were on our lips, they would be sucked into that gourd and sealed away. Yo, do you know that clearly? Silver's face turned slightly cold. It seems that many secrets have been made public after so long. What's the matter? The words hanging on your lips have become forbidden words. It's the same as the ing words that children often play. Will you be finished if you say it? It's boring. It's over, it's over. Aki covered his forehead nervously. What is it? What do I often talk about? What is it? Needless to say, you should also know. Samui glanced at his brother angrily, and after trying to remind him a few words, Jinzhao waved the 8 banana fans again. Fire this time. Ah, so hot. The boundless flames fanned to his side. Aki protected his eyes with both hands, and a hot word exited and flew into the gourd. Idiot, I've already reminded you. Samui shouted angrily as he looked at his brother who was taken away, and was caught by the golden horn when he lost his mind. There's an old saying that silence is golden, is that true, Corner Silver? That's right, Golden Horn. Language is a tool to deceive people, and nonsense is his end. Don't insult the language, the killer bee-sama will be angry. Tarui looked at Brother Jin Silver angrily, and when he looked at Samui, he was filled with determination. Killer bee, it's just a nameless junior. If you dare to move again, I will kill this woman. Jinzhao said, tightening his arms, and Samui's pair of aqua blue cut pupils slowly closed. Sorry, Miss Samui. The big knife that was suddenly swung slashed to the top of the head. I didn't expect that Tarui would break off his entire right arm on the spot regardless of his companion's golden horn. Hey! Worthy of being the ninja of Kumogakure. However, you can't save this woman. Silver Corner, catch. Don't worry, Golden Horn, she won't die until she's played enough. Gale style, storm style, resilient caustic. First, he rescued the hostage with a seemingly ruthless knife, and then turned around and used Shueiji to save the people. The Gale style, storm style, which was formed by the fusion of the 2 chakra nature transformations of thunder and water, shot out from 10 fingers. Silver Corner looked at this thing and was shocked. It's so fast, it seems to be inductive. I hate it, I've had enough. Golden Corner will solve him. Silver Corner, you are always so impatient. Jinzhao listened to his brother's cry, kicked his broken right arm to Tarui's back, and the captain of the first unit, who had nowhere to help, flew out. Okay, that's it. Golden rope chase. 7-star sword curse. The game of taking hostages is over everywhere. Come on, little girl. Silver Corner, who was hit by Gale style, storm style, patted the baby in a fit of rage, and took Samui into Yuhi's gourd. Tarui spit out 2 fresh mouthfuls. Yuhi was stunned. How could this happen? Samui didn't say anything. Why was he still sucked in? Boy, what are you thinking? now you are the only one left. Jin Zhao shook his regrown right arm and stood with Silver Corner. Tarui, whose word spirit was taken away, stumbled and got up. My vocabulary is that, as long as I don't say it, I won't be sucked into the gourd. It's just, what happened to Samui from this? If you don't talk, you'll be sucked in, right? Brother Kim Silver. Yo, boy, you were actually aware of it. This is a secret that has never been made public. The stake is really the stake. Tarui took a deep look at Brother Jin Silver. What do you mean when you said silence is Jin? That's called silence, idiot. You're a messenger. Ha ha ha, said that language is a tool used to deceive people. In the ninja world, deception and betrayal are excellent tactics, and language is the same ninja tool. Be fooled. You deserve it. Is that so? Tarui wiped the corner of his mouth and said with a sigh, I finally understand why the village treats you two as a shame, and even the records are rarely known. What did you say? Silverhorn turned into a flaming hedgehog when he heard Tarui's words. We are a disgrace. You guys are just rakeage. Pawns. Just like these ninja tools scattered around. There are what qualifications do you have to be rampant in front of us? Boy, you are just a victim that can be thrown away at any time. The victim understands. Those who do not have faith cannot understand the nobility of faith. Tarui looked at Silver's corner silently. You who use language as a tool, who else can you trust except yourself? I am the captain of the first unit, the right arm of Lord Rakeage. My name is Tarui, and I am proud of Kumogakure village, the land of thunder. Our pride is faith. Quote. There are also updates, at least 3 chapters. Let's see if we can code out 4 chapters in the cloud. The new book, Second Elements Without Conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters, please go to the end when you have time, please. Just keep it as a collection. This is very important to the cloud, so I would like to say thank you here first. Text chapter 403 _ crazy past experience. Junior, what are you talking about? Come over quickly if you want to die. Hey168.com. Silver Corner turned over the 7-star sword and looked at the word, sorry, and slapped Yuhi's gourd with a grin. Come on, let me put you in. What happened? I didn't say boring. Tarui floated off the ground in astonishment, and flew towards the mouth of the gourd. Are you too conceited? I'm sorry boss, I'm too conceited as your right hand. Sorry, Samui, sorry, Achi. Sorry guys. Okay, Golden Horn, you can kill it. Silverhorn saw that Tarui was about to put in the gourd, and aimed his eyes at the opposite side. Jin Zhao nodded his head and was about to charge forward when Silver Zhao's startled cry came from behind. This is impossible. Why didn't Yuhi gourd put him in? Tarui looked at the stunned Silver Corner in front of him, raised the door-like broadsword and slashed it. The powerful slash in the middle of the chest split Silver's feet into 2 with just one blow. Yuhi's gourd came out of his hand, and the 7-star sword was swirled and taken into his hand. Not good. I ran into the same gold rope. Silver's horns tilted halfway and looked at the big brother who was smashed by him, with a look of fear in his eyes. Tarui opened the 7-star sword and smiled, with the words, sorry, printed on it. Looks like it's not bad to be a humble person. Asshole. Silver's horns, who had recovered from the dirt, crawled up in confusion, biting all the big kiba. What happened just now? It's really boring. At the last moment of being sucked in, the one who said the most was replaced by Ni. Already, is there such a thing in the world? He code, what is this guy? Silver Corner, watch out. The big knife thrown over suddenly roared and slammed into the air, and the golden horns flashed before his eyes. Tarui jumped over his head with the secret treasure in his hand, and the treasure raised high aimed at the silver horn behind him and chopped it. Interesting Academy first release. 7-star sword curse. Yuhi gourd collection. Should you say so? First use the 7-star sword to cut the curse of the judgment spirit, and then use the Yuhi gourd to inhale the seal. Silver Corner, who knew that he had won the lottery, let out an unwilling roar. Bastard, return my baby, you rakeage pawn. Anything that is left-handed and right-handed is a lie. Indeed, to you, language is just a prop to deceive. But to me, he is a precious thing that conveys the sincerity of the heart. What is sincere and insincere? Do you believe this kind of liar? Silver Corner looked at Tarui angrily, and suddenly smiled. Mortals also want to use fetish. You are not afraid of sucking you to death. The strong suction came from the Yuhi gourd and the 7-star sword, and Tarui froze. How about it? My darlings are fun, just because you want to use them too. Tarui looked at Silver's horn weakly. I really can't use them as you like, but I can seal you in first. Yuhi gourd. Save me, Golden Horn. It's fine if he doesn't speak, but when he speaks badly, Silver Corner's habitual shouting blurts out, and the whole person gets into the gourd. Golden Horn was stunned. Samui, Akii, thanks to you this time, I will find a way to rescue you in a while. Before that, I have to. What is this? Silver Corner, brother, Silver Corner, you bastard dare to take Silver Corner, I want you to die. Roar roar roar. The strong shock wave rolled up the waves and scattered around, and the ninjas who felt that something was wrong turned their eyes. Kakuzu sneered at Yuhi's Golden Horn, who looked like a big change and dark body. He hadn't seen their brother like this for a long time, so Silver Horn should be solved. God, what is this? Human Jinchuiki column. 12579, 9 tails, QB 9 tails, people Jinchuriki column force. Who is pulling his fingers? Exclaimed in surprise, isn't the QB 9 tails Jinchuriki column force being hidden? What's going on with this guy? The depths of the remote island of the 8 turtles, Naruto, who is squatting with Killer Bee listening to QB 9 tails 8-tailed brawl, suddenly stood up. This breath. Damn it, those 2 bastards. Hey, Kurama, what's the matter with you? Don't be impulsive, I can't stand your toss here. Damn boy, I want you to do something for me and settle the account for this old man. Settlement. Naruto blinked vaguely. QB 9 tails, Fox's face is very ugly. The edge of the coastline, looking at the golden horns transformed by QB 9 tails, an old Kumogakure who was about to die confided a secret. If an alliance has been formed, it should be said to be defenseless. Back in Uchiha Madara, there was no training. Before serving QB 9 tails, we at Kumogakure also tried to capture QB 9 tails known as Scourge. Lord Golden Horn, Lord Silver Horn, was swallowed into QB 9 tails' belly at that time, etc. That's what they've been like since they came out of QB 9 tails. Come out. From there. Kumogakure, who was about to die, tilted his head and looked at the fingers of his ninja pointing to the asshole of the Golden Horn. He couldn't help shedding cold sweat. What are young people thinking now? Stop talking nonsense here, and quickly ask the headquarters what can be done. We can't solve such a ninja. Yes. The news came back to the headquarters, and the 4th generation Raikage mustache in the center was shaking wildly. Haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? How is the 1st unit? The Silver-Horned King, one of the main forces of the enemy army, has been captured, but the Golden-Horned King in the Demon Fox coat has become stunned. They are asking us for a plan. Lord Raikage, what's the matter? Nara Shikaku asked Raikage in surprise. It's not surprising that they have chakra, and the Temple of Fire has done similar experiments. But they are not the power of Jinchuriki column, they can also QB 9 tails. Quote. The 4 generations of Raikage raised their blue veins and pinched their eyebrows. They stayed in the body of QB 9 tails for 2 weeks, and survived entirely on the flesh and viscera of QB 9 tails, which was an unprecedented experience. Because of their example, someone in our village once followed suit and devoured the tentacles with 8 tails, but instead of becoming a human Jinchuriki column force, they died. This is probably related to the physiques of the 2 of them. Just like the sage body of the 2nd generation Raikage, they are also related to the 6 paths immortal. What shall we do then? The 4th generation of Raikage closed his eyes for a moment and sighed. For today's plan, only use that one. Sackcloth, prepare for the technique of heaven. Brothers and sisters are happy to see, there are 2 chapters coming out later. The Cloud's new book, The Second Element of Despairing Conscience, has been released. Go check it out, it's very good. It tells the story of an unscrupulous person who travels in an infinite world. Text chapter 404 I'm afraid to die, I won't do it. Lord Rakage, what are you using? The 4th generation of Rakage thought somberly and replied, 6 paths immortals once possessed 6 weapons, and there are 5 left. Interesting academy. The 7-star sword that cuts through everything and curses the soul. A banana fan that can attack 5 types of chakra attributes. Yuhi gourd that will be sucked in for a certain period of time. The golden rope that binds people and draws out the spirit of words. You already know Akatsuki of these 4, and the next one I want to use is the 5th one. It is also the reliance that our Kumogakure used to seal the 8 tails. Fortunately, it was not placed in the secret room and was caught by them. Lord Rakage, what are you talking about? The impatient junior, I want to use the amber bottle that has the immediate seal after receiving the response. The first unit, which had pushed forward and retreated after fighting, had been forced to stay away from the coast. The king of the Golden Horn transformed into Kyubi, 9 tails, frantically destroyed everything, and Chakra swayed like he didn't want money. But it does have rampant capital, not to mention the infinite energy brought by impure world reincarnation, that is, he is also a non-human species. Will normal people have horns on their brains? If Liamong is here, they must be suspicious of their race. If it doesn't work, it will be the illegitimate son of the Bull Demon King. Captain, we have to figure out a way to seal him off the gourd. No, Tarui shook his head and said, if you want to use the Yuhi gourd, you need to use the golden rope to expel the spirit of words, and then use the 7-star sword to cut it off. Right now, the golden rope is wrapped in the coat of the tailed beast, and we can't get it at all. Quote. What then? Captain. Headquarters News. Speak. Tarui cast a sideways glance at the ninja who jumped to his side. The mouth boss Kumogakure smiled and said, Sir Rakage will send the amber bottle over and ask us to prepare to receive it. Baidu Interesting Academy. So. Tarui listened to the news brought by his subordinates with a smile on his face. That thing is much more useful than this gourd. In the secret place of Kumogakure village headquarters, the 4th generation Rakage Yaoi pointed to the offering table. This is one of the 5 treasures we use to seal the 8-tailed amber bottle. This is called a bottle. Nara Shikaku opened his mouth wide, thinking that if this is a bottle, then what is a water jar, which is about to catch up with the water tank. The large khaki jar placed on the top of the offering is about 1 meter high and 2 feet in diameter, with a lid on the top, a rope wrapped around the mouth of the jar, and a strange prismatic mark printed on the belly. I don't know what it is. 4 generations of Rakage's mouth twitched twice. As if he didn't hear it, he tilted his head to Mabui. Teleport immediately, the Nara family of Konoha. Although this bottle is very useful, it is something they used to control after all. Therefore, I need your help. Do I need to use my wisdom? Nara Shikaku teased a little and said sternly, no problem, I will do my best. Inoichi, prepare to call ahead, I want to contact our son and daughter. Shikaku, this technique won't last long. I understand. Seeing his friend nod, Yamanaka Inoichi pressed his hand to Shikaku's forehead. Battlefield, Choji Ino Shikamaru, who is desperately fighting with the white Zetsu troops, is stunned for a moment. Listen, Dad is now using your uncle Inoichi's secret technique to communicate with you brain to brain. Time is short, you must listen carefully. Another jet black light Jinchuriki column flashed, and the golden horn, which swept the entire first unit with its own power, stood high on the top of the cliff. Dark Yuhi-colored demon fox coat danced and glanced wildly with tyrannical eyes. Tenten murmured in disbelief, one person, all settled down. There's nothing we can do about it. The elder Kumogakure standing next to him wiped his cold sweat. It was hard enough to deal with when he was alive, not to mention that he is still an undead that has been resurrected, and to deal with this kind of guy can only be sealed. It is almost impossible to defeat it head-on. Quote. Damn, is there really no other way? Crazy, tyrannical, slaughtered, the king of the Golden Horn has transformed into a fierce god with one enemy and 10,000. Suddenly, he stopped. Was that light just now an amber bottle? It's so naive to actually want to use my darlings against me. Get them back right away. Captain, I'll leave it to you next. After the heavenly sending technique was completed, he ran away immediately, and the ninja who came to communicate was not stupid at all. Tarui held down the amber bottle and half pulled his head out from behind the rock wall, looked left and right and found something wrong. What about people? Where have people gone? Junior, who are you looking for? The king of the Golden Horn, who quietly appeared above his head, protruded his 2 chakra arms downward, and when he was about to regain the treasure, a figure blasted him out. Sorry, we're late. Captain Lois, Tarui exclaimed in surprise, have the support troops arrived? Lois graciously said, it's all here. Hold on, brothers. Look, it's reinforcements. The sharp-eyed ninjas of the first unit were excited. The crazy Lois jumped up before he ran to the place. Everyone, come on, kill all those guys, Auntie is very, very, very interested. Dad. Shikamaru glanced back at the reinforcements and said to his dad in his mind, is it safe to let us 3 juniors deal with that kind of monster? He is the legendary figure who forced the 2nd generation Lord Hokage into the Jedi. It's a real hassle. I'm afraid, I won't do it. Akamichi Choji shook his head frantically. Dad was swept away by his tail. Didn't I go up like this to deliver food? Uncle Shikaku, my mother said that life is the main thing. I listened to my mother. Yes, I won't listen to you. Bastard boy, you are a man, how can you listen to a woman? Uncle Shikaku, what you said is wrong, aren't you born by your mother? Choji. I won't do it, I want you to do it. Akamichi Choji shook his head resolutely, and it was useless for Shikamaru's father to grind his lips. This kind of crazy thing is only done by fools, and if they don't give food, it will be all over if they die. Shikaku, hurry up. Yamanaka Inoichi felt the chakra rushing through his body to remind him, but Nara Shikaku could do nothing. Choji held his head in his hands and shrank behind the stone. He refused to say anything. Shikaku's voice was a little anxious. The past is inevitably exaggerated. Only by surpassing the old legend can it become a new legend. Choji, you don't want to become a legend. Legendary characters. Akamichi Choji blinked his eyelids and shook his head quickly. I don't do it, the legendary characters can't be eaten, and if they die, they don't need to eat anything. You bastard, do you know anything other than eating? I'm afraid of death. Puff. This stubborn one. There is another chapter. The cloud continues to work hard, and it seems that there are more code points during the day when the speed of the code word decreases in the middle of the night. Text chapter 405_Dad, your routine won't work. Just doesn't listen. Nara Shikaku's brain hurts and he can't do anything about it. No matter how smart he is, he won't be able to take this stubborn fat man. Heihei168.com. The determined Choji made up his mind. I don't care what you say, I just don't do it anyway. What's the difference between fighting a guy like that and dying? Legends can only be told if they are alive. Shikaku seizes the time, I can't hold on anymore. Yamanaka Inoichi reminded with sweat on his forehead, Nara Shikaku was about to die of anger. Choza isn't so stubborn, this nasty little fat man, it's all up to your mother. Choji. Dad, you can't do this trick. Look at me. Shikamaru stopped his father's words and squatted beside Choji and gestured for 5 meals, Yoshino Yakiniku, take care. Really? Choji's eyes lit up, and then he shook his head again. No matter how good the barbecue is, you have to eat it with your life. After death, no amount of meat is useless. Double, 10. Shikamaru flipped his slap back and forth. Choji starts wandering. Shikamaru hits the railroad while it's hot. 20 meals. Double it again. Let me know if you want to do it or not. Really 20. Choji's eyes narrowed. Shikamaru nodded in pain. 20 meals. Full. Choji confirmed again. Full tube. Shikamaru bit Kiba, almost vomiting blood. Choji patted his big belly hard. That's what you said. Ah, that's what I said. Can you not be so troublesome? Then let's get rid of him quickly, and come back to eat meat. Choji's eyes flashed green and straightened his waist. Shikaku Inoichi in the headquarters camp was all Sparta, and before his eyes, Venus trembled and ran past thousands of grass and mud horses. Choza, is this your son? The trio of Ino Shikacho rushed to the battlefield and ran the road. Shikamaru told Ino Choji, let's do this and this. They're coming. Tarui called back when he saw the silhouettes of Shikamaru and the others. Pay attention to cover and throw kunai. It's just some scrap metal. Jinzhou raised his head and looked at the kunai shuriken, which seemed to be raining all over the sky. Go dream. Give it to me. Meatball chariot. I want to eat grilled meat. 20 meals of grilled meat. Choji, who was rounded up into a ball, shouted the slogan of food, and launched a brazen raid. The strong impact hit his chest with a madly spinning force, and the king of the golden horn threw the man out with a loud shout. Before Choji fell, Shikamaru's shadow reached out. Shadow gathering binding. Shadow mimicry succeeded. Konoha's Nara clan. Jinzhou shook his body and glanced at Shikamaru disdainfully. It's easy to solve this kind of child trick. Open to me. Chakra instigated his body to turn back, and the 9 dance bars were drawn like a whip. Shikamaru, be careful. It's okay, we've made it. The foxtail, which came to a screeching halt, stopped just 3 centimeters above his head. Shikamaru turned around and held the soft Ino in his arms. Captain Tarui, it's now. The success of turning the heart. Open amber bottle. Golden horn. In. Answering the question and answering, his body turned upside down, and the king of the golden horn transformed into Kyubi. 9 tails flew towards the amber bottle. Ino did a good job. Shikamaru smiled at his teammate who was back in his arms. Of course, don't look at who the old lady is. Boom. With a muffled sound, everyone turned their heads. Tarui looked at the amber bottle with a complicated look, and the golden horn silver horn, known as the 2 rays of light in Kumogakure village, just disappeared. It's ironic to think about it. Since they left, the gold and silver troops have not fallen. However, this is the truth of the world. Gold coins and silver coins are naturally more dazzling and more expensive. But if there are too many copper coins, it is also worth the value of gold coins. Gold-silver brothers, compared to the gold-silver coins, you are nothing more than 2 fakes. Sorry to let your legends end here. Counterattack. Tarui said in a low voice, raised his arms, and eliminated the 2 most troublesome guys, and the rest was much easier. After issuing the order, he glanced at the amber bottle again, lost the golden rope, and the 7-star sword and Yuhi gourd were useless. However, there should be a banana fan. Where did that fan go? Snort. The idiot of the golden horn was killed so easily, but he was so arrogant with his brother back then. Since that's the case, then it's the time for this old man to show his power. Pure world reincarnation. This old man likes the art. I like it very much. I would like it even more if I can get some money. There are so many famous ninjas here, and they should be able to exchange a lot of money after they are killed. He, you are all mine. No one wants to run away. Futon, wind style, crushing. Sweden, water style, water curtain. Raiden, thunder style, false darkness. Kaden, fire style, head hard. Enjoy the raging chakra storm. Be sure to protect your head. The old man has to exchange that thing for money. 4 monsters, 4 masks, 4 chakras, and 4 nature transformations. The monsters standing behind Kakuzu are tall or short, fat or thin, with long wings, long noses, fat belly, and short legs. Simply inhuman. The coalition ninjas were bitter. including the newly arrived support staff of the second unit, and enjoyed the baptism of a 4-line chakra. The little beauty Tenten hid behind the rock with her head in her hands, and her ears were full of crackling sounds. When the voice said that she wanted to look with her head, she was forced back by the sea of fire. There's no end to the nasty guy, and he can't get out like this. Etc. What is this? Tenten, who was looking for a way to escape, suddenly found a strange feather fan, and the colors were very pleasing. Seems like I've seen this stuff before. With a flash of inspiration, the girl who was forced into the corner smiled. Let you spray Auntie with ninjutsu, and Auntie also asks you to repay. How is this thing used? Tenten picked up the fan and recalled it for a while, and the bright light jumped out of the hiding place. Banana fan fire. Is it like this? With a forceful blow from left to right, a fiery blast of more than 100 meters swept toward the coast, and Kakuzu, who was suppressing the entire coalition force by himself, was stunned. Okay, do it again. This time it's a different game. Banana fan ray. Big monster, pay back my Tenten. I fan you. I can't move. I'm so tired, I went to sleep in the clouds. The new book, Second Elements Without Conscience, has been released. I feel that I wrote it well. Brothers and sisters, please keep it. Please, take aim. Text chapter 406 _ this cursed fate. Go and save her, that fan can't be used indiscriminately. If you use it too much, it will kill people. Interesting Academy. What? Will you die if you use it too much? Damn, why doesn't it matter if the enemy blows up, and our side will die after 2 blows? Hey, Captain Tarui, what the hell is going on? 6 Paths Immortal's magic weapon requires extremely high chakra every time it is used. If the user is not enough, it will die of exhaustion. Hurry up and save her. Partial multiplier hand. Shikamaru. Clear. Akamichi Choji stood in front of him like a hill. Kakuzu greeted these familiar figures with a smile. Long time no see, little devil of the Ino Shikacho family. Your name is Kakuzu, right? Kim has already been killed. We already know Akatsuki's ability as a character, so you should just wait to be killed. Kill me. Kakuzu burst out laughing twice. Shadow Kid, if you can live until now, just say that guy has died. Did he lose his head while praying again? There is no one here. Shadow, isn't he still alive? Who knows when that pervert guy will rot? Ino took the banana fan from Tenten's hand, and spoke before he finished speaking. The collapsing flames greeted the turbulent water tent, and the boundless water vapor diffused all around. It consumes a lot of money. Choji, this thing is just right for you. Slap him to death. I don't do it, the captain said it will kill people. Choji glanced at the banana fan that Ino had stuffed, and threw it to Shikamaru like a hot potato. Interesting Academy first release. Ino's sister was violent at the time, can you be a hero? No hero. I'd rather be a living bear than a dead hero. Choji. You forgive me, 20 barbecues is enough. Choji slapped his big belly twice. If I die, won't I lose it? You. What kind of brain are you? The little devil of the Ino Shikacho family, it seems that the two of you are not very harmonious. Go away. Ino glared at Kakuzu, grabbed the fan and slapped it again, and immediately threw it to Inuzuka Kiba who was running over. Take your turn, and slap him to death. A person is afraid of being sucked to death, why is a group of people afraid? With such an artifact in front, who doesn't want to use it twice? The allied ninjas were excited, and they lined up to fight against Kakuzu. One side is the 5-element monster, the other side is the 5-element change, one side has unlimited chakra, and one side has a large number of people. Although Kakuzu is superior in number, there is also a gap between the two spells, and the banana fan is different. Just hold it in your hand and shout a sentence. In an instant, the lava from the two sides hit everywhere, the wind raged, the turbulent tsunami hit the rising rock mud, and Tachibana Yuhi's fireball hit the flashing thunder, and it was a mess. Shikamaru stood at the front of the team and raised his voice. That guy has 5 hearts. After impure world reincarnation, his body is immortal, but those monsters should be made with living human hearts. Let's deal with those 4 guys first. Shadow Kid, you know, on the battlefield, the smarter people die faster. Kakuzu looked at Shikamaru with cold eyes, and suddenly grinned. You solved our gold-silver, we also dealt with your gold-and-silver, want to know who they are? Look over there. Senju Tsunade's sweetheart Kato-dan, the youngest son of 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma. By the way, he seems to be your teacher. Teacher Asuma. Boom. A dull thunder struck his forehead. Shikamaru looked in the direction Kakuzu pointed, and the whole person was stunned. Ino Choji opened his mouth blankly, his eyes turned into wooden chickens without blinking. The civil war between the Hyuga brothers is still going on. Hyuga Hazashi, relying on the madness after the demonization and the convenience brought by the impure world reincarnation, has already driven the eldest brother who has the secret method of main clan to a dead end. Many men with eyes and women withdraw to help, but they are all driven by him. Fly out. Let this damn fate end here, brother. My lord. Hazashi, you are completely depraved. Hyuga Hiyashi watched his brother slap the palm on his chest, and closed his eyes desolately. I didn't want to use this, but it's a pity to block him. Raising his sword finger to activate the swastika spell, Hyuga Hazashi fell to the ground when he was about to succeed, staring at Hiyashi with unwilling eyes. This fate that deserves to be cursed, don't let me go even if I die. The Hyuga clan, watch it, this is your patriarch. Ha 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 ha. Destiny, destiny, do you even play tricks on the dead? Hyuga Hazashi covered his forehead and laughed wildly and was surrounded by a cloth seal. Until there was no more shouting from his younger brother, Hyuga Hiyashi opened his eyes. The eye-catching men and women who came around lowered their heads, and they turned their heads one by one and didn't speak. Hyuga Hiyashi knew that there was a lot of trouble, and if things were not handled well this time, there would be chaos. But there is no time to solve it now. Everything is mainly about fighting, killing those monsters. Yes, Lord Patriarch. With a low reply, he turned around and left, but the men and women didn't even raise their heads. Not a member of Hyuga, and will never understand the sadness of the Hyuga family. This is true for my younger brother, but what about us? In the absence of attention, the digital eyes of men and women sprinkle yellow sand, and their confused eyes stare blankly at the sky, as if crying to the sky. Be careful, Hyuga Hiyashi shouted, but what was the use of his encouragement? Using the curse seal to solve his younger brother in front of others has already shattered the majesty of his patriarch. Hyuga Neji leaned far away against the rock wall, his chest was stained with fresh dew. He coughed up. Is this fate? Father, I shouldn't have been hiding just now. Off the forehead guard and stroking the forehead mark, Hyuga Neji's eyes filled with tears. And with him weeping, and Ino Shikacho. Maybe Asuma is not a very strong ninja, but as a teacher he is extremely good. Konoha flicked his fingers, almost nothing compared to him. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, I am very happy to see your growth as a teacher. Asuma teacher. Choza, isn't the 4 purple flame array ready yet? Kato-dan asked anxiously to his friend, before I can cast the spirit transformation, I must be sealed in the barrier. It's easy to say, your opponent is you. Break. A sudden shout came to his ears, and Kato-dan, who turned to look sideways, widened his eyes. I woke up late in the morning, the brothers and sisters were happy to watch, and the cloud continued to work hard. Go ahead and collect the new book, please. The second element of losing conscience. Text chapter 407 _ teacher and apprentice, father and son. The long yellow sand blows the hair flying. 2 lines of clear tears slowly slide down the face. Yesterday's lovers are about to become today's mortal enemies, whether their story can continue. Interesting Academy first release. Moment Senju Tsunade stepped out of the horizon, it was as if the whole world revolved around her. Tea-gold-cut pupils, wind-like hair, boundless and lonely eyes full of inexplicable emotional entanglements. Yo, Here comes a tricky character. The Yakushi Kabuto cat is pushing his glasses in the underground cave, feeling like things are out of control, and Senju Tsunade's participation in the war at this time is not good news. And what was that guy Kimimaro thinking? Master Tsunade. Princess Tsunade. Tsunadeheim. Calling and screaming, seeing the figure coming from the horizon, the morale of the coalition army immediately shook. This is not a simple character, she is the small group of people who really stand at the peak of the ninja world. Far from being comparable to Might Guy, Lois et al. Tsunade didn't answer the ninja's calls, and stared at one person from the moment he appeared. They are thousands of miles away from each other, but they seem to be thousands of miles apart. The boundless yellow sand blew across the wasteland everywhere in the stone forest. 2 days later, Onoki stopped Gaara. I can't go any further, just stay here. Okay. Gaara turned and stopped to look into the distance, and 4 cage-level giants came together. The one on the left, 2 meters away, has a tiger's back and a bare-waisted lion's head and white hair. The 2 on the left, bandages wrapped in black scarves and tied to their heads. On the right, Xiaohu has no hair on his eyes. 2 on the right, Yuhi's face is full of bitterness. Baidu Interesting Academy. These shoddy brands have finally made up their minds. 3 generations of Rakage snorted angrily, what a shame for the old man. It's okay to fight ninjas from other villages, but it's really unreasonable to fight ninjas in my own village. The 2nd generation Mizukage stroked his mustache and cut off angrily. 3 generations of Rakage cursed bitterly. Dare to control us with such a bad ninjutsu, that bastard named Orochimaru, wait for me. Although we've never been speculative, I'm in full agreement on this point. Don't be so pessimistic, all the children in the village should grow up to surpass us. That's good. Gaara's father said, hugging his arms, I am afraid they won't catch up with us. How could it be? The 2nd generation Tsuchikage was confident, I am very confident in my apprentice. Your apprentice, are you the old man who weighed the 2 days? Gaara's father curled his lips, although I don't want to hurt my senior's confidence, you'd better count the time. Your apprentice has already entered the coffin. Really? It's been so long. 2nd generation Tsuchikage moved his mouth hidden under the bandage, and suddenly looked up at the sky. Mizukage, who had never fought against him, cried out, what a magnificent sand wave, which village ninja made this big? Gaara, the 4th cage narrowed his eyes slightly, this is the power of Shukaku Aikiao, it should be the power of Jinchuriki column from our village. People Jinchuriki column force. Gaara's father graciously said, I am more familiar with dealing with this junior, so I'll be jealous first. Jiden magnet style. Sans waves. With stars, and the 4th generation Rakage raised his eyebrows. I see, you are a ninja who uses Jiden magnet style to control the gold dust. Compared to the seniors, the juniors are all small tricks. Yeah, you're so humble. The 2nd generation Mizukage joked with a smile, the yellow sand that rumbled together, swept through the sky, as if the whole world was going to be blocked by them. Crash, splash, fall. It took more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Cage-level giants who were about to fall asleep pouted, looks like you're pretty good at dealing with this. Shaken is heavier than sand, and it can slow down the flow when mixed in. These are all lessons learned from fighting Shukaku. Shukaku, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage's eyes narrowed slightly. Junior, you seem to have made a mistake. It's not a single tail that caused this wave. Not one tail. They have come. Gaara Fang, who was floating in the air, started ninjutsu as soon as he appeared. 4 strange sand streams strung out from the ground wrapped around the ankles, and the 4 shadows retreated in unison. It's now. Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. Yo, it's you little brat, how old are you? The teacher is before, Onoki dares to be presumptuous. Don't be presumptuous, you still bombard me with Jinten particle style. The same ninjutsu, different manpower, master and apprentice after many years are together. A dazzling white flower flashed past, and the ground that was covered with yellow sand just now turned into a depression that was dozens of meters deep in a blink of an eye. The Jintan particle style of the previous generation is still as powerful as ever. The 2-day scale Onoki pursed his beard with a sigh, and the 4th generation Kazekage broke free from the sand hand that was sneaking in the gap and looked into the air. Master and apprentice, father and son, after a simple tentative attack, both fell to both sides. The 2nd generation Mizukage, who had not yet exerted his strength, looked at the old man Tsuchikage and sighed, "It's really a waste of time. The little devils of the past have become the old men of today. Hey, this is really unreasonable. Long time no see, father. Gaara, where's Shukaku?" The 4th generation Kazekage looked at the parent and child in amazement, not feeling the breath of the tailed beast at all. "It's no longer father, and I'm no longer the monster you made." "Not anymore. How is this possible?" Gaara looked down at his father and said without sadness or joy, "The people who control you have captured me and pulled the tailed beast away. I have already died once. Thanks to the help of Chiyo grandma and friends, I was able to stand here." "Chiyo, that old woman would do such a thing. And your friends, wait until you make friends. Hey, that kid won't be alone all the time, right?" The 2nd generation Mizukage interjected curiously, "Isn't it normal for a child as big as him to make friends?" Gaara ignored the 2nd generation Mizukage, and looked at the 4th generation eyes indifferently. "Father, you have killed me 6 times. At that time, I hated and feared you. But now, I don't hate you anymore. I can understand your hardships at that time." Gaara said with open arms, "Now, as Kazekage, I know the responsibility of a leader. As a child, I will not forgive you. But as a 5th generation Kazekage, I can understand you. 4 generations. You have become Kazekage. Looking for support for the new book in the cloud, the 2nd element of the lost conscience. Just click on the collection, please, take aim. Text chapter 408_no reason, no reason. 4th generation, don't underestimate Gaara. Baidu Interesting Academy. Li Tianli floated in the air and stroked his beard. He is now not only Kazekage, but also the commander-in-chief of the Ninja Coalition fighting force. Although he is very young, he has not lost to me. Generation. Quote. Coalition. I said, where did these miscellaneous cards come from? It turned out to be the coalition. 2nd generation Tsuchikage rolled his eyes at Onoki. Generation Mizukage. The brat without eyebrows looks quite handsome, but then again, I don't have eyebrows. A man with a mustache counts as a leader. What are you talking about? Why do I have a mustache? It's better than a shameless person like you. Okay, you too, it's not enough to quarrel after dying once. Reikage the 3rd generation roared and looked at Gaara and Kazekage the 4th generation. He is your son, and a good ninja. Hey, on the opposite side, if you want to move, go to the bandage man first, and we will help from the side. The 2nd generation Mizukage aimed at the 2nd generation Tsuchikage with a bag of bad water, and the meaning of the words was self-evident. Noisy voices blew across the panic with the gust of wind. One up and down, the father and son were speechless every day. The 4th generation of Kazekage looked at Gaara with complicated expressions, and suddenly recalled the past, the woman he owed the most in his life. Delivery room, wife, Chiyo. It's so small, it's a premature baby, is this really okay? The delivery ninja held the newborn baby, feeling that it didn't weigh 5 pounds. No way. Chiyo sighed deeply, this is already the most suitable candidate, we must take good care of him. Let me see the child. The woman on the hospital bed called weakly, and the 4th generation of Kazekage was anxious. Karura, are you all right? Children, show me the children. It's easier to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. The newly born baby was placed beside her, and the weak woman smiled. The mild sunlight outside the window shines through the glass to the mother and child, and that moment becomes eternity. Karura-sama's heart rate drops. Think of a way, hurry up. Sorry, no longer needed. The water glass that was slammed on the ground screeched out and went all the way, but the woman's death was not the end of the disaster, but the beginning of the disaster. That kid was a failure too, and Shukaku started going wild. I know, leave me alone. Unlucky things either don't come, or they come one after another. The round table meeting. The elder by the window stomped the document. This year's support from the daimyo has been reduced by a third compared with last year. If the village continues to cut back like this, Sunagakur will become precarious, and we must find another way out. In addition, Shukaku nor can it be left alone. Quote, the human Jinchuriki column power is useless. To maintain the village, the only way to maintain the village is to use the ninjutsu and gold dust newly developed by Lord Kazekage to trade. The elder on the left said, looking at the main seat. As for Gaara, Yashimaru, I have something to tell you later. I will take care of Gaara myself. So far, I have judged the existence value of many things, and it is time to judge that guy. However, Gaara-sama is only a child. The big name is pressing step by step, and we have no time to wait any longer. Tomorrow I will evacuate the people in the village and drive him to a corner. I will judge him. Tonight you told him about your parents in the new version. If you don't go crazy, you can put it off and shut up those old guys. Will my sister approve of this approach? Do not know. 4 generations of Kazekage bowed his head. The kid loved his mother from the bottom of his heart, so it had to be. Only by restraining the rampage can he unleash the potential of the human Jinchuiki, column force, which is his destiny. The short-lived memories ended in the howling wind, and the 4 generations of Kazekage fixed their eyes. Impure world reincarnation. This inferior ninjutsu might still be useful. Since you have become Kazekage, let me make a final judgment and try to surpass me. Onoki, stop me. You should understand that numbers don't matter to me. The only one who can stop me is you. Don't let the teacher down. I understand. Old Tsuchikage nodded solemnly. Second generation Tsuchikage showed a satisfied look. Also, do you know what to do after this war? You have to grab the spoils as much as possible. Only in this way can the master take the initiative in the future. Hey, you despicable bastard. The second generation Mizukage grabbed Hor angrily, his fingers trembling. Shameless Tsuchikage villain, you can't succeed. The third generation of Reikage is also white-haired. The 2-day scale Onoki shook his head with a smile. Teacher, I didn't plan to do that this time. Yeah, it's not like you. Hey, old enemy, it seems that your apprentice is more sensible than you. However, it's better to kill us quickly. I will tell you our weaknesses and capabilities. In short, we can't help now. There is a subconscious counterattack, so you have to be careful. Quote. Must stop us, although it will be difficult. Gaara, 2-day scale. Second generation of Mizukage, the second generation of Tsuchikage, the third generation of Reikage, and the fourth generation of Kazekage. The 2-on-4 battle is about to start, and behind them, the heads of the Hulula ninja allied soldiers are surging. Just when the war was about to break out, there was an extremely incoherent call to stop suddenly from the sky. Come on, don't be in a hurry, let me say hello first. Who? It's him. Hello, Mr. Tsuchikage, and Mr. Gaara, brother-in-law. Ah, this is my father-in-law, right? My son-in-law is here to greet you. Liamong Jungjung jumped from the airship to the ground with his collar, and folded his fist towards Kazekage, the 4th generation, and arched it. Both the enemy and the enemy were stunned. Gaara Eternal's unchanged expression was a little twitchy, and the 4th generation Kazecage's face was a little tight. Generation Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, those 2 eyeballs staring, almost staring out. Tamari. Hello, father. 3-star fan falling from the sky. Gaara's sister, the princess of Sunagakur village, stood behind Liamong embarrassedly. The atmosphere of the battlefield condensed for a while. Suddenly, the 2nd generation Mizukage burst into tears, howling as he cried, No reason, They are all people who were called out. Look at them, it's a son and a girl, and even the son-in-law has come out. Maybe I also have a grandson. We are all alone. No, Tsuchikage, you can't count. You have an old apprentice who is dying. Have pity on me, such a good person. I can't even see an acquaintance. It really makes no sense. The cloud went to update the book, and there was a little trouble in the afternoon. Text chapter 409 _ shut up now, old lady. Tamari, are you married? Yes, my father, husband Kun is very good to me, and so are my sisters. Heihei168.com. Sisters. He's not just your wife. Two figures fell from the sky. Enko, Hinata, one left and one right stood beside Tamari. Hey, sister, what should I call him? Uncle, can't call him father like you. Who is this girl? The fourth Kazekage asked with a dark face. My name is Mitarashi Enko. Enko patted his chest hard, and the plump under the net shivered. The fourth generation of Kazekage was stunned. Who is Mitarashi's Ishao? My father-in-law. Don't meet, just ask if it's okay. Liamong wiped his nose with a smile, and that cheap look made Gaara's father half dead on the spot. Not only did you marry my daughter, but you also married a girl from another family. Is this little girl from the Hyuga family? Hello, uncle, my name is Hinata. The little secretary shrank back nervously, not daring to meet the angry eyes of the fourth generation of Kazekage. Liamong didn't want it anymore. Hey, I said, my father-in-law, don't scare my daughter-in-law, okay? She is your daughter-in-law, so what is my girl? It's all. Liuman pouted like you are an idiot, and took Tamari Enkoaneta over him. The atmosphere on the battlefield is getting weirder. Generation Mizukage's mustache is pouting, and his smile is extremely strange. Life is like a drama, all depends on acting skills. I really did not expect that such a farce will be seen after death. Broken. Tsunade separated the coalition and walked to the front of the coast, out of the crowd and stepped on the beach. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji looked at Asuma and lowered their heads. You have grown. Only be worn by Chunin is put on the three students. How can it not be gratifying? Meeting with the former lover, but will soon become the mortal enemy. How can it not make people sad? The Sonata of Wind and Fire, the Symphony of Soil and Water. Kakuzu is still fighting with the banana fan. One has a magic tool, the other has a temper, and the mountains are roaring and the sun and the moon are dark. After you sing, we will appear. Senju Tsunade looked at Kato Dan, and Kato Dan looked at Senju Tsunade. Taking this opportunity, the ninja who had been prepared for a long time launched the four purple flame formation and wrapped people in. Good job. Kato Dan gave his old friend a thumbs up, then shook his head not knowing how to deal with Senju Tsunade. Do you have any dreams? I love this village and my companions, so I will protect them. Because it is my dream to become a Hokage who can protect everyone. My name is Kato Dan, and I am very happy to meet Princess. The first time we meet, the first time we hold hands. Many first times appeared before him. Senju Tsunade stood outside the barrier and lowered his eyes. The battlefield seemed to leave them all at once, and the only people who stayed here were each other. Although they were close at hand, they seemed to be far away. How are you doing now? Not good. Tsunade didn't look up, and the words he murmured were filled with deep sadness. The country of the vortex is gone, and the clansmen are also dead. I am not even a ninja in Konoha now. What's the matter? Duan took 2 steps forward in surprise, and the hand that touched the barrier turned to ashes. Senju Tsunade stroked the hair, but still didn't look up. You should have discovered that although wars can never avoid death, some people die inexplicably. After you left, a lot of things happened. Maybe, you can ask Choza. I came to see you today. Now, it's time for me to leave. Tsunade, why the hell is this? The footsteps of leaving Dada paused slightly. Senju Tsunade turned his eyes for the first time. T-gold eyes filled with tears, and left a sad saying, "Those who want to be Hokage are idiots." Tsunade. Tsunade, you stop and speak clearly. Get out of the way. Senju Tsunade smashed White Zetsu, who was coming towards him, with a punch, and strode away without looking back. The sun shone on his fluttering hair, and sprinkled a little bit of crystal droplets. If life is just the first sight, maybe you shouldn't come back at all. You, who stayed in the past, are still so innocent, and I have long been bruised and bruised. Choza, what the hell happened? Kato Dan looked at the back of his lover's departure, turned his head and asked his friend. You better not ask. Akamichi Choji's father stood outside the barrier holding a long stick, and he didn't know where to start. Kato Dan stood on the edge of the barrier excitedly. After several blows, it turned into fly ash, but immediately returned to its original state. Choza, if you still treat me as a friend, tell me the truth. What happened after I died? Minato is dead. Choza didn't say anything else, he just concluded in one sentence. Minato is dead. How did he die? He died within 2 years of Hokage. Kushina was kidnapped while giving birth, and later. Tell me about it carefully. Off his tangled hair and heading towards the wasteland, where Senju Tsunade passed, there were no bones left. The White Zetsu tried to stop him at first, but later found that Tsunade just wanted to leave and had no intention of doing anything. Ellipsis. There is no way such people will stay. Yakushi Kabuto cat fiddled with the flag twice in the cave, and didn't mean to move troops. Tsunade Hime wasn't the leader of the 5 kingdoms, so it wasn't worth fighting with her at this time, it was more important to kill those guys. Sanjiao Fish must speed up. This chess piece can't be wasted on those little minions, help him. Damn, the body is out of control again. Whether it's Akatsuki or Orochimaru, Laoshin wants them to pay the price for resurrecting Laoshin at will. I wanted them to think that Laoshin was pretending to be dead, but this is a shame. Don't make a fuss, the puppet old lady, it will affect my concentration and perception, you are too long-winded. Don't be noisy, you big snorkel old man. Air pipe old man. Hanzo of the salamander touched his full-coverage respirator, and a big kiba bite was crunchy. If it wasn't for the impure world reincarnation control, he would definitely fight Chio for the first time. It's not something you can afford to provoke a demigod, an old woman who plays puppets. Demigods, old bodies are still full of gods, why are you a demigod so poor? Demigods, demigods, demigods. Old woman. There were guests at the house just now, and I didn't leave until I was long-winded. Union is very speechless, but don't worry everyone, even if you code until the middle of the night, Union will finish coding, and there are at least 2 chapters left. Text chapter 410 _ The persistence of our warriors. What do you ask Lao Shen to do? Lao Shen is not your mother and is not responsible for breastfeeding you. Interesting academy. Old beggar. You are courting death. One sentence made Hanzo of the salamander half crazy, and Chio couldn't help but mutter. Kanjiro, you kid must run faster for Lao Shen. For your junior, Lao Shen has given up all his face. The old beggar who plays with puppets, you think the old man doesn't know what you're up to. I found it. Chio smiled, what if I found it? If you find out, send them to die. Anyway, Akatsuki, are your 5 major countries, are all enemies of this old man. Don't you want to help them, then the old man will let them die here. Psychic. A Bushi attack. The Sanshoyu, which suddenly appeared and disappeared suddenly, got into the ground and disappeared, and Chio, who had been irritating and disturbing Hanzo, tightened his eyes. Konkuro and the others, who were running away, were unlucky and fell down one by one. Damn, do you start using poison if you can't catch up? Captain. Hold on. Konkuro shouted encouragingly twice, leaning against the tree pole, his hands, feet, arms and legs were all paralyzed. I see where you are going this time. On the top of the head of the Sanjiao fish rising from the ground, the man known as a demigod waved his sickle to death. Team leader. Konkuro. Chang-scan burst out a little spark at the swords that were together, and the man who suddenly appeared in front of Kankuro raised his eyes. Hanzo-sama is honored to meet. I am the samurai commander of Mifune, and I am here to ask you for advice. Heihei168.com. Snort. Are there any other trash fish coming to support? The warriors in battle armor walked out of the forest one by one. When Kankuro saw their long breaths, he quickly reminded them, be careful, the enemy will use poison. Don't worry, in order to deal with your ninjas, we all wear masks, so the toxins can't get in. Team 4, send them to the rear for treatment. The rest are with me. Go back. Mifune rolled his eyes sideways. Don't help, or don't blame me for being rude. Mike Admiral. Back off. It's really majestic. Hanzo glanced at the samurai behind Mifune who was unwilling to retreat, and asked, when will you start to rely on ninjas? This is not in line with your spirit. A samurai who has no master's allegiance switches to ninjas, and that's not a problem. A samurai. I am not attached to ninjas, and there is only one thing that can make me stay loyal and die hard, and that is peace. The staggered sickle and long sword split to both sides, and Hanzo, who passed by staggered, turned his head suddenly. Peace. Yes, allegiance to peace and action of faith, this is the samurai of today. Kankuro. Chio, who suddenly blocked his way, reminded loudly while dancing the chakra line, I didn't pretend to be dead before, do you understand? Grandma Chio. Let's not talk about this. Hanzo is manipulating the poisonous pepperfish, and he and I are old rivals. So I know this thing very well, know how to detoxify it, and know that it takes about 5 minutes for the toxin in the body to be released to the release of the pepperfish. Make good use of this jet lag, understand, don't embarrass the puppet master. Damn old woman, she's so talkative, she's digging deep into the ground. The secret of the psychic beast was known to Akatsuki, and Hanzo hid it in anger, and when he turned around, he took the hapless Mifune and let out his anger. Chain-scythe double strike. He first attacked with the meteor scale mound wrapped around the tail, and then slashed with the curved scythe at the front. Hanzo, who had already defeated countless opponents with this move, showed a terrifying grin. Go to hell. The long sword pinged and pinged twice, and the expected result unexpectedly did not materialize. I blocked it, and I blocked it, not bad. You, a guy who believes in peace and neutrality, but actually evades responsibility, has 2 strokes. I once pursued peace. I wanted to balance the 5 major countries and unify the entire ninja world, so I did not hesitate to participate in World War II. But soon the old man realized that it was impossible. What did you realize? War leaves nothing but death. It's a joke to be loyal to peace. You should know what's going on with those samurai now. Hanzo of the Salamander said and fought, perhaps because he had been holding back things for a long time. If you need to find someone to talk to, you may be lost and confused. In short, he now needs to seek answers. Just start with these people in front of you. If you can't get it, then kill them. Then continue to search, kill if you can't find it, until you find it. Mifune, the era of samurai has long since passed. Most samurai have turned into ninjas, and the martial arts genre has become more and more ninjutsu. Are there still samurai who use chakra even if you don't? Don't be stupid. Well, the mission of the samurai has long been over in the last era, and it has been replaced by the ninja who are now running for money. The samurai has become something doomed. You guys, it's out of date. Hanzo of the Salamander looked at Mifune sarcastically, and then continued with self-deprecating self-deprecation. Actually, whether samurai or ninja are irrelevant categories. There is no difference in essence between the two. Both exist for war. Samurai does not. There will be ninjas. There will be no ninjas. There will be other things. Generation after generation of war. This is human beings. Quote. Hanzo of the Salamander raised the tone. Peace exists only in the illusion of nothingness. That's what I've come to realize. Can you understand? There's no peace in this world at all. That's a bad statement. Mifune waved his long sword and opened the scythe, and retorted in a calm voice, it is precisely because there is no peace in the world that we must pursue peace. The samurai is moved by faith, and our heart is for peace. So I am willing to give my life for peace. Even if I die, I am willing to have no regrets. Quote. This is the way of the samurai. To stop fighting for the sake of fighting is to persevere for us. It's a ridiculous idea. Hanzo of the Salamander grinned sarcastically. It's stupid to risk your life for an impossible dream. It's just a matter of letting your subordinates die for nothing. That's not the case. Mifune retreated and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Samurai and human beings need persistence and dreams. Die for peace, and die without regret. Quote. There is another chapter. The cloud continues to work hard. Looking at it, how can there be so many accidents in life? Can't it be quiet every day? Brothers and sisters are happy. It is very good to read the new book, The Second Element of the Lost Conscience, when you have time. Text chapter 411_loser in the night. Fighting for an unrealistic idea, this is the samurai. Hanzo of the Salamander lifted the scythe, with a sharp blade in his left hand and a chain in his right hand. The wind rose in the forest, and Sanchuan held the sword in front of his eyes. Bushido pays attention to the unity of man and knife, and man should be as brilliant as a famous sword for centuries. What famous sword is not called a sword? It's just a pile of scrap copper and rotten iron. Can the dead be compared with the living? Hanzo slightly shifted his footsteps. Your statement is as ridiculous as your samurai's self-improvement. Why samurai will you take your own life? As I said, faith doesn't die. It's no different to say more. Hanzo's voice suddenly turned cold. Let this old man end you warriors. You have no chance. Stopping the fingerprints that he wanted to form by the knife light that was drawn in front of him, Mifune held the knife in both hands and pressed the scythe that Hanzo had lifted, and the two of them stared at each other. The whistling linfeng blew the colorful leaves, and the pieces of withered yellow passed in front of the two of them. As expected of the master of Zan, the so-called ninjutsu is ineffective against Mifune. It turns out that there is no time for hand seal. Hanzo pressed the scythe forward, and metal friction sounded between the two sharp blades. You very good, worthy of the name of the general. Just now when the chain sickle hit the second stage, the old man knew that you are not easy, and no one has ever been able to block that move without looking at it. Quote. Mifune stared at Hanzo and held his breath. When I was still anonymous, I once fought with you. Yes, then why are you still alive? Hanzo of the Salamander grinned coldly. He didn't know when the general of the Iron Country in front of him had fought against him. All he knew was that he was an extremely ridiculous guy. The funny insistence, ridiculous dreams, ridiculous beliefs, everything is so ridiculous. The setting sun on the horizon has completely fallen into the horizon, and the clouds of the fire Yuhi have also dimmed. In just a few minutes, the twilight has turned into night. The sickle in his right hand shone with icy cold ons, and the rustling linfeng blew pieces of withered and yellow leaves against his body. Suddenly, the two started. In the pitch-black night, sparks erupted from scandium, and it was the crisp sound of smashing and splashing when sharp blades intersected. The sword of Hanzo of the Salamander, the sword of Admiral Mifune, flickered, on and off, and played a song called Killing in the Dark Night. The warriors who had retreated far away stood silently around, and suddenly Hanzo disappeared in the middle of the three boats. In the dark, the sudden attack is like lightning that cuts through the sky. Not good. Adults, go away. Flash away, flash what? Just as Mifune turned around, Hanzo, who had broken through the ground, had come to him. The cold light of the sickle was like a fishing fire shaking on the sea surface, erratically rowing towards the waist. Under the shock, Mifune changed 4 positions one after another, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly ejected, and retreated sharply in a twisted posture. You can't run away. Hanzo followed behind him like a shadow, and the scythe in his hand turned into a full moon, like a furious silver plate. The 3 ships that jumped backwards were covered in cold sweat, and the 2 sharp knives quickly clashed, making bursts of hail-like thumping sounds, dozens of times in an instant, and the collapsed and splashed in the night was dazzling. The spark of magic. Good. Hanzo of the Salamander, known as a demigod, never imagined that his attack would be resolved by his opponent in such a way. To the back of Hanzo. Faced with such a strange blow, the general of the Kingdom of Iron, who didn't even catch his breath, was absolutely horrified. This strange attack method was too special. "Lord, be careful!" The warriors shouted in panic, and all of them rolled their eyes. The sickle slashed to the back, and Maikwan, who was still full of horror just now, suddenly straightened his face, and there was no trace of fear. Hanzo of the Salamander realizes that something is not right. Sanchuan didn't attack, he sighed and played with his backhand sword, and almost casually put the sickle down. If it is an inch away, it is the result of death on the spot. He blocked an inch, not bad, just in time for the sword and sickle to intersect. "Lord Hanzo, you once spared the unknown me once, when my head was injured by your sickle. After returning to China, I have been concentrating on my research, looking forward to the day I will fight with you again. When I learned that you were dead, I've been lost for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you again today, but unfortunately, you are no longer the same you." "What do you mean?" Mifune sighed. "I was very surprised when I learned that you died. How could someone as strong as you be killed? Now I understand that your sword has lost its original power. You have fallen." Mifune was very embarrassed by what he said, and Hanzo was irritated by his words. In a fit of rage, a sickle slashed horizontally and vertically and slashed left and right, but Hanzo was always able to stop it, either with the body or the blade, and finally even the hilt. Attack for a long time, Hanzo of the Salamander was stunned. Just like when he was killed by Pain's 6 paths. "You don't even know why you lost. Disappear, Hanzo." "No, something is wrong. What am I missing?" After 2 more fights, the man known as a demigod fixed his gaze. Mifune looked at him with a look of pity mixed with sadness, and slowly grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands. "Until now, you haven't woken up yet. It seems that you have really fallen." Taking a deep breath of Yifeng, the general of the Iron Kingdom raised his long sword. Hanzo of the Salamander laughed, breathing in such a big way. "You're dead, and you're going to go on and on." The figure that jumped high seemed to jump into the moonlight. The psychic beast that jumped up from the ground spit out a large piece of poisonous mist, and Hanzo, who stood at the top of the fish head, jumped up with a sickle in his right hand, intertwined with the 3 ships that fell in the moonlight. Got a piece. The cold night wind howled through the forest, and the 2 figures that crossed each other disappeared in a flash. Why is this happening? Why is this old man getting hit this time?" Pieces of dead leaves flew up, half of the sickle fell to the ground, and the man known as a demigod was stunned on the spot. "I've written it several times and I'm not satisfied, but I finally met the requirements in my mind. I hope everyone likes it. Look at it, it's really hard to describe the character's heart." Text chapter 412 carry out the end of self-belief. Treasure knives are all made by sharpening, and only in this way can they be preserved in future generations. The first release of the interesting academy, Mifune slowly retracted the knife and looked back. Similarly, only those who carry out their beliefs, are willing to sacrifice their lives for righteousness, and keep improving can become heroes and endure forever. Hanzo, my lord, betray your beliefs and focus on protecting yourself. You who have abandoned your practice have long lost your strength. Your knife is stained with blood, rusted, madara, and even dull. Dull knives cannot be handed down, and so are people. You're just a fluke. Why is there such a nonsense? Hanzo of the Salamander threw the broken scythe aside, speaking sternly, but he also understood that losing weapons was no longer an opponent of the 3 ships. "It seems that you really don't remember what happened back then. Also, it's normal for a little guy like me to not take it to heart. However, you shouldn't forget what you said when you beheaded me." Mifune touched the handle of the knife and turned slowly, looking straight at Hanzo. "You taught me once that the end of a person is not death, but the time when one abandons one's faith." The old man said something like this. Hanzo was stunned for a moment. "Yes, the old man did say that you were a young samurai at that time." "You finally remembered. Mifune sighed. You said that it is extremely difficult to implement your beliefs, but you also have beliefs, that is to bring peace to this world. It is you who made me find the persistence of the samurai. I didn't expect that when we meet again, you have turned your back on the past. Hanzo stood silently under the moonlight, his split hair scattered, and no one could see his expression clearly. Mifune's words continued. Back then, you gave me two choices, whether to choose to live with my beliefs and die, or to abandon my beliefs and live. Now, you have come to the moment of choice. Really? Hanzo of the Salamander's drooping eyes slowly lifted up, exposing two bright beams, looking at the moonlight with self-deprecating sadness. So, is this the reason why the old man failed? Shungjing lost twice, once to pain, and once to the present. What is it about Baidu Interesting Academy that stained the old man's heart with dust? Yes, at that time, since the old man listened to the words of the dark man, the old man was no longer pure. The heart of the samurai is stained with silk, and the sword will no longer be sharp. The ninja's heart is stained with silk, and his life will not last long. The old man loses, and the loss is not wrong. Peace, maybe that young man will make it. 3 ships. There are still many ways to stop this old man from being immortal. You should step back first and wait for an opportunity to seal the old man away. Hanzo retracted his eyes from the moonlight and undid his coat. Mifune had a look of surprise in his heart, but was immediately rejoiced. Have you made your choice yet? The old man is different from your profession, but the old man's beliefs are similar to yours. It's a pity that the old man has forgotten him for too long, and it is time to find him again. Mifune-sama, the samurai exclaimed in surprise when they found that Hanzo was behaving abnormally. Back up, step back. But you. I'm tolerant to the toxins in the sanshofish, but that's what happens next. Hanzo of the Salamander, the reason why he has the prefix of Sanjiao is not because of his surname, but because he had a poison sac implanted in a Sanjiao fish since he was a child. In my village, there is a highly poisonous black pepper fish. When the monster died, his poison sac was implanted in my child's body, just under the left abdomen. In this way, I became a poisonous person who was both tolerant and highly toxic. As long as you open your mouth to breathe, the people around you will be poisoned, so after that, everyone started to fear me and fear me. In order not to disturb others, I had to wear a mask and use my mouth to breathe. Then why don't you take off your mask while fighting? This is not acceptable. The toxins are good for me, but they are also risky. If the battle poison sac ruptures, even if I have the tolerance, I will be paralyzed and unable to move. Although it is not fatal, it will leave a fatal flaw, giving the enemy a chance to behave. Masters compete, and there is no room for mistakes. A short memory flashed through his mind, and Mifune led the samurai back into the forest. Hanzo, whose mask was cut off, smiled. This is a very handsome man, not at all gloomy like being covered by a mask. Mifune, thank you for your reminder. The momentary reluctance back then brought a sudden awakening today. Maybe this is the karmic cycle of retribution. I killed that guy and died in his hands. I spared your life. I am relieved from you again. Stick to your beliefs and stick to it, together with this old man's beliefs. The half-scythe that was raised suddenly slashed towards his waist with all his strength, and the warriors all widened their eyes. Be optimistic about this old man, a hero. You can never choose to give in. Hateful. Yakushi Kabuto squatted in the depths of the cave and cursed, but he was able to resist the order of the spell and chose to commit suicide. Does Impure World Reincarnation still have such a problem? Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll completely wipe out your will and make you a puppet. Although doing so will greatly reduce the combat power, it is enough to deal with them. Talisman. Yakushi Kabuto, who couldn't get up, was stunned after starting the hand seal with both hands. Pieces of dirt were stripped away from his body, and the self-planted Hanzo showed a smile, a look of relief and enlightenment. A rat who hides in the dark and treats others as puppets. I know you can hear what I say. This old man swears by the famous sword, Kurosawa, that he will definitely cut you to the sword. This nasty old man. Admiral Mifune, what should Hanzo-sama do? He is a hero and should enjoy the treatment of a hero. He will be sealed and sent to his homeland for burial after the war. I will personally engrave an inscription for him. This is a hero who does not hesitate to self-destruct and redeem himself. You must remember, the faith of a samurai must not be shaken. Got it? I will surely remember your teachings today. Asshole. Chio alone can't beat these guys. But forget it, the purpose of delaying time has been achieved, and now we have to watch other places. The coffin that suddenly emerged from the ground, packed the collection and sank into the ground. Kankuro shouted angrily. Captain. I'm fine, support the other troops immediately. The Cloud's new book, The Second Element of Despairing Conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters have time to collect it, please, thank you. Text chapter 413 I can't do it, I really can't do it. Leave, stop, turn your head, look back. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Thought he could leave resolutely, stood in the wasteland breathing bitterly. The battle on the coast continues, but what does all this have to do with her? I found a commanding height alone and took out 2 bottles of sake. I was used to being bored and sad, and it seemed that my whole person was lost. Broken, Nawaki, Senju, Grandpa. Many images slid through my mind. I wanted to keep but couldn't, wanted to catch but couldn't. Outside the 4 purple flame formation, Choza wielded a giant stick to clear away the incoming enemies for his companions, and communicated with Duan while sweeping. As the story was told bit by bit, Kato Dan's heart slowly sank. What brought Konoha down to where it is now? How could a village that was so brilliant in the past with 1 enemy and 4 disdain for the ninja world become what it is today? Duan did not understand. Duan thought did not understand. Thick confusion and doubt flocked to his heart. If you change yourself to Tsunade, there's no reason to continue protecting, right? Hokage, what exactly is Hokage? Asuma, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji. Thanks to Yakushi Kabuto, a guy who likes to dig graves, the duel between master and apprentice is staged again. Such tragedies will continue as the war goes on and on. They are not the beginning and they will not be the end. Fix me, students. Asuma sensei. Choji lowered his head, not having the strength to make a fist at all. Ino's younger sister's flowery face was also stained with hesitation. Shikamaru shook his head absent-mindedly, feeling that there is nothing more troublesome than this in the world. Fix me. The suddenly swung Feiyin rolled up the sharp wind blade and wiped it towards his neck, and Shikamaru, who was suddenly awakened, hurriedly kicked Choji Ino out. Baidu Interesting Academy. 2 sharp blades of the same shape were facing each other, and the expressions of the master and the apprentice were indescribably strange. Stop me, did you hear me? Asuma's heavily raised knee slammed into Shikamaru's stomach, and Ino Choji, who was kicked away just now, shouted. Shikamaru flew away. All his melee moves came from Asuma. How could he defeat his teacher? Feiyin made a surprise attack, and a harsh wind whistled past his ears. Don't hurt Shikamaru, Choji growled, reaching out his hands and grabbing Asuma's arm. The 4 eyes exchanged, and the 10th class duel kicked off. Choji, solve me, Asuma shouted. Akamichi Choji staggered 2 steps. Deal with me, you fat man. Sarutobi Asuma shouted out the forbidden words, trembling in his heart. Choji, who heard the word, fat, was angry. I'm not fat, I'm plump, understand? You bastard. The raised fist stopped abruptly before hitting the bridge of the nose, and the battlefield seemed to congeal all at once. I can't do it. Choji clenched the Kiba pass in frustration. No matter how much Asuma persuaded him, he couldn't make up his mind. He couldn't get down, and Asuma, who couldn't help it, wouldn't wait for him, and the sharp blade aimed at the neck and slashed. Be careful, Choji. Seeing Choji in a daze, Ino quickly lined up his hands, and completed his body transformation when he couldn't let go. Kuwu Feiyin, who had collided with each other, pressed against his chest, and there was an uncontrollable drink in his head. Damn fat man, can you cheer up? Teacher Asuma is under control, we have to seal him off. Ino sorry, I can't do it. Damn fat man. Stop screaming, I really can't do it. In the past, it was forbidden to say it, but now it is useless to shout a dozen or 20 times. Choji has completely lost his fighting spirit. Impure world reincarnation. What is impure world reincarnation? This is the most disgusting place. Senju Tsunade shook the bottle, his drunken face stained with Yan Yuhi. However, the hot body could not warm the cold heart. The lovers are right in front, but they can't see each other. When will this damn fate end? Asuma started to use ninjutsu, and kept reminding his apprentices to pay attention. A few white Zetsu found an opportunity and sneaked over. These disgusting guys have already killed a lot of coalition ninjas with the same method. Maybe he will suddenly emerge from the ground and take his life. What's more shameless is that he may be parasitized by spores when fighting him, and he will have to finish the game if he is not careful. The coalition ninjas are in a tough fight, and Ino Shikacho is in danger. Get up, students, you must have the consciousness to kill me. The teacher is dead, understand? I'm dead. Asuma teacher. Choji, how long will you be silent? I'm sorry, I can't do it, I really can't do it. Choji stumbled back. No matter how motivated he was, he couldn't raise his fighting spirit. Among the 3 members of the 10th class, Shikamaru was the first in terms of his relationship with Asuma. But when it comes to feelings for Asuma, Choji comes first. Actually, there is nothing wrong with being fat. Being fat is more secure. Who encourages you when you are lost? Who cheers when they are lost? And who whispers in sorrow? Asuma, it's Asuma, apart from his father and Shikamaru, the only one who doesn't despise himself is this teacher, how can he now? Choji, cheer me up. Kaden, fire style, ash burn. Asuma shouted with hatred for not becoming steel, opened his mouth and spewed out a unique ninjutsu. Fatty Choji was stunned and stood there stupidly. At the critical moment, Roshan, which fell from the sky, stopped in front of him. Choza. I'm fine. Taking all the ashes with his gigantic body, Akamichi Choza swung his giant stick and pushed Asuma closer. Dad. Don't be childish, Choji, you are the first heir to our Akamichi clan. But I. Choji, you idiot, we're not children anymore. Shikamaru shouted and shot 2 kunai, knocking the shuriken thrown by Asuma into the air. Cheer up, don't forget that you used to put on the earrings. The oath you made. Do you want to watch Asuma-sensei let go of her faults? Don't misuse your thoughtfulness. The sharp chakra wind blade slashed horizontally and vertically to draw scars, and Sarutobi Asuma, who held the flying swallow in his hand, launched a frantic attack. Shikamaru, Ino, hurriedly parried. Choji looked confused. Cloud took a nap, got up and continued. Brothers and sisters, if you have the time to read the new book, click on the collection, please. The title of the book is, The Second Element of Losing Conscience. Text chapter 414_ When the Oath Rings in My Ears. From today onwards, you will all become Chunin, and I will no longer have to shoulder the responsibility of taking care of you. And you will also become the captains of your respective squads, leading your team members just like I once led you. These 3 pairs of earrings are as a gift from the teacher to you. I hope you will not forget that you were once a member of the 10th class. Also, this is also a family you belong to, a testimony that you have grown up. With a cigarette in his mouth, Asuma pushed the earrings across the table. I think you should all know what it means. Take off the earrings you are wearing now and give them back to the clan. From this moment on, you are adults who are recognized by the clan and can be independent. Go, be proud of your teacher and you. Quote. Choji, cheer up. Wake up, you fat man. I'm not fat. Choji raised his head with tears in his eyes. Even if we are good friends, you can't call me fat. I'm plump, not fat. Asuma teacher, forgive me. A heavy fist slammed into the chest, and Sarutobi Asuma flew out. Dad, why does our clan have to be placed with other people's? The young boy sat on his father's neck and gnawed his fingers in confusion. That's because our three clans use extremely rare secret techniques. We have joined forces to defeat the enemy from a long time ago, so the relationship is extraordinary. In order to maintain this bond, the Sarutobi clan handed over the earrings as witnesses. Swearing on earrings, is a promise passed down from generation to generation. Quote. Is it this? Little Choji rode on his father's neck and touched his father's earlobe. Nara, does Yamanaka's patriarch also wear this? Ear piercings seem to hurt. We wear earrings to always remind us to remember our vows. Choji's father patted Choji, you will have your ears pierced one day. Hey, why? When you become a genin, I will entrust you with the earrings until you become a chunin. This tradition is to make the oath ring in the ears of the children all the time. The first release of the interesting academy. But it really hurts. Choji didn't care about anything else, he just knew it hurt. Choza slapped him angrily, you know it hurts, men should be brave. Are you brave? Choji touched his ears, thinking about the scene of his life and death, his soft eyes gradually turned into firmness. From today onwards, you'll be a man on your own. Now you should swear on your new earrings and swear to protect and take care of your children. What's wrong? Choji's father looked at Choji suspiciously. Choji looked at his father with a sad face. Dad, do you think I can get married like this? Don't put on such a dying expression. Asuma always says you're missing something. Do you know what it is? Choji's father patted Choji's shoulder hard. It's self-confidence, like your father and me can do it. Get married, why can't you? I'm not you, and times have changed. Okay, hurry up and swear. Do you remember the content of the oath? Choji is finally serious. Seeing her friend knock her teacher away, Ino's sister finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shikamaru turned the flying swallow in his hand. Without butterflies, pigs and deer alone would kill people. Shikamaru, you bastard, don't mention our names. Isn't Ino Shika-cho nice? Okay, you're a big head, I don't want to be a pig. Choji glanced at the two teammates apologetically, and took a steady step towards the front of the battle. I always take it for granted, thinking that everything will change slowly, and when I grow up, my body and mind will naturally become stronger. Lord Choza, your help is needed here. Sorry, come right away. Choji, remember the vows you once made, and don't forget who you are. Oath, identity. I hereby swear, in the name of Akamichi's first-generation heir, I entrust the second-generation oath to the second-generation's child who will be the heir. I, Akamichi Choji, to protect the Yamanaka, the Nara clan, and the Konoha, will one day break into a butterfly and fly high. Hey, Shikamaru, don't you think Choji seems different? I feel the same, and hopefully there won't be any trouble again. He won't ask again, will he? I can't say for sure. Shikamaru looked at his friend with con on his forehead. However, I feel it will be a good thing this time. Finally serious, Choji, Asuma dashed forward with one hand. A stream of light wiped towards the face door, and Akamichi Choji raised his arm. Idiot, that won't work. Weapons made of chakra metal can expand the attribute changes. How can there be a reason for hard connection? Is this guy crazy? Commissioned just now crazy, God, this is really killing people. Hearing his friend's exclamation, Choji turned his head and smiled. Thank you Shikamaru, thank you for your concern all the time. Thank you Ino, thank you for your tolerance all the time. Thank you Asuma teacher, thank you for your pure teaching when I was not growing up. Now, I finally understand my responsibility. No. What's that thing over there? What a big butterfly. Has anyone summoned a psychic beast? Idiot, you're taking drugs again. Ino said while watching Choji, who was rapidly losing weight, bite silver kiba, but he looked handsome. Shikamaru also looked troubled. It won't be a problem, right? Don't worry, that is the secret technique of our Akamichi family. This damn boy is much more stupid than I thought, but it also has more benefits. Uncle Choza. I'm so sorry that Choji has caused you a lot of trouble all this time. But that's all over. From now on, he's officially the heir to the Akamichi family. He'll be your guardian just like I was your father's shield. The person. He already has this consciousness. Asuma's arm with one hand, Choji opened his eyes firmly, and the original confusion disappeared. That cocoon is harder than you think, so, will you be able to fly high next? Of course. Choji said very firmly. Shikamaru, Ino Shikacho formation. I'm sorry just now, now let's free the teacher and get ready. Brothers and sisters are happy to see, take aim. Text chapter 415_blocked footsteps. I was commissioned to die just now, but now I'm going crazy again. This stupid fat man, why did my mother go to such a teammate? It's okay to eat and sleep at ordinary times, but when you go to the battlefield, you will go crazy. What kind of species he was aiming at? Interesting academy. Ino's sister secretly complained that she turned her attention to Asuma. Forget it, I'll accompany you all crazy. Shikamaru, use your back. The art of turning the heart. At the same time, he controlled the two white Zetsu to attack from left and right. With the help of his helper, Choji opened his hands and feet more and more. Shikamaru took a look. Yes, I'll do my best too. Supporting Ino behind his back, he formed fingerprints, and several shadows rushed to the front. Asuma, who was holding Feiyan in his right hand, kept applauding like a heavy SM fan. The SEAL squad on the mountain wall saw it and hurriedly shouted, weaken his strength, and then lead him over. Captain, should we go down and help? You shut up and don't forget our mission. A noisy voice came from above, and Ino, who was controlling White Zetsu's attack, was furious. Don't speak so lightly, things are not so easy to solve. Two White Zetsu jumped up and down, and Choji swung his chakra-fired fist over. The strong wind blew up the messy hair, and Asuma smiled knowingly. Shikamaru, is it your turn to take action? Connected to White Zetsu quietly rose up, biting his body like a poisonous snake, his hands and feet in front and behind, tightly bound. Choji, spare him. The suddenly enlarged fist slammed into the face door, and the reincarnated Asuma seemed to be hit by the oncoming locomotive. His whole face was squeezed together, and most of his body was blown to pieces on the spot. If such an injury were replaced by a normal person, it would have died long ago, but for the dead who were resurrected by impure world reincarnation, it only took a short time to recover. It was clear, though, that Shikamaru would not give him that chance again. Shadow tentacles, flying swallow's throw. The short chakra blade next to the head with the brush studs fixed the whole body with the unique shadow technique of the Nara family. Asuma, who couldn't move, smiled, very relieved. Because he saw the growth of the students, and saw the confident expression on Choji's face that was not lost to anyone. Next, leave it to us. The three ninjas from the SEAL class jumped off the cliff against the cloth roll, and Asuma called out for a while, wait a minute, do I have something else to say to my students? If you have a last word, don't say it again, I don't want to hear it a second time. Shikamaru picked up another flying swallow from the ground and let out a long sullen breath. Asuma, who couldn't move, sneered and pulled the corners of his mouth away. You're still so troublesome, so let's talk to you about something else. It's no longer meaningful for you to ask for something. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, congratulations on surpassing the teacher. You are already a powerful ninja. Teacher. Asuma. Teacher Asuma. Goodbye, my students, I am proud of you for the teacher and proud of you. The cloth seal that Shula unfolded wrapped around his body, and the three Shaoqiang standing at the bottom all felt sadness in their hearts. Sudden. Choji clenched his fists and said solemnly, Shikamaru, Ino, please help me and end this damn battle. What is that over there? So big. 1, 2, 3 and 4 turned their heads one after another, and the blue butterflies floating in midair spread their brilliance, like the aurora over the North Pole, and the colorful flowers in the Antarctic snowfields. It's the first time I've seen Choji look so serious. Can fat people become handsome sometimes? It's too cool, and the old lady is excited to see it. Is that Choji? What, Choji? Those who knew and did not know raised their heads one after another, and the butterflies covering the entire sky fluttered their wings. What's that fat bastard doing? Fatty, is he not fat? How do you call him a dead fat man? Idiot, he's not fat now, doesn't mean he wasn't fat before. Is that handsome guy really fat? It must be a lie. I have decided that if I can survive this war, I will marry him. You're almost there. If you want to marry, I will marry you. I marry. You all get out of the way. Such a handsome guy with such high strength. How can I look at something like you, or this girl is so reliable? Smelly woman, dare you say we are ugly? One must be self-aware. The talking girl patted her big breasts hard, at least as plump as E, and her eyeballs were stunned by trembling up and down. Inuzuka Kiba Spartan too. Tenten is also Spartan. Many ninjas who know what Choji really looks like are Spartans. Are fat people popular these days? Inuzuka Kiba wiped the tip of his nose angrily. How come no one likes a man like me? Even fat people are vying to marry, why can't I? You should wash off your stink first. Tenten covered his nose and vomited, and Inuzuka Kiba was mad at her. But it's no one's fault. Tenten people who deal with dogs will smell dog hair no matter how clean they are. It's no wonder that the women of the Inuzuka Kiba family can only produce and eliminate themselves. The Island of the Eight Turtles, the figure of Uzumaki Naruto charging out was stopped by someone. The middle-aged uncle standing at the door pushed his sunglasses. His whole body was hidden in the hooded clothes, looking very mysterious. Naruto was stunned when he saw him. Uncle Joey. Go back, Naruto, you can't leave here for now, go back to your room. What's going on? Why are there so many people guarding the door, and why does Shino's dad speak to me in such a tone? Dead boy, leave them alone and rush out. Kurama, is this bad? What's good or bad? The chakra over there can't feel it anymore. Hurry up and grab them back, and enhancing my strength will also enhance yours. You idiot, in the country of Vortex, you should get the other half of your father's body back. I get it, you're so long-winded. Uncle Joey, please get out of the way. Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward with firm eyes. A gust of wind blew through his hair, and countless bad bugs sealed the door. Mr. Joey, please slow down, I'll tell him. The figure walking in from the door leaned back against the sun, dragging a long shadow down to his feet. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Uruka-sensei. After writing the extra chapter for a while, Union suddenly felt very tired and didn't know what was going on. I feel bad at night recently, and it seems that I have to shift the coding time to the daytime. Text chapter 416_innate responsibilities. You or all of you. Because of the previous attack, this island was temporarily added to guard duty. We are the executors. Uruka stopped at the door of the room, blocking the sunlight from behind. Uzumaki Naruto looked at him silently, then suddenly turned his head and walked back. Just when Joey and the others were a little relieved, they suddenly turned back. Stop him. Are two Akamichi people with Yuhi circles on their faces, the current patriarch of the Aburame family, Nara Yamanaka, one each. The standard Ino Shikacho formation unfolded, but it didn't work. A breakthrough, a completely unreasonable breakthrough. Uzumaki Naruto blew like a gust of wind. Go. Several shadows shot at his feet in a row, 4 slaps fell from the sky, and the Naruto figure in the vertical leap suddenly saw more figures in the sea of knowledge. I succeeded. Get out of here, old man. The huge shadow that suddenly appeared behind him was filled with an incomparably evil aura. The hapless Yamanaka family slowly turned his head and passed out on the spot. Surely not. Aburame pushed his glasses slightly, and countless parasites crawled out of his body. After that delay, Nara's shadow technique reached his feet. Shadow mimicry succeeded. Naruto, don't be impulsive, now is not the time for you to go out. No, that's not right. How is this going? Boss, Sakura, Hiba, Ino. Uruka-sensei, what's going on outside? Uzumaki looked back at the waterfall angrily, suspicious of Killer Bee's so-called training and competition. Interesting Academy first release. Do you feel it, as expected of the apprentice of Lord Jiraiya, the son of Lord 4? Uruka took a deep breath of cold air. It's a war. Legend has it that the ninja Uchiha Madara started a war. Hey, Uruka, what are you doing? Mr. Jouei, don't hide anymore. Naruto is not an idiot, it's better to tell the truth. Uruka sighed. Naruto, the key to this war lies in you and Killer Bee Jinchuriki. Column, don't be willful and impulsive. The genin world has formed a coalition, and we can handle the external affairs. Quote. You don't trust me. It's not a question of trust or distrust. Uchiha Madara paid for this war, for you and the tailed beast and Killer Bee. Once he gets Yatai and Kyuubi, 9 tails, that spell will be done. The world will end because of this. So to protect you is to protect the future, protect everyone. This is why everyone is willing to work hard for you. Don't let our efforts turn into filth. Go back, Naruto. Uruka-sensei, don't say any more. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, and the image of Nagato before his death could not help but emerge. Little brother, what is war? War is the root of all evil. People wield butcher knives out of greed, hurt and hate each other, and then plunder and kill. For the sake of resources, land, and even face and other tangible or intangible things, countries are divided between countries. There was an endless battle between them. In this endless battle, people's resentment became deeper and deeper, and even became a dead end. I knew it was wrong to go on like this, but I had to continue to repeat the sorrow. People have a position, parents, relatives and friends. When these people die at the hands of the enemy, the killed will want to take revenge. Understanding does not mean that you can forgive. This is what you need to face in the future. Brother self-proclaimed God. I thought it could end the troubled world, but now it seems to be impossible. Now, I pin this hope on you. I hope you can succeed. I and all those who died because of the war will silently watch you in the sky. Work hard, Naruto, with our dreams and hopes, end this endless sadness and confusion. Stop him now. Can't let him run away. Enhance his shadow control. No, Captain Jouei, I can't hold on anymore. You rascals, get out of the way for this old man. Kurama, don't get angry, let's go. Naruto stopped the angry Kyuubi, 9 tails, and left without looking back. Uruka became anxious. Stop, Naruto, stop, this is not your problem, do you understand? Stop being self-willed, you will die if you go out. Uruka-sensei. The words full of tenderness poured into the heart full of scars, and Uruka Ueno ran to Naruto. Madara is the legendary ninja who ended the troubled world with Shodai, first Sama. Although I don't know how far you have grown, you will definitely not be his opponent. If you go out like this, you will only put yourself in. I came here. It's not all for the coalition to stop you. Naruto, you understand, I don't want you to lose your life on impulse. I'm dead, you should be happy. Naruto tilted his head, not looking at Uruka, and for some reason there was an inexplicable fear in his heart. It's not like that. Isn't it? Don't you dislike me and say that I am a disaster. Now that the source of my disaster is dying, you should be happy. Singer. Okay, Uruka, I already have the answer in my heart. It's useless to say anything. My father told me the answer. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly turned his eyes and looked at the shocked eyes of Uruka and Aburame Jouei and others. Said, from today, I am no longer the ninja of Konoha, but the king of the country of Vortex. I will inherit everything in the village of Uzushiogakure, and protect and love all those who have left. This forehead is given to you, I'm not going back to the village again. Quote. The country of the Vortex, the village of Uzushiogakure, that is not already. They will come back. Naruto looked at the sky firmly and said, I will end this damn war, and then open up a paradise in troubled times there, guarding all peace-loving people with absolute power. I will be on the mainland. It is my responsibility to travel to find the remnants of the country of Vortex. My surname is Uzumaki, and it is my innate responsibility to revive the kingdom of Vortex. Naruto, you should be named Namikaze. Really? Naruto sneered at Iruka, but no one ever told me since I was a kid. It's all because of Iruka-sensei. I've grown up and I'm no longer a child, so I don't need to lie to me with those words. Naruto said as he slid the lock, exposing his belly. Aburame Jawei and the other's eyes straightened. What are you going to do? Union heard that in the middle of the night yesterday. Only mother is good in the world, and I don't know which one put it. My head will explode in 7 or 8 hours. Text chapter 417_raid from underground. It's a disaster for you, a friend, a very important friend to me. Baidu Interesting Academy. Kurama, let's go. The seal that was cracked open, the QB 9 tails, demon fox slowly emerged with a passionate roar. Damn boy, come to me, this is the first time this old man is willing to lead someone on his way. Aha, Kurama, don't be so stinky, okay. We're friends. Naruto scratched the back of his head with a smile, and jumped up on QB 9 tails' lowered forehead. Maybe it's because of the lack of half of his body, or maybe it's because of the supply of Naruto chakra. The QB 9 tails, who appeared in front of Iruka Aburame Jawei and others, was not as violent as he remembered before. This is a large golden fox with a black fairy pattern from the ridge Jinchuriki column to the top of the head, just like what Naruto has become now. 987. The sun shone on them, and there was an inexplicable sense of harmony, as if they were born to do so. Kurama, let's go. Naruto, Iruka chased after 2 steps and stopped stunned. Just as he was losing his time, another person walked out of the waterfall. Yo, bastard, idiot, Naruto, that idiot, it's going to end soon. Are you Lord Killer Bee? Yo, do you know my uncle? Lord Killer Bee, I want to ask you one thing. Iruka walked up to Killer Bee, bowed her head and said, I want you to take care of Naruto, and now only you can do it. It is true to the rumors that your relationship is not compatible. It's not like this. Iruka closed his eyes in the direction Naruto left. I always regarded him as a younger brother, even though my parents died at the hands of QB 9 tails. Speaking of which, he is not the incarnation of the demon fox. He is my student. Of course, I would rather be his brother, but unfortunately I do not have the qualifications. Quote. Iruka said it very sincerely, with deep self-blame in his sincerity. I don't know what happened to Naruto, which made him choose the way he is now. It is interesting to start the school, but I will bless him. I hope he has a bright future instead of dying in this war that shouldn't exist, please. Are you serious? Iruka didn't say anything, but replied with a heavy salute. Killer Bee blinked stunned and raised his fists. It's not appropriate to do this, it's just enough to fight with fists. Is that so? Iruka clenched her fists to meet Killer Bee's face. You see, idiot, asshole. Hello. Do you do this? Your task is to guard him. Yao shouted in the sea of spirits. This man can't do it, it's useless to change anyone. Killer Bee spread out his hands in the sea of knowledge, and looked at Iruka in front of him. Naruto always has you in his heart, and you live in his heart. I don't know what you have had, but you are very special to him. I'm special, Iruka froze. That kid often talks to himself, and it's you who is mentioned the most. Really? I thought he would mention Sakura. Iruka smiled and scratched his head, obviously happy, but full of sadness. Everything, I'll leave it to you. Ha ha ha. My uncle has unlimited vitality, and this uncle is heroic and invincible. Xiaoba, you also come out as a mount for me, and this uncle can't lose to that wasteful chess. Bye, you idiot, you're chasing QB 9 tails out like this. Come back and get Rake's Iron Fist. Yo, this is practice in action. Big brother asked me to watch him, Didn't I watch it? Are you looking at it too? Protect yourself, keep watch. Thump. B, you're an idiot, really. I'm an idiot, you idiot, let's fight an idiot together, let's go, cut corners, fight. The bastard's ratio, I'm not a horse. The gentle breeze blew across the windowsill, and the big name of the Kingdom of Fire yawned boredly. I'm tired of playing cards, and the name has come up. Do you have anything else to pass the time? You should find 2 women. The big name of the Kingdom of Wind patted his big belly, dancing, playing music, and lowering the flag. You're almost there. The Earth Country daimyo, who had black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, sneered, even though he's already so fat, he still thinks about women, so he's not afraid of dying from exhaustion. I'm fat but I'm fat, and I'm not strong at all like some old men. Fat man in the land of wind, can I take this as a provocation? Old man of the land, you can do whatever you want. Found it. The figure that suddenly appeared, half of the body was white, half of the body was black, the white side had a few hands, and the black side had a bald head. The big names are all dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Look, it still has a tail. Enemy, shall we run away? These shivering names are accepted by Black Zetsu. Don't even think about it. Terumi Mei, who appeared from the shadows, jumped up in the air and kicked her knees. It's like a giant leaping up into the sky, and like a European heron flying high. Black Zetsu, who had pounced on the daimyo, was injured and flew back, rolling several somersaults in a row to stabilize his body. Mizukage in Kurigakure village, it seems that it is not easy to pass your level. It's not easy. The ninjas who appeared in a semicircle surrounded them in a semicircle, with shuriken and kunai, flashing a frightening cold light in the sun. Black Zetsu glanced at him and smiled, you bastards are trying to stop me. Odd guy, underestimate me will kill people. Yoden lava style, the art of dissolving monsters. The earth and water chakra nature transformation continued to spurt forward, and the dark green slime was indescribably strange. Black Zetsu smiled unconsciously, and just when Terumi Mei thought it would succeed, the guy quietly disappeared. He is underground. Go to the big names. There. Terumi Mei angrily raised his sword fingers and shouted, the enchantment class is activated, the rest of them will join me and blow him out. Yes, Mizukage-sama. 4 purple flame array. As soon as the barrier that Orochimaru had used to trap the 3 generations of Hokage came out, with the support of Konoha, Black Zetsu immediately stopped the idea of continuing to dash forward. It's a bit of a hassle. Get out of here. The detonating talisman buried in the ground in advance rumbled, and a black light came into view in the countless splashes of dust and mud. Superior. Yun Yun took a short nap, then got up and continued to aim. Text chapter 418_Yin damage and poisonous second bullet. Black Zetsu's raid on the daimyo's hideout was blocked by Terumi Mei, and Naruto and Killer Bee also met outside the barrier. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Above the wasteland, Senju Tsunade is drinking a small wine, and Liamong, the gangster, is pausing, both his father-in-law and his opponent. At the front of the coastline, the Scourge army led by Zaibuzhan touched the battlefield. There are 2 tasks in this combat. One is to find the 6 Paths fairy magic weapon, and the other is to kill the enemy as much as possible. The above is mainly to save lives. It is now 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it will be dark in another hour. We must be there. Complete the task before this, understand? Understood, my lord. Come back alive. Although the quiet life of many years has reduced the strength of the ghost man, it has also filled his feelings at the same time. Kurosuke Lei Kiba stood beside him with a smile, who knew that the man in front of him was the Kurigakure ghost who had killed all the students in the same period. Like him, the Kurigakure madman has been forgotten by the world. When this battle is over, these things will no longer be needed. Go. Hit the SAP team to set up guns. Send a report to the airstrike team, and order the Heian troops to take off. The Hulula propeller cut through the clouds, and Sha Xingxing brought the goggles in front of him. The mature and delicate face was like a ripe peach, and the boy standing beside him tightened his hand crossbow. 2 airstrike scrolls per person, mounted with ice thorn oil bombs, and take off in sequence. Yes, Captain. 2 by 2, they stood in front of the open cabin door, raised their hands, buckled their respirator and jumped off. These boys and girls, who were generally under the age of 20 and in the rainy season, fell down like dumplings. Will pass through the clouds, and a pair of azure blue chakra wings will spread out, flying forward like a sea swallow facing the wind and waves. The geese array. With Sha Xing at the head and Anghu by his side, an inverted V-shaped bombing formation appeared on the edge of the coastline. Baidu Interesting Academy. Watching the Choji outbreak, the 1st and 2nd Unit Coalition ninjas opened their eyes again, and the sharp-eyed ninja noticed something was wrong. This doesn't seem to be our army. Is it the enemy? No, they have the Snow Country logo on them. Bastard, those guys from earlier. Previously. It's the group of thugs that appeared when our 2nd unit was fighting. These shameless guys are back. Quickly send a report to the headquarters to inform our people to be careful and try not to get entangled with the enemy. Why? I don't have time to explain now, just do it now. Sha Xingfei looked down at the upcoming battlefield from a high altitude, and unfolded the scroll on the left side of his waist a little. The boys and girls headed by her son followed suit. The 30-centimeter-long scroll with a diameter of 1 meter contained as many as 2,000 ice thorns. 0x was the best of 1,000. To know that the number of enemy troops is only 100,000, Liamong is terrifying all of a sudden. Predict the target, the north wind is south, try throwing, 3 shots, let go. Biting his finger and scratching on the scroll, the smoke exploded, and the bright ice-like balls fell behind Kuwu. Get out of the way. Zaza Zaza fell to the ground in Kanai, like an iron tree blossoming with countless thorns. These things made of frost, even the blood can freeze when stuck on the body. The situation is not right. Look at the appearance of the guys above, it seems that there is some big move. Tarui Lois passed the news to the headquarters. The 4th generation of Rakage flipped the table on the spot. Immediately connect me to that bastard. Lord Rakage, hurry up, you only have 2 minutes. Hey, did you hear me talking? Yo, it's Uncle Rakage. Let's cook the crabs. Didn't you see that the young master is busy? Liamong licked his ears, and the gust of wind blew his messy hair. Harm people. The temper of the powder keg of the 4th generation Rakage was immediately ignited. Are those troops in the sky yours? I don't know. What? I said I don't know. Liamong opened his eyes and said nonsense, but I had eaten his heart now. I don't care if you know it or not, you immediately tell them to stop now and don't make trouble for us. Hey, I said Uncle Rakage, how can this be called trouble? People are kind enough to help, you can't make a rake. So, you know them. The 4th generation Rakage was biting Kiba, and Inoichi Shikaku was worried about him. This Kiba wouldn't bite. Liamong stood in the wind and shook his head. I don't know, you don't know such a big official, how can a little guy like me know? You bastard. Confirm the coordinate point. Every group of hundreds, let it go. Something is down. No, get out of there. The quantity is huge. Bits of kunai fell from the sky like black rain, and the broken crystal balls burst into countless white thorns. Looking down from the sky, it was as if the battlefield suddenly bloomed with flowers. The snow white is filled with fresh yuhi, and the fresh yuhi is accompanied by death. Many coalition ninjas who did not dodge in time have won the lottery. They wailed and screamed, and they went to death one by one. Listening to the damage numbers reported from the front, the 4th generation Rakage kicked the smashed table into pieces, and smashed other things out of frustration. Calm down, Lord Rakage, calm down. How do you tell me to calm down? Most of the 1st unit is Kumogakure, and the 2nd unit is mostly Iwagakure. How about this? Not to mention that the 2 units suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the enemy, they were also put together by their own people. What the hell is that bastard doing? What's he up to? The Heian troop turned around and prepared the oil bullets. Compared with the expensive and cherished ice thorns, the second bombing weapon designed by Liamong is undoubtedly much cheaper. A detonating charm is matched with a crude oil barrel, and the cost is not known. But cheap is not good, and good is not cheap. This thing is very inconvenient to use. As long as you pay attention to hiding, there is not much danger, and it is easy to dodge with the skills of a ninja. But it's different when they mix with ice thorn. First ice, then fire. The tail whistle full of unpleasant hangings sounded a piercing whistle in the air, and the steel nails filled in the interlayer of the oil drum became a big killer. Kamen, babe, enjoy the baptism of ice and fire. Long live. Brothers and sisters are happy to read. There are 3 chapters today. Take aim. Text chapter 419 _ The conspiracy gradually surfaced. Where did these guys come from? Bastard, what are they throwing? The devastation caused by the ice and thorns was not over, and the sky was raining again. Interestingly, these wooden barrels that were detonated before they fell to the ground were filled with 200 kilograms of crude oil. The black gold spewed from the ground has unimaginable destructive power. This is not a gasoline and diesel explosion, it is crude oil, and asphalt can be boiled in crude oil. Friends who have seen this thing should know how terrifying it is. Worse yet, it's poisonous. Countless crude oil barrels fell from the sky, rumbled and smashed endless dust and smoke. Nara Shikamaru's heart sank to the bottom. What was the boss thinking? After 2 rounds of bombing, the white Zetsu troops on the seashore were completely wiped out, and the remaining 3 melons and 2 dates were also eliminated. However, the victorious coalition army did not look happy at all, and they all looked at the Heian troops who were far away in the sky with angry eyes. This was the first large-scale airstrike in the Hokage world, a feat that only Deidara had done before, and no one thought much of it. But now, Lu Meng, with an unparalleled strong stance, announced to this deformed world that a new way of fighting had appeared. In the future, whoever occupies air supremacy will have the right to speak, or he will be bombed. Zai Buchuan, who was lurking on the beach, rubbed his nose angrily. These guys were too quick to do it. In fact, no one can complain about the Air Force, and no one thought it would be resolved so quickly. Even Liamong himself did not expect this situation. Won't the white Zetsu troops burrow? In fact they did drill, and they drilled quite a bit. After a round of bombardment, the most unlucky one became the ninja coalition. When these guys reappeared from the smoke, the ninja army had the heart of scolding mothers. Lois gnawed at the steel and Kiba waved his robe. Deal with these guys and get back to them. No more beheading adults. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Bye, it's our time to start. You go get that fan, and I'll get that bottle. Understood. Notify the rear artillery units, and fire immediately upon hearing the command. Yes. The country of thunder, Kumogakure, is the headquarters of the Allied forces. Report, Lord Rakage, QB, Nine Tails, People Jinchuriki, column forced to flee. What's the matter? 4 generations of Rakage bang. His fist slammed on the newly changed table. Didn't you already send someone to intercept it? Nara Shikaku held back his mouth with difficulty, blaming Ruruka half to death in his heart, but said on the surface, Uzumaki Naruto has announced his departure from Konoha, and our people can't stop him. Leaving Konoha, that guy escaped. No, he is now claiming to be the lord of the country of Vortex, and he is going to recall the remnants of the kingdom of Vortex after the war. You should know his identity. Naruto does this, and we have no reason to stop it. Asshole. What are you doing all this called? I'm sorry, Lord Rakage, and please forgive me. We didn't expect such a problem. Forget it, as long as you don't go to the other party. How are the preparations for the enchantment class? Don't worry, Rakage-sama, there is a Dao regeneration barrier around the island, and it is impossible for people to escape even with Jinchuriki column force. Someone is coming, it's Uzumaki Naruto. On the island of the 8 turtles, an eye-catching man who came to support issued a warning. It's good. The leader of the enchantment class waved his hand vigorously. Finally, it's the enchantment class's turn to appear. We exhausted our efforts and worked hard to open so many enchantments. For this moment, we must not let him run out. I will report to the headquarters. I just want to say that the interception was successful, do you understand? Grown-ups, look at that. What to see? The commander of the enchantment class turned around when he heard the sound. His eyes turned into billiards. I saw a huge, black, round-tailed beast bomb crashing against the barrier. Like a stone thrown by a naughty child at the glass, it made a crisp explosion. Going forward as an enchantment, I understand it to help you break through. Uncle B. Naruto Uzumaki looked back at Killer B, who turned into 8 tails, and shouted excitedly. The ninjas of the enchantment class were Spartan. They picked up their chin and pressed the commander again, and jumped 3 feet high. Stop them. No way, Commander, the regeneration speed of the enchantment can't keep up. Idiot, stupid, still don't knock my ball out, stupid. Ah, yes, I understand. Naruto listened to Killer B's cry, and pressed his hands on the tailed beast bomb, which was standing in the air, and launched a shock. Lean less. The defensive barrier was all shattered into pieces of glass. No way, Commander, we can't stop it. If you can't stop it, you have to stop it. Command, they went through. What underscore. It's passed through, Lord Commander. How do we report to the headquarters? How else can I report? The blocking failed. The bearded commander jumped on his tiptoes and shouted, and after shouting, he threw himself next to the Jinchuriki column and banged straight up. How can 2 people be together? Unheard of. Figure fell to the ground with 2 clicks, and Naruto Uzumaki looked around strangely. Isn't it in the sea? Why is it close to the shore again? You don't need to pay attention to these things. Running is the right thing to do. Ah, then let's run away. It's not good to be caught back. Kurama. Beef. It's the chakra of Kyubi, 9 tails. They appear. Black Zetsu stepped on the ground and slowly climbed up, and all the ninjas headed by Terumi-mei were suspicious. What did this guy who couldn't kill him want to do? Yahweh and Kyubi, 9 tails, appeared. Connected to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, through the underground routes. Black Zetsu relayed the news. I have 4 generations of Mizukage blocking me. Do you want to continue? Break through to capture Daimyo. No need, I captured them earlier to force Kyubi, 9 tails, out. Now that these 2 guys have appeared, there is no need to waste time in the Kabuto circle and retreat immediately. I understand. Black Zetsu raised his head with a sly laugh and sank to the ground. Terumi-mei and others were all stunned. Run, what happened when you chose to run away? Mizukage-sama, cried one of the Iwagakure ninjas. We're next. There's no more, let's do it. Brothers and sisters are happy to read. There are still 2 chapters. Go to collect the new book when you have time. The cloud has made great progress. The second element of the lost conscience is finally not as naive as it is now. It's all tears. Text chapter 420 even if you know how. Mizukage-sama, you. I'm sorry, although it's not good to sneak up on allies, but you should die. An instant, the sneak attack killed all the people who were not his own. Terumi-mei smiled and spit out an acid mist, turning the corpses of these people into filth. The big names in the small building felt that something was wrong, and they were scrapped, but they were not stupid. 2 guys with paper fans and high hats stopped in front of them, and no less than 20 warriors pulled out sharp blades. This is a profession left over from the previous era. The one who holds the fan is the Onmyoji, who is good at exorcising spirits and warding off ghosts. It's a pity that there isn't a great Onmyoji here, nor a juggernaut. In front of Terumi-mei, it is not much better than a turkey dog. Mizukage, the 5th generation, what do you want to do? Asked the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind, suppressing his fear. Terumi-mei raised a finger to cover Yuhi's lips. What do I want to do? A little friend told me that the only way to keep the world stable is to have only one voice. Don't you think there are too many famous names now? What do you mean ________? Terumi May smiled, and the smile was pretty. Who said that you died at my hands? It was Akatsuki's Black Zetsu who killed you. Maybe Uchiha Madara can be counted. By the way, he knows time and space ninjutsu. Doesn't this just solve the problem of the enchantment? Look, I even thought about the way of death for you. The scales won't let you go in 2 days. The land country daimyo took off his glasses, and Lao Ganbaka's face was full of savage colors. The fat body of the famous name of the Kingdom of Wind was trembling, and Yuhi's pig face was swollen. The famous name of the Land of Water lowered his head in resignation, knowing that this would happen for a long time. These ninjas have never been reliable. 4th generation Mizukage, do you know what you are doing? The Fire Nation's daimyo raised the folding fan. You are fighting against the whole world. It's easier to read on mobile phones m.heihei168.com. Send them on their way. Terumi May raised her eyebrows slightly and gave a death order. Kurigakure ninjas shivered. You look at me, I look at you, these are all big names. Go. Mizukage-sama. Looks like you don't need to stay anymore, ow. The shadow quietly emerged behind him. His whole body was pitch black and he wore a black scarf. And one eye flashed Yuhi. Since the 4th generation stepped down, I haven't done such a thing for a long time. It's not good to kill people and see blood. He took out a black scarf from his arms and tied it in front of his eyes, and the ruthless man who survived in the blood mist sent a butcher's knife. You stop him. Whoever kills him is the 6th generation Mizukage. Fighting to the death. Terumi May sneered at the daimyo of the Land of Water. Their eyes met, and the man who was hysterically trying to give up immediately gave up. Onmyoji took action, and 2 ghosts, one Yuhi and one Blue, appeared in the void. As soon as Fang appeared, he was photographed by 2 sanitary napkins, which were the sealing charms that Ching threw out. Don't take out things that are outdated, and let them die. Zaibusion is known as a silent murder master in the ninja world, but who knows that the intelligence chief Ching is also a master. Even many people didn't even know Akatsuki that he knew swordsmanship, they just thought he was a sentient ninja. It won't be exposed over there, right? Terumi May blew out waves of clever mist, cleaned the traces, and there were only 2 people left. Aomori smiled coldly. They won't find out. That guy is a ready-made substitute. Except that he doesn't have this eye. Everything else is the same, and the perception technique is still better than me. Then there is no problem. Deal with the scene and report to Lord Rakage. What? All the big names are dead. I'm sorry. Terumi May was seriously injured and returned to the coalition headquarters. Uchiha Madara attacked. I'm not an opponent, I'm really sorry. Where are the big names? Not sure. With 2 pairs of eyes and 4 eyeballs facing each other, Yuyai took a deep look at the big beauty. Mabui, take Mizukage down too. Have a good rest. Lord Rakage. When Terumi May left, Nara Shikaku stood up. Something is not right. Even if Uchiha Madara strikes, there should be no information to return. 5 generations of Mizukage her. Report. Lord Rakage, the land of earth, the land of wind, the land of fire, and the land of water, a tragedy happened in the Daming Palace, and all the heirs died. Where's the land of thunder? The Kingdom of Thunder. The Kingdom of Thunder is the same, the news just came. The ninja who reported the message hesitantly spoke, and the whole person was frozen in place. Yayui looked at the direction where Mizukage was leaving, and nodded slowly. Sir Rakage. I know what you want to say. Everything is based on war. She should also understand that if this war fails, no amount of calculations will make sense. Let's talk about it later. Let the intelligence department find out the names of other small countries. No mistake, they were all dead. Kimimaro-sama. Is the matter resolved? Yes. The ninja kneeling on the ground unfolded the scroll, and several corpses appeared in the smoke. Kimimaro glanced slightly. Dispose of it without leaving any traces. Yes, my lord. I'm not an adult, there is only one adult in Yinyan village. I know. The ninja kneeling on the ground looked at the bone spur that was only 2 centimeters away from him, and swallowed. Kimimaro withdrew the sharp blade and threw it to the side. What the hell is that kid thinking? Yiyai sat on the main seat of the coalition army and looked at the table. A series of news confirmed his previous conjecture. The country of Sichuan, the country of Tien, the country of Taki, the country of Grass, and various small countries have appeared as attackers. They are armed with strange shoulder-resistant explosive weapons and strange firearms that can eject chakra bullets. The identity of the country raided the country just in time, and almost all those who were ranked in the name were killed. Anyone who can do this kind of thing at a time like this can guess who it is with their feet. How's the snow country over there? Report Lord Rakage, His Majesty Kazuhana Koyuki of the snow country is missing, and now Sante is in power. They were also attacked, and more than 80% of the nobles in the whole country died. Leave the intelligence and continue to observe the movements of various countries. 4th generation Rakage waved his hand, picked up the information, and took a look. Dead wood flowing light. There is another chapter. Brothers and sisters are happy to read. In the past 2 nights, there have always been people who have released the public release. Only Mother is good in the world. 4 lines of lyrics are played for 7 or 8 hours. Can you imagine how tortuous this is? The cloud has the heart to cut people with a knife. Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 421-440. Text Chapter 421_ Can you give him to me? I'm sorry, can you give me the fan in your hand? You. The older Kumogakure ninja widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at the picturesque beauty in front of him, stunned in place. Baidu Interesting Academy. Haku smiled softly, as ethereal as a cloud and as quiet as water. The old Kumogakure ninja got lost in this beauty, and the lieutenant general handed over the banana fan. Hey, what are you doing? She is. Halfway through the words, I couldn't go on anymore, and the ninja who turned back was also stunned. After his shout, many of the coalition ninjas turned their heads, and they all turned into the same appearance as him. The beauty of white does not belong to this world. Just as Conan's beauty carries eternal sorrow, her beauty carries eternal nostalgia. Liamong had envied more than once that he would not kill this idiot again, but he was able to get the love of such a beauty. Who is she? What is her name? Thick doubts came to mind, and the dumb ninjas raised question marks regardless of gender. Thank you. Bai nodded slightly, his bright eyes narrowed to the moon Kiba. The ninjas were heartbroken, no more. It took them a long time to recover before they realized what had happened. Is it demonic illusion? Snapped. The older Kumogakure slapped himself hard, but his hot face couldn't stop his thoughts. That woman is too beautiful. No, the beauty is not enough to describe. Who is she? Found it. Teotihu Zabujan silently shuttled through the allied ninja army, using the assassination technique learned in the blood fog to the extreme. Through the blind spot of vision and various shadow blind spots, he approached the captain of the first unit like an invisible ghost. However, his luck was obviously not as good as Bai's. It was really painful to be ugly, and Lois Tarui directly rejected his thoughts. Heihei168.com. This bottle doesn't seem to be available. Zabujan secretly scrutinized the 2 ninjas standing at a high place, compared them secretly, and found that he was far from them. This was a qualitative gap. Launch silent assassination. Looking at the men with eyes on the side, you know that this is a way of sending death. Just when Zabujan lingered uncertainly, wondering whether to retreat first, or use artillery fire to cause chaos. The battlefield has changed again. Choji's transformation into a cocoon and a butterfly has become the key to the victory of the coalition forces. He first fell from the sky, and with the cooperation of Shikamaru, Kakuzu was made into a fleshy mud, and then he turned into a giant chariot and turned the white Zetsus. Rolled over. The coalition ninjas cheered, jumped and screamed with excitement. The little girls who don't know the inside information simply worship him as a god. Handsome guy, I want to marry you. Handsome man, I like you. Handsome guy, I love you. Handsome guy, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Dad. Choji looked at his father excitedly and said, Dad, did you hear me? Someone likes my son too. Choji's father patted Choji's shoulder hard. Son, you have to seize the opportunity to understand. Opportunity. Stupid, that's how your father found your mother back then. What? Dad, that's how you found my mother back then. Yeah, Choji's father looked at Choji with an idiot. If I don't take the opportunity to get your mother, will anyone want your father's body shape? Then how did you tell me? Tactics, this is called tactics, do you understand? Choji's father gave Choji a meaningful look. We are plump and plump, but plump doesn't mean we are stupid. Boy, you have been with that smart guy from Nara's family for so long, why don't you learn both hands? I was thinking, can you marry the girl from the Yamanaka family? You mean Ino? I don't do it, Dad, don't cheat on me. Son, how can this be called cheating on you? But forget it, if you don't want to, let's change it. While you're getting thinner now, hurry up and find a daughter-in-law for your father, understand? Father, aren't we lying? Liar. Choji's father looked at Choji very tiredly. Silly boy, you don't want a daughter-in-law anymore. Think. Cheat if you want. Cheat. Aren't girls used to cheat? Choji's father put his arms around Choji's shoulders and said, this girl likes sweet words. You are so good now that you have to seize the opportunity, or go back and ask your mother to beat you. Quote. Dad, my mother doesn't listen to you. Who said that? Choji's father's eyes widened when he heard Choji's words. Choji shrank his head back. Dad, don't force it. When my mom and Shikamaru get angry, you and Uncle Shikaku are just like that. Choji. Akamichi Choza roared, and the entire beach fell silent. Mukuro on the smoke-filled battlefield reeked of the stench of gas emitted from burning crude oil. Allied ninjas, Akatsuki's white zetsu, the traces brought by various ninja tools are said to burst the eyeball, the head is exploded, the wounds, blood, the mouth with a wail, the eyes of despair are pale, all the images are showing the cruelty of war and the humility of life. But this scene that was supposed to be so miserable that it made people cry, was destroyed by the two fat men. Maybe Choji and his dad could keep their voices down at first, but they both seem to have forgotten. No matter how small the elephant's voice is, it is still a loudspeaker, not to mention that the two of them are not much smaller than the whale now. The allied ninjas were all stunned. Konoha girl. Iwagakure girl. Kurigakure girl. The girls from village to village all looked at them in astonishment, heartbroken after the comparison. In this extremely cruel and bloody war, pressing the messy chest, there is an indescribable strange feeling. Should we be happy? Suddenly, an old man wiped his tears, for Fatty. For the fat man. Yes, for the fat man. First a little, then a sharp spread. Akamichi Choji and his father, Akamichi Choza, stopped arguing stupidly, and there were voices applauding for them all over the place. Hey, these two fat guys are so funny. I miss home. They were born to bring joy to people. These two idiots are so good at doing it. Maybe marrying him is really good. A girl who is not very beautiful in appearance and has a little Madara on her face is thinking seriously. Akamichi Choji looked at the little ones under his feet depressedly, and roared in his loudest voice, I'm not fat, I'm plump, understand, plump is not fat. Ha ha ha, this stupid fat guy. No, I can't take it anymore. Lend me a shoulder to lean on. Don't rely on it. I also fell down when I leaned on it. I fell down, I really fell down, oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. What are you laughing at? There was an outbreak over the weekend, and the brothers and sisters were happy to watch. For the new book, I asked for the collection of, The Second Element of Losing Conscience. Text chapter 422_ Watch out for those Kurigakure guys. The sudden deep questioning interrupted the cheers of the coalition ninjas like a shit stick. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The stunned ninjas turned their heads and looked at the figure on the towering rock wall. The laughter came to an abrupt end, and there was no more tone, only the roar of the waves crashing against the beach. Woo, Uchiha Madara. The full covering Uzumaki mask covers the head, Tomo-like holes open eyes, and Yuhi and purple-black eyeballs glance down. The two high-flying streamers were thrown behind his head, and the man with the fan on his back shocked everyone when he appeared. Pull the wind, domineering, contempt for everything. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. That is. What the hell is that? The fiery setting sun dissipated, the cold moonlight rose, and the giant hundreds of meters high let out a mad roar. What the hell is that? Ino stepped back in horror, her pretty face turning pale. Shikamaru said with sweat on his forehead, "It's even bigger than Choji." "I have a bad premonition," Tarui said and looked at the souls of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. The fan of Uchiha Madara proudly raised his head, as if everything in the world was not placed by him eyes. Akamichi Choza swung his giant stick and shouted, "Son, let's go." "Dad, you're not crazy, are you?" Choji pointed at the guy across from him. "You know what it is and you go." "I won't do it." "Bastard, you don't go, I go." Under the blessing of the hypermultiplier technique, the rounded giant rod rolled up and smashed into the top of the head with a howling wind. Interesting academy. Choji glanced at his father's back and wiped away his tears. "Father, you are really my father, I hope the two of us don't hang up now." Wings and flying high with determination, Akamichi Choji came from behind and raised his fists. Choji, who knew the interests of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, didn't dare to come forward. He turned his fist into a palm, grabbed his arm and fell down. The strong chakra storm roared and pulled his arm, and a boundless mighty force passed to the slap. Choji's father, flew out on the spot, and fell out of the way like two gourds on the ground. After rolling over a dozen times in a row, he stopped. The number of allied ninjas smashed to death on the road and smashed is unknown. But now the big guy has no time to control them, and he is dumbfounded when he sees that big guy. Tsuchikage, the captain of the second unit, weighed Onoki's son Lois for 2 days, and together with his girl Kuratsuchi launched the forbidden technique of mountain soil. With the shouts of the father and daughter, the mountains rising from the left to the right rumbled and sandwiched Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in the middle. An astonishing thing happened. The face of this unimaginable attack, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, actually supported it with both hands, and he stopped the tendency of the two mountains to close together. So powerful. How could this be? Sir Reikage, the coalition army headquarters, the perception ninja in charge of observing the battlefield exclaimed, unimaginable chakra appeared on the battlefield of the first unit. Judging from the intelligence, it is very likely it is Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Quote. Uchiha Madara appeared. Yes, he showed up. Bastard, I will rush over here, send a letter to the 5th generation Mizukage, and inform the 6th generation of Hokage that he is about to return. Sir Reikage. What's wrong? Yuyai turned around, her eyes burning into fireballs. QB, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, Column Force Killer B Jinchuriki, Column Force is rushing to the battlefield. What? Where did those two guys go? Reikage 4th generation raised his eyebrows and clapped his fists. Nara Shikaku sighed. It should be right. Just now I wondered why Madara suddenly appeared. Look at it now. There's an explanation for everything here. Lord Reikage, please stop them. No, Lord Reikage is the commander of the coalition. How can he act so easily? Command is handed over to him. Nara Shikaku looked at the 4th Reikage in amazement, trembling at the sudden entrustment. Your brain is better than Lao Su, but your strength is really not very good. It's good to stay here to make ideas. Besides, Yuyai suppressed her voice. Be careful of the 5 generations of Mizukage and Kurigakure, understand? I see, Lord Reikage. The front line of the first unit, Zabujan sneaked against the edge of the ruins, quietly looked at the trend of the coalition forces outside, and suddenly felt that this was an opportunity. I thought those guys wouldn't be able to use it before, but now it's just right. The artillery team, get ready, a test fire. Yes. After receiving the order to raise the muzzle, these epic-making weapons designed by Liamong, manufactured by the Snow Country Science and Technology Department, finally had a chance to appear. These are some cm caliber mountain guns, which are very simple and easy to understand. They were once widely used in the battlefield of Vietnam, and even now they are weapons of war in the third country. Simplicity, easy modification, and strong adaptability have become his distinctive features. Just like AK, it is much loved by poor countries. Liamong can create this thing, not because of his military talent, but because this thing is too simple. It is easy to make a batch without worrying about the toughness of the muzzle. However, good things come back well, but they also need money. A shell is equal to a large crystal block. A large crystal block is equal to a small crystal block. The door artillery salvo, 1 time is 0. These are all aimed at money. Let the heartbreak of the cannon rumble, and the cat wakes up early, and the swish-swish light group cuts through the night sky, attracting the allied ninjas to look up one after another. What are those? Yuhi, S, purple, blue, white, and transparent 5-colored light spheres, like shooting stars across the sky, dragging trails of tail flames under the cold moonlight. Get out of the way. That thing is coming for us. At first, there was only one shot, and no one cared about it, but the next piece of light exploded the mind. These things are horrible. The light ball fell to the ground, the Yuhi-colored explosion, the purple corrosion, the blue icing, the white discharge, and the remaining one that was transparent to nothing, but it would be finished if you hit it. Where did these things come from? After 3 consecutive rounds of artillery bombardment, like an iron plow across the battlefield, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, stumbled and sat on the ground, with Yuhi-'s white, purple, and blue on his body. Zabujan took this opportunity to touch Tarui's back. This bottle belongs to me. There are 4 more watches today, the clouds take a break. He was aiming at it, and it was almost dead in the past 2 days. Text chapter 423_ for those who have passed away. Put it down. Baidu Interesting Academy. Who? Zabujan paused, his right hand in horror, obviously within reach, but dared not move. Uchiha Madara came out from behind him, passing through like a ghost. Tarui and Lois turned their heads, first looked at Madara, then looked at him and then turned to Yuhi gourd and amber bottle. Stop, you don't want to take those ninjas away. Ha ha. Uchiha Madara grinned twice. I'm not interested in them, I'm interested in what's in them. If you can't bear it, I'll bring it back to you later. Shadow mimicry. That's it. Standing in the shadows, Nara Shikamaru pinched her hands, and, Madara's eyes turned to the shadows. It seems that the Ninja World Alliance is somewhat capable. Let's first let the Golden Horn Silver Horn with Kyubi, Nine Tails Chakra take the lead, and then find a chance to seal them into that big guy, right? He, the analysis is good, it's a pity for a guy like you to be an enemy. It turned out to be true. Shikamaru, be careful. The black shadow that suddenly appeared on the top of the head fell like a mountain on the top. If he didn't see the situation, he wiped his body and ran. After a few steps, he flew out. The big feet that fell behind him lifted countless sand and gravel blocks, and the whole ground collapsed. Go in. Terrifying, tough, and unreasonable. Heihei168.com. The allied ninjas stopped attacking in desperation, and a panicked ninja cried out, "Our ultimate move is drizzle to him, how can we fight such a battle?" As long as they can achieve a little bit of victory, the ninjas will not become what they are today. However, when the enemy is too strong to be damaged, the breath of despair spreads uncontrollably. Shikamaru, are you all right? Choji fluttered his wings and looked into his arms. Shikamaru shook his head in horror. Fortunately, thanks to you, how about Captain Tarui and the others? We're fine, too. Lois ordered from the ground in a deep voice. Inform the coalition forces to withdraw temporarily and prepare for a night battle. In addition, immediately notify the headquarters to formulate a new strategic deployment, and we need support. Understood, we'll wait right away. Where's that guy? Shikamaru looked up suspiciously. Not only Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was missing, but the Six Paths artifact was also missing. Has he retreated? A bewildered thought flooded into his mind, and the allied ninjas fell to the ground one after another, dumbfounded. Shiro, let's retreat. Without being embarrassed, he turned his head and glanced at the direction of the ninja coalition. With the tools that successfully obtained the banana fan, the subordinates, women, or wives left the battlefield. After this operation, we and the guy's deal is done. Give him the fan and we'll go home. Do you want to give up this war if you don't kill your lord? Shiro, what's wrong with you? She glanced at Haku with no doubt. She had never asked such a question before. Too many people died. Bai lowered his head, looked at the ground in a lonely way, and said, what is war, and what are we ninjas? Don't worry about those boring things, we'll just live on our own. Without further ado, he took Bai into his arms. I have you, and you have me. Dreams, ambitions, whatever, let him go. No, Haku suddenly showed a sweet smile. My dream has come true, and being able to lean on the adult's chest is Bai's greatest wish in life. Ha ha ha, I never thought that someone as bad as me would like me. Self-deprecating, heroic, laughter with a strong attachment spread far and wide, and no longer threw the fan to the gangster who came to greet him. Give it to that guy, and say our agreement is complete. No more beheading adults. Don't come here. Kurigakur's murderous aura frightened the gangster who wanted to speak, and turned back halfway when he was about to leave. Where's that guy Lei Kiba? Let's go, don't kill the Lord again. Lord Lei Kiba said, don't go to him again in the future. Is that so? Looks like I'm missing another friend. But yes, for now, it's better to separate. Captain, are we just watching them leave? Why don't you do this? The bastard captain turned Byakugan angrily. Why don't you stop him? I'll let it go. The gang leader threw the banana fan into the car door. Retreat immediately, throw away all those cannons, you can't stay in this hell. Ordinary people robbing ninjas is a first-time experience. The gang leader knows in his heart that when the Union Army comes back, they will never end well. But what he thought was a bit redundant. The current coalition army can't even move, let alone arresting people, and morale has dropped to the bottom. One by one, they were wilting as if they had beaten eggplants, their heads lowered as if they had beaten a cock, their hearts were empty and at a loss. Many people even gave up the idea of giving up, and there is no chance of winning against that kind of person. What's the point of us doing this? A young Iwagakure wailed with blood and tears. Father is dead, mother is dead. Dead, all dead, what are we fighting for? Sober up, calm down. Go away. The young Iwagakure slapped open his companion's hand. My father is dead, my mother is gone, I can't even find their bodies. You wake me up, what can I do to wake up? You tell me, tell me. With two frantic questions, he fell to his knees, and the young ninja clenched his fists and hit the ground. This is just a corner of the battlefield, there are many others like him. Parents, wives and children, relatives and friends all mourned after a battle. 1st Unit Captain Tarui. 2nd Unit Captain Lois. 4th Division Acting Commander Shikamaru. The three of them were speechless when they stood together. The cold wind blew on their scarred bodies, and there was an indescribable sadness. Long time. Shikamaru said, we must end this bloody war, not for ourselves, but also for these dead comrades. Brothers and sisters, please go to support the new book in the cloud when you have time, just click on the collection. The second element of despairing conscience, please. It's not easy to do anything these days. One of your collections is the biggest affirmation of the cloud. Take a look, may Mother Earth bless you. Text chapter 424_kill me, do you hear? Everyone, it's easier to read on mobile phones m.heihei168.com. Boy, what are you trying to do? The rock clone of Onoki, the third-generation Tsuchikage, ran to Liamong's side, and the old earth gray face showed a deep suspicion. Lu Meng looked at him amusingly. What do I want to do? I want to win this war. You sent people to kill those big names. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Liamong grinned and fired a cannon, but 9 out of 10 failed to hit. Don't pretend to be confused with me. Onoki's avatar bit Kiba. This old man has eaten more salt than you have traveled. Then eat slowly. 2 days later, the blue veins jumped on the forehead of the old man Lee. Damn boy, I don't care what you are planning. Don't get in the way of this war, otherwise I will solve you here. Old guy, do you have the ability? Liamong's face is full of lice and it doesn't itch, and there is no need to worry about debts. You are a lot older, and you are not afraid of the wind. Dead boy. 2-day-old man, you'd better not mess with me. Liamong sullenly kicked the dirt shadow clone out. I will do my best to make this war a victory. I will not cause you any trouble. Don't make me uncomfortable. What the hell are you doing, this lunatic? What good will it do to you to kill the big name? The old man Tsuchikage was half dead in the sky. If it weren't for the war that spread across the continent, all countries had to send all their living forces. The formation of the coalition forces so that the rear line of defense is empty. How can there be today's disaster? Heihei168.com. The daimyo nobles suffered heavy casualties, and the logistics line must be tight. As a result, the chances of winning the coalition army would be greatly reduced. No one knows when this battle will end. Liamong cut off meaningfully. Daming died. It's over if you send someone over to take over. Which village doesn't have some elderly ghosts? It's just right to send them there. Sure enough, you did it. The 2-day-old man bit Kiba and watched Liamong. Don't wrong people, I have never admitted it. You can't deceive the old man. Liamong smiled happily. What am I doing to deceive you? I need to pay attention to evidence. Be careful, I will sue you for slander, old man. Xiaoyi is also a person with an ID card. Don't try to use Tsuchikage's identity to press me and tell you 2 words, no way. Damn boy. Li Tiantian's face was full of livid trembling. After this matter, the old man will definitely ask you for an explanation, and the coalition forces will give you the due trial. Ha ha ha, judge who? Judge me. The 3 generations of Tsuchikage, the idiot old man, wanted to judge the young master, just dream. Even if you can convince Reikage to pull Konoha on, the lad has an advantage. Might guy's half crippled, can't live to the end of the war, it still takes 2 more lectures. Fight with me, sell tofu, old man, let's ride a donkey to read the ledger and wait and see. After another squeaking sound of the energy cannon, Liamong simply gave up. The battle has been fought until now, and the 4 shadows of the previous generation on the opposite side have not shown any strength at all. Is Yakushi Kabuto stalling, looking up at the night sky in the sky, as if things are getting big? Gaara, this can't go on like this. The 4 generations of the same shadow flashed loneliness on the sad face. You must hurry up to seal us off. While we can speak now, you must seize the opportunity, otherwise it will not be time. It's too late. Father. I'm not qualified to be your father. The 4th generation of Kazekage lowered his eyes and dared not look at his son's eyes. Karura has always loved you deeply, but I have always hurt you. Do it, this is your Kazekage. Responsibility. Don't blame your uncle, I ordered him to do that. What? It was I who ordered Yashimaru to deceive you, in order to drive you into a desperate situation, to see if the tailed beast would go berserk, so as to determine whether your existence would be a threat to the village. If your uncle hates me, he hates me, not you. After all, he ordered that the person Shukaku sealed inside his pregnant sister was me. Do you understand? Gaara, I did all this. Yashimaru. Your uncle is a ninja from Sunagakure village, and is my direct subordinate Anbu. Whether he likes it or not, he must obey me, and obey my 4th generation Kazekage. I have imposed too many things on you, but self-righteously denied it. It was I who turned you into a Jinchuriki column force, took your life, took your mother, and took away your thoughts of your mother. Quote. The 4th generation Kazekage sighed heavily. I even took away the bond between you and others, and in the end, I will take away your life. In the end, as a father, I only left you one thing, and that is the soul. The creation and the hatred it brings. Gaara, kill me, don't hesitate any longer. Father. Gaara stared blankly at the fourth generation of Kazekage, and suddenly felt a pain in her heart, just like the night Yashimaru died. When the body is injured, it bleeds, and it looks painful, but the pain will disappear naturally with time, and it will be better if you take medicine. Yashimaru sucked the cut finger. However, in my heart wounds are not that easy to deal with, and they are hard to heal. Quote. Ellipsis. Heart hurt. The wound in the heart is not the same as the wound on the body. There is no medicine to heal like the wound on the body, and it cannot even be healed in a lifetime. There is only one thing that can heal the wound in the heart, but it is not easy to obtain this thing. Because it can only be obtained from others. That is love. Love. That's right. Then how do I get this thing? Sir Gaara, you have already got it. The Shukaku of sand is a creature that exists to attack, but your sand is always guarding you. They do not come from Shukaku, but from your mother. Even if your sister dies, to keep guarding you, there is her will in those sands. Because she loves you all the time. Quote. Gaara, what are you waiting for? The 4 generations of Kazekage shouted irritably. I don't deserve to be your father at all. Use your courage as a Kazekage to solve me, and don't let me lose my last dignity after death. And perseverance. I am Kazekage, the 4th generation, and must not be a murderer who harms the village. Quote. Kill me, do you hear me, Gaara? The brothers and sisters watched happily, and felt that the inner fluctuations of the characters in Hokage were difficult to grasp. Maybe it's because of the newcomers. I always feel not very satisfied. However, the cloud will do its best to write, and if you have any comments, please leave a message. Text chapter 425 _ continuing legacy. 4th generation of Kazekage to sternly and strictly order his own son to kill him spread throughout the wilderness. Interesting academy. Gaara floated blankly in the air, facing his father across a pothole that was dozens of meters deep. Kill me, hear me, kill me like a man. You have a great mother. Even if you die, you will believe in and protect you to this day. She made you Kazekage, had friends, gained bonds, made you have everything that I took away again. As a father, I will only take away. No, I don't even have the qualifications to be your father. This is the second time the 4th generation of Kazekage has said this today, and everyone who said it is sour. Even the other 3 shadows who were summoned at the same time as him were not happy. My, 970, Arrow stared blankly at his father who was bowing his head, suddenly raised his head. I really hated you and wished I could kill you, but I also remember the doll you gave me. Gaara. The 4th generation Kazekage raised his eyes in astonishment, and finally found the little bear that his son had been taking with him. Mother is indeed very, very great, and I love her very, very much, but it was you who first entered my heart, father. The yellow sand that rumbled from the ground, opened its hands gently. Its face was not very clear, but it was barely recognizable as a woman. 4 generations of fathers laughed and laughed. Karura, is that you? I can feel your warmth again, and I will be content in this life. Son, you are good, the village will ask you. The endless yellow sand rushed into the sky, shrouding the night, and all the 4 shadows that were deliberately kept in their hands were wrapped in the sand. 2nd generation Mizukage looked at the spell stuck to his chest and smiled. To seal us in this way, not bad, kid, well done. Interesting academy. Don't be too happy, idiot's mustache. The 3rd generation Raikage shouted with thunder light all over his body. Our body reacts instinctively, this 3 bad ninjutsu. Not good. Rewind. 3 cage-level giants suddenly burst out. Except for the 4 generations of Kazekage who were relieved, the remaining 3 rushed over. Liamong retreated to the back to take a look, and made a retreat gesture to Tamari. You guys play slowly, brother and wife went to the play. Fu-kun. Hurry up, Anko, Hinata follow. Surround them. Time is not forgiving, Onoki. The 2nd generation Tsuchikage looked at his disciple with a sigh, and in the blink of an eye, the little ghost of the day became the old man of today. Third generation Tsuchikage opened his eyes nervously, and in the blink of an eye, the second generation Tsuchikage disappeared in front of him. Go and call that young K's cage over. If you don't find me right away, you will die. Yo, there are a lot of people here. The eyebrowless second generation Mizukage picked up his mustache. Listen, my skills are not so easy to deal with. Stay away from me, I will tell you my weaknesses. Raise your ears and remember, I use Yin Dun, which is demonic illusion, and the psychic beast is a mirage. Biting my thumb, I patted the center of the magic circle on the ground, and a huge muscle rose from the ground. Looking at the allied ninjas flying around, Reikage of the third generation shouted. I used Raiden Thunder style, the ninja called Futon Wind style to attack, and the ninja of Doden Earth style to defend. Thank you Ni for your reminder, and please be more specific if you can. This will not work. The Yakushi Kabuto cat heard this in the underground cave and quickly tightened his control. Damn, the third generation of Reikage is really an unreliable pawn. In this case, let me lose consciousness. Woods, full moon, night wind. Using Kyubi Ninetales chakra to illuminate the top of the road ahead, although there may be risks, but we are not afraid, oh Ruola. Killer Bee rap and singing followed Naruto, and suddenly asked, Boy, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Uncle B, say it. Killer Bee sighed sternly. Jinchuriki column force, since you chose to leave the village, why did you still participate in this battle? If you don't like them, why do you work hard for them? Hide with me. Don't you feel up? Uncle B. What's the matter? I can't say it. No, Naruto shook his head, just thinking of some people. Remember some people? Naruto graciously said, Sasuke, senior brother Nagato, boss Liamong, teacher Uruka, and many others. Did they have a good relationship with you? Yes, the relationship is very good. Naruto sniffled and wiped away a little bit of crystal, but they are good, everyone has their own position. Nagato-san said that as long as the world is not unified for one day, people will be divided into two parts. In different countries, war has become inevitable. People's positions are different, and there will be fights. When parents, wives, children, relatives and friends die at the hands of the enemy, hatred becomes inevitable. Quote. What are you talking about? Isn't it better to be confused? I want to end it. Naruto turned his head with a smile. Killer Bee was startled. What did you say? You want to end it? Yes, I want to end it. End this cursed fate. End this endless hatred. Ha ha ha, boy, your ambitions are really lofty, and you have culture. So, do you know how to do it? I don't know. Thump Tom. You don't know. Killer Bee gnawed his mouth full of black mud with his head down. Don't you know you're so sure? Uzumaki Naruto smiled awkwardly. I'm going to do it because I don't know. I don't know what to do. Killer Bee's eyes are all slanted. Is this little head sick? If you don't know, you want to do it, but you don't know how to do it. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the sky with deep eyes. It's because I don't know, I'm going to pursue and find it. Brother Nagato understands the pain of the world and wants to end the war with this, but he failed. But it doesn't matter, Inherit I, who he left behind, will definitely find a solution to end this cursed fate. Quote. Boy, are you serious? Uzumaki Naruto nodded heavily. I will follow in the footsteps of Master Jiraiya and inherit the unfinished aspirations of my brother. Uncle B, I will tell you secretly that I am the son of destiny. There is another chapter. Union will work hard. Today, the man playing outside should be self-improvement, and Union will be bored. Who the hell does this good thing? 10 will not bother him. 7 or 8 points in a song, to die for blood. Text chapter 426_ those unforgettable eyes. Che, I'm not young, and my tone is not small. But boy, are you sure you can make up your mind? If you don't say anything else, you can't deal with the boy you often chant. Uncle B. Be realistic, live realistically, and don't recognize your own idiot. Killer Bee rapped and gestured. I don't want to see you die. Uzumaki Naruto was silent. After a while, a sentence floated into the wind, something has to be done by someone else. Ha ha ha, you are so great, like a fool. Maybe I'm really a fool. Naruto sighed and shook his head, thinking of the friend he had been looking for under the cold moonlight. Sasuke, what are you doing now? Do you remember once? Konoha, school, children. Today, it's your first time to have a battle drill. So, keep your ears up and listen. Iruka stood in the sun and patted his notebook, and made 2 pops. The person who read my name entered the circle. Out of bounds counts as failure, understand? Choji, Shikamaru, you 2 come first. Go. Come on. Who will my opponent be? Naruto stood in the crowd and glanced back and forth. On the first day of school, they must let them know the interests of Lao Su. Could it be that guy? He looks more stinky than the bastard that the teacher kicked out. If only he could be replaced. If I beat this guy, my classmates will definitely agree with me. Ha ha ha, I'm the best, yes, that's it. That teacher. What's wrong, Choji? Iruka looked suspiciously at the chubby dude who was looking at him. I really don't want to shoot at my friends. You misunderstood. Iruka explained with a smile. This is not a battle, but a traditional ninja duel. Hokage has relied on this method to improve its strength. So, you don't need to worry. Forget it, teacher, those who came out of the circle will lose, right? Shikamaru copied Kabuto with both hands and walked out of the bounds. His clothes were baggy and indescribably decadent. Iruka and the students were all dumbfounded. What is this guy doing? He admits defeat before he even fights. What a motivating guy. He won't be a chunin in his life, right? That's a possibility. The young Shino pushed on his glasses. As soon as he grows, maybe one day he will. You don't have to be bullshit. Inuzuka Kiba smirked and wiped the tip of his nose. If he can be chunin, I will eat all the desks in the school. Hey, Ino, what's wrong with you? Really? The young Yamanaka sister complained to her friend with a bitter face. Shikamaru's troublesome guy is really embarrassing to my mother, and Choji is not up to it. You know them. Sakura, who had the pink butterfly festival above her head, turned her head to look inside. Ino nodded angrily. Our parents have a good relationship, they used to be comrades in arms. Is that so? Sakura blinked curiously, while Iruka Spartan was making notes in the notebook. Forget the 2 of you. Shikamaru Choji seals the seal of reconciliation. I'm sorry. Choji stretched out his finger and hooked his friend, apologizing embarrassedly. Shikamaru smiled indifferently. It's nothing. I'm afraid of trouble anyway, so that's fine. Iruka silently observed the 2 friends and sighed in admiration and helplessness. The friendship that can be had since childhood is really rare, but these 2 guys are not worth it. One is lazy, and the other lacks courage. What a big deal. The next group, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, the 2 of you enter the arena. Iruka was a little stunned and hurriedly called out his name. Does Lord Hokage want to inspect them? Take a good look at this. Come on, Sasuke. Teach the yellow-haired boy a good lesson and beat him to pieces. Cut, what the fuck? Uzumaki Naruto looked over the goggles and looked at Ursukuko who was standing in the arena, thinking to himself, if he could defeat him, he would definitely be as popular as him. By the time Naruto quickly entered the arena. Ah, right now. Hearing Iruka's urging, the young man awakened from his sweet dream, rolled up his arms and tucked up his cuffs, stepped into the middle circle like a crab, pointed to the opposite side and shouted, "Let the horse come over, you stinky bastard." Snort. The tail of the crane that's dragging its legs. What did you say, you fox man? Don't quarrel. Iruka stood in the middle with a headache and slapped the scoreboard vigorously. Before you stand against each other, you must form a seal of opposition. This is etiquette. Don't quarrel when you come up. There's no need for that useless thing. Uzumaki glared at the opposite with his fist. I can knock him down immediately, and the classmates will like me. Boring. Ursukuko looked at Naruto coldly. Since you want to beg for a fight, I'll do it for you. Shut up, you two. Iruka shouted, her mouth opened like a hippo. Ninja duel is a traditional method since the establishment of the ninja school, and the rules must be followed. Although this is a bit limited by the situation, it must be followed in the school. It's important to understand. Iruka roared and pointed his sword. Before the fight, the one-handed hand seal signaled to the opponent. This is half of the ninjutsu with the two-handed hand seal. It means that you are about to enter the battle, and it is the seal of opposition. The winner will be determined in the battle. After that, we have to stretch out the seal of opposition that we formed earlier to hook each other. This is the seal of reconciliation. It means that we are still friends. These are the rules of ninja training. Hey, I said Naruto, did you hear me? You're so annoying, I've said it twice. Naruto poked out his ears impatiently, with a greasy look on his face. Iruka got annoyed. Just answer it once, idiot. Yes, I know. Then, now, make the seal of battle, and the battle begins. Come on, Sasuke. Yamanaka Ino shouted, her light yellow hair danced like an elf in the sun, and Haruno Sakura suddenly stopped moving. A gust of wind blows. Two teenagers who dislike each other launched a charge. Punch, leg swing, foot probing. Naruto, who had just talked a lot, fell to the ground in less than a click, and Sasuke's clenched fist was only half a finger away from him. The students cheered and applauded, but the boy who fell to the ground didn't hear this at all, only those eyes that were as black as cold pools. The brothers and sisters were happy to see that Union was called out by Chinwei to buy something and just sent it to the car. Next, I will do my best to code words, so that people can play songs and make noise at night. I can't stand it anymore. When it is played at 7 o'clock, can you imagine what kind of torture it is? Crash, really crash. Text chapter 427_worry in the dark. Uzumaki Naruto will never forget the image of the first battle with Sasuke. Baidu Interesting Academy may have formed an inseparable friendship between the two since then. In those eyes, he saw hatred, resentment, and all the negative emotions in the world. Just like the eyes of the villagers looking at him when they were young. No, it was stronger than that. However, Naruto found that the eyes were not looking at him, and he was silent and completely out of focus. Uchiha Sasuke wins, Iruka wrote down on the notebook. Okay, now we'll reconcile. Sasuke frigidly got up and shook off the broken hair. Urzuzi grabbed her hands and left. Naruto lying on the ground was stunned for a moment, then jumped up angrily. You arrogant guy, you can't even say a word, what attitude. You pile of stinky shit, the sparse boss smells like a camel. Shit. This idiot, can't even curse people. Such a brainless kid. Sasuke is so handsome. You stop, do you hear? Idiot. Iruka roared and raised his fists. Ninja practice is a sacred tradition. You two bastards, give me the seal of reconciliation. Sasuke. Naruto. Reconcile with this crane tail. Smelly fox man. The obviously defensive sword fingers approached slowly. Sasuke on the left raised his eyebrows, and Naruto on the right pouted. Hurry up, Iruka urged angrily. Quickly end the seal of reconciliation. Reconciliation. Just him. Just him. The fingertips that were about to approach suddenly turned into fists and grabbed each other's collar, and Sasuke and Naruto's heads faced each other. The tail of the crane. Stinky man. Aren't you convinced? You're holding back. Staring at eye to eye, fist to fist, Iruka, with his head full of Spartans, rushed over. Stop, you two idiots, separate quickly. Naruto sucks. What are you doing? It's an idiot to be able to fight even if you can't beat it. Pieces of fallen leaves drifted to each other with the rustling Lin Feng, and Naruto, who was on his way to the moonlight, quietly returned to his senses. Sasuke. In the dark underground secret room, the eyeballs of the orangutan Yuhi slowly rotated, and the herringbone-shaped windmill matched with the hexagonal snowflakes made people tremble like a star. Haven't you figured it out yet? The black shadow that emerged from the eddy current stood at the door, and a corner of the fan was shining brightly under the throbbing candlelight. There's nothing I want to understand. Shinryuhi closed his eyes, and Sasuke leaned against the wall. Those who live on hatred are destined to have no good results. Since they have chosen this path, they must go on firmly. When you come to others, you are also destroying yourself. This is the fate of the Avengers. When you destroy everything, the Avengers will also come to an end. For example, you, quote, the blood-colored pupils that opened suddenly shot out endless black fire and swept towards the void. Uchiha Sasuke raised his right hand with suffocation. Chidori current Chidori sharp spear. I don't care if you are Madara or anything else, all the guys who play with Itachi and use Itachi have to die. When you return to this space, you will die. Sasuke, you dare to betray me, betray your ancestors. I have never regarded you as an ancestor, so how can I say betrayal? Ursukaze pointed forward with his sword, the originally fierce thunder-type chakra, but there was no fluctuation in his hand, just like a fluorescent tube. With pride. Madara, who escaped into the void, knew how terrifying this kind of thing was. This is the ultimate of nature transformation, just like Rasengan's morphological transformation. It is a symbol of ninjutsu reaching its highest point. First block the entire underground with the fire of Amaterasu, and then shoot through the body with the thunder-type chakra. Will you die as soon as you come out? As expected of Itachi's younger brother, he can use ninjutsu to such an extent. Itachi, your brother is indeed a genius that the Uchiha family can achieve for decades. The older brother demonic illusion has extraordinary attainments, and the younger brother has extraordinary ninjutsu practice. However, you are still pawns in my hands. Sasuke, see you next time. The body that escaped into the void disappeared into the wall and disappeared without a trace, and Urzuko's face was cold and turned into a black pot. I won't let you go, just like I won't let Konoha go, and I won't let anyone who hurt Itachi. He took out the letter full of numbers from his arms and looked at it. Sasuke turned it into fly ash. Remember, for the sake of my classmates, I will only help you this time. If there is any contact in the future, I will come to this book. Hula threw off his cape and walked out of the empty underground. The Avengers who snorted coldly ran to the nearest city and stayed in a bookstore for a long time. The battlefield of the first and second troops, Lois and Tarui were in tears after counting the damage. How much do you have left? It's only less than 1/3, and there are almost no uninjured people. Tarui exhaled a long sullen breath. Lois, who was also not much better, bit Kiba and took the battle damage report, and the man of several decades shed tears. Neji, how are you? Inuzuka Kiba jumped into the corner several times in succession, and the eldest young master of the Hyuga branch, who was slumped in front of the broken wall, had a dark expression on Yuhi's face. Ellipsis. Inuzuka Kiba leaned in front of him and suddenly froze. What kind of eyes are those? Godless, empty, like an abyss. Just staring at it for a while, I feel that I have fallen into a freezing cold pool, and even my breathing is forced to stop. Neji. Go away. The eldest young master from the Hyuga family pushed Kiba away beside him, swayed twice and stood up slowly, and fell several times in a row to barely stabilize his body. Inuzuka Kiba wanted to step forward to help, but those eyes made him unable to lift his feet. Tenten came over. Might Guy and Little Lee also came with reinforcements, and many people they knew and didn't know came over. Blue Yi, Ino, Choji, the newcomer Ino Shikacho who has been in the limelight in this war watched from a distance with deep concern in his eyes. Looking at him, it's like seeing Sasuke. That guy seems to be on the horns. Is it because of his father? Choji turned to look at his friend, and Shikamaru ordered with a complicated look. Send all the wounded back to rest. Ino, please tell Sakura. Is that so? Be prepared, he is not mentally healthy now. Shikamaru sighed faintly. I hope I was wrong. That look. Brothers and sisters are happy to watch. The Cloud continues to work hard, and it will probably be the same in the future, working hard to code words during the day and rest at night. It will be updated in advance in the morning. There may be more updates, but it will not be possible to code at night. Playing a song for 7 or 8 hours is really bloody. Text chapter 428 while intrigue is going on. Master of the house. Did Neji deliver it? Hyuga Hiyashi knelt in the tent, holding a scattered rag in his hand. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The eye-catching man who was kneeling behind him to report the letter replied, I sent it there. It was escorted by Captain Lois himself, so there should be no problem. Go back. His hand to send the clansmen to close their eyes. Hyuga Hiyashi stared at the debris and froze. Split, main clan. Hazashi, it would be nice if you took the position of the patriarch. It's a pity that you didn't understand until now. Hyuga Hiyashi whispered in a soft voice that no one could hear, and who could know the pain in his heart. Who knows what the ancestors really meant? You can't say such a thing. Hyuga family ancestral motto, do not participate in power struggles. Do you, 840 inches really divide the family into two for control? Hazashi, you are wrong, but brother is also wrong. Maybe I should say something to you. Hyuga Hiyashi, who finally looked at the candlestick and saw it turn to ashes, sighed. The night was very cold, and people's hearts were very cold. The two men moved forward slowly, pulling out two long shadows on the ground. How much do you know about Akatsuki? A little more than you. The man walking on the right paused slightly. Looking at the night sky inconveniently with his left leg and feet, he snorted self-deprecatingly, in the end, we were used by others. Fortunately, your pupil strength is strong enough that you will not be immediately controlled by the caster. Interesting academy is the first launch. Pain. The man walking on the right raised his head and said, you have the power of 6 paths, Rinnegan, plus my Mangekyo, these 2 powers are almost invincible. It seems that the caster wants to use us to do something. At the rear of the coalition headquarters, at the medical ninja camp, Uzumaki Karen complained to Shizune tiredly, Sister, why do we have to do such a troublesome thing, it's so boring. Stop complaining here, get some rest and go help quickly. But it's really tiring. Karen still didn't want to move. Even if you do and know them, why do you work so hard for these guys? Really, it's all the trouble caused by that big bad guy. Captain, there are 2 seriously injured numbers here that you need to take care of yourself. I'll be there soon. Shizune looked back at Karen, if you're tired, take a break. Forget it, I'll go with you. The wards filled with the wounded screamed constantly. There were so many people who were missing arms and legs. In good luck, they could still be disabled. In bad luck, they couldn't insist on rescue. Too many people were injured, and there were too few medical ninjas. People are dying every moment. If the master is here, there is no need for such trouble. Uzumaki Karen mentioned chakra without complaint, and healed the burnt skin of the wounded number on the hospital bed. Shizune, who was busy, shook his head, and was also worried in his heart. What did Tsunade-sama do? Come on, bastard, drink. My good sister, you've had enough. Sitting at the square table full of wine bottles, Lu Meng grabbed the bottle with force. Give it back to me. Senju Tsunade yelled angrily, staggering into Liamong's arms. A little warm tears spread out from his chest, and Liamong stopped the hand that wanted to mix people. Senju Tsunade sobbed silently, his plump body trembling in his arms. Liamong swallowed a little unnaturally, remembering the story about Blue Shahui, that guy is definitely a eunuch. You bastard, do you think I'm a failure? Senju Tsunade turned over with a drunk face and Yuhi's face, T-gold eyes filled with tears, confusion and bitterness. My grandfather died, my parents did not now, even my younger brother and lover have left one after another. People in their 50s don't even have anyone to talk to. Quote. You still have me, Liamong said firmly. You. Tsunade shook his head drunkenly. You bastard, I'm enough to be your grandma. I don't care. But I care. Tsunade looked at Liamong in confusion. I knew for a long time that you were not at ease, are you happy now? The slender jade fingers gently raised his chin. Senju Tsunade clucked his chest. you son of a bitch, don't be mean to my sister in the future, or I'll tell your daughter-in-law. I'm serious. Liamong looked at Tsunade without blinking. Senju Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then raised the jug with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't make fun of this kind of thing. If you're sincere to your sister, you can accompany her to drink. Okay, I'll accompany you to drink. Bottle after bottle of icy hotness poured into my lungs, and the more I drank Tsunade, the more tears I shed. Lu Meng silently accompanied him. Tsunade drank a bottle, he drank a bottle, and in the blink of an eye, the table was covered with wine bottles. Perhaps it was the reason for drinking too much, or the reason for the heavy blows during the day. Princess Slug, who had always appeared in front of the world as a strong woman, turned out to be like a child, crying and laughing while complaining about her pain. When I was a child, I followed my grandfather to gamble around, and when I was older, I became classmates with Jiraiya Orochimaru. When the first ray of morning sun came through the skylight, the woman who had been drinking all night finally fell down. The dazed light in his head swayed twice, and he also lost consciousness. The last thought before falling asleep seemed to have encountered 2 steamed buns. Just as Liamong and Senju Tsunade were drinking to death, a shocking tragedy occurred in the medical unit behind the Allied Army headquarters. In just one night, hundreds of ninjas lost their lives, and the few medical ninjas became more and more stretched. Sakura, you have to be careful. I know Neji, is your injury okay? It's alright. Hyuga Neji shook his arms. It's okay, just go back to the battlefield right away. I really envy you for being able to take part in the battle. Haruno Sakura patted her cheek in disappointment. I should be considered a ninja in the fighting force, but now I'm going to fall behind Ino. She will definitely make fun of her, and I don't know that crazy woman. How is your son? The rushing waves rushed to the sandy beach of Dark Yuhi, staining the air with a hint of saltiness. Neji, are you really okay with this? At the front of the coastline, Inuzuka Kiba looked at Neji, who insisted on not going back, and bent down. There are still 3 chapters, and the cloud code will be coded until death, so if there are 7 chapters, there will be 7 chapters. There's a lot of shit going on this day and night. Brothers and sisters are free to support the new book, just click on the collection. The second element of losing conscience. Text chapter 429_Hyuga Neji, who automatically please respond. I want to be alone for a while. Interesting academy. Is there really no problem? Inuzuka Kiba looked at Neji worriedly. Don't insist, I'll call Akamaru Camel back. Do you know you're annoying? You stinky eldest young master, you're still trying to be brave even if you can't do it. You don't even look at how you are about to die. If you want me to tell you, you should go back quickly. It's so noisy, can you make me quieter? Hyuga Neji yelled angrily beside him. Sprayed his face with spittle, hummed twice. Inuzuka Kiba was stunned. What are you doing? You can't even tell the difference between a dog and a human. Are you still a ninja with pupil skills? Get the hell out of here. Hyuga Neji growled, with a pale face, purple Yuhi black and white. Was so startled, ran out of the tent with Akamaru, looking like he was biting LV Dongbin. He didn't know good people. Sounds fine. Yamanaka Ino sat on the air vent and exhaled a sullen breath. The sea breeze blew her light yellow hair with a graceful beauty. Shikamaru stared at it for a while. After the battle during the day, everyone's has become very low, and tomorrow will definitely be more troublesome. Can't even you do it? I don't know. Shikamaru looked at the sea in confusion. In the past, no matter what happened, I could think of a way to deal with it. But this time, I really have no choice. Shikamaru spoke in a very low voice, with a very disappointed tone. No amount of clever tactics will help against a ninja like Uchiha Madara. Because he won't play chess face to face with you at all, but will smash the board with a slap. This time I really Stop talking, okay. Ino shook his head slowly. Shikamaru, you have always been the backbone of everyone. If you lose your fighting spirit, what will we do? Yamanaka Ino looked at his friend gently, smoothing the strands of hair that had slipped in front of him. You must cheer up, never, you can't show such a decadent look now. Baidu Interesting Academy, you are the acting captain of the coalition army, and everyone is watching you. Ino. Come on, our lives will be handed over to you. Yamanaka Ino embraced Shikamaru with open arms, smoothing his frown bit by bit. Be more confident, show your former appearance, even if you're hanging. Swing is also stronger than it is now. Quote. Is that right? Shikamaru looked at the sea in confusion. The waves under the moonlight slapped the beach, and a few stranded swimming fish kept flapping and trying to return to the sea, but they were washed back by the sea again and again. Is the sea water too ruthless, or the fish itself is powerless? Shikamaru stared blankly for a long time, until the moon was in the middle of the sky, then got up and walked to the shore, throwing the dying fish into the sea with all his strength. Ino, thank you. No matter what the future holds, we must face it bravely and never be a fish waiting to die on the beach. Report. The medical team was seriously injured. What's the matter? Nara Shikaku heard this and stood up suddenly. Isn't there a sentient ninja involved in the defense? Why didn't the enemy find it? Is it poisoning or something else? What is the condition of the corpse? It seems to be all trauma, which is a physical attack. Report. Someone in the 2nd unit was assassinated. Report. The 5th unit has it too. Report. The same thing happened to the 3rd unit. The spate of attacks came from the ninja in charge of liaison, and Shikaku, the temporary commander-in-chief of the coalition, pressed on the table and said, the attackers only used physical attacks, and there was no enemy at the scene, so there is only one possibility of demonic illusion. Sex. Is it Itachi? Commander, although Uchiha Itachi is the only one who can use demonic illusion to control others by hiding in places where our perception forces are beyond our ability, but Itachi can't even control a number of people in such a wide range and accurately. Not Itachi, who could that be? No, it's not good. At the medical ninja camp, a male medical officer ran out of the camp with a frantic look. Tono and Takemaru Jonin are both dead, and so is Mizuki Jonin. What? Someone else died. The ninjas gathered by Hula poured into the tent, and the 3 ninjas who fell in a pool of blood widened their eyes, as if something terrifying had happened. The strangest thing is that the Jonin named Mizuno still has a smile on his face. What exactly is going on? It is estimated that there are enemy spies lurking in. An elderly ninja squatted down and turned over the body, and said solemnly, it was all one-shot kills. The murderer was an acquaintance, and it was a direct hand. Just reported the letter. Where's the guy? Looking back and forth with question marks all over his forehead, the allied ninjas running over were all blinded. The older ninja raised his eyes and looked at the crowd with scrutiny. Many people were uncomfortable with his Lingli's gaze, but they did not choose to avoid them. The main target of the enemy's assassination is the medical treatment of Jonin. Please be careful. How is this possible? The perception ninja who hurried from a distance looked at the corpse and said in amazement, everyone who enters the camp must go through our chakra perception to confirm their identity. How did the enemy get in? Transformation technique can't pass to that level, which means that only our own people can come in. If this is the case, it is very likely that our people have been controlled by the enemy's technique. In this case, Sakura, who is halfway through the analysis, suddenly fell silent, but none of the people present were fools. In an instant, the crowd that was still crowded together immediately dispersed, and all of them put on alert eyes, even their former companions were the same. What happened? Shizune led Karen to separate the crowd with a tired look, and the older ninja who was squatting on the ground to examine the corpse briefly reported the situation. Shizune is also stupid after listening to it. Standing in the crowd, Hyuga Neji suddenly realized, so it is, if we are our own people, it will be troublesome. If we can't distinguish the enemy, everyone is bound to suspect each other and cause confusion. Maybe this is the goal the enemy wants to achieve. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Shizune looked around anxiously. The medical ninja is now an extremely important part of the tactical layout. To fight against the undead army of impure world reincarnation, it is hard to imagine without our support. Because the enemy's attack has paralyzed this place, it will seriously affect the Battle of Akatsuki Asuka. If that's the case, leave it to me. Hyuga Neji, who had made it clear earlier, responded, let me use these eyes to catch the enemy in the dark. Is it from the Konoha Hyuga clan? If it was them, it might be possible. Please rest assured, I will bet on the reputation of the Hyuga family, and I will definitely find the enemy hidden in the dark. There are 2 more chapters, and tonight is the hero song playing outside. God, let a divine thunder strike him to death. Text chapter 430 _ you idiot is worse than a pig. What's your brother's name? Bastard, I'm the only one in my family, where's the younger brother? You're stupid. I'm sorry. Everyone has started to distrust each other. Hearing the apology and roar from outside, Shizune frowned with a headache. The little girl Karen also frowned frequently. These people's eyes are wrong. If this continues, you don't have to wait for tomorrow, maybe everyone will fight by themselves. Where's Pubu? Haven't found Tsunade-sama yet. I don't know, it will come back when it is found. Shizune sighed. No matter what, the wounded can't be ignored, and the treatment has to continue. However, it is also necessary to be vigilant, especially the medical jonin. But they also. There's no way. Shizune shook his head at Karen. If you can't catch the enemy, everyone won't feel at ease. It's better to guard against each other. It's always safe. I really hate it. People will be suspected wherever I go. Why don't we go? Uzumaki Karen pursed his lips, disgusting the current state very much. Shizune swiped the bridge of her nose in a funny way. They're all big girls, but they're still talking nonsense. How can they just leave now? Not to mention the identity of senior sister's ninja team leader. Even these wounded people can't be ignored. This is the ultimate realization of being a doctor. Quote. It's boring to be conscious and not conscious. Uzumaki Karen looked out the window angrily, and an old ninja from the opposite tent walked in. Seeing the old ninja coming in, the bald head inside twitched his eyelids. Come on, it's almost time for a visit. Yeah, it's your turn. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Where did I meet you for the first time? The bald-headed ninja looked at the old ninja dodgingly, then quickly moved away. I'm not doubting you and me, I am. You are clearly doubting me. Hug, sorry, you know that too. I understand. The old ninja put down the medical kit and shook his head and sighed. Let's not talk about you now. Even those patients have begun to embankment each other, and even the examination will be rejected, and some seriously injured patients no longer believe us. Is that so? The bald-headed ninja wiped his cold sweat and looked at the old ninja apologetically. While the two were talking, someone else lifted the curtain and walked in. It's you. What are you doing here? Have you seen Haruno Sakura? What's wrong? The bald ninja was very strange. There was a suspicious guy who was accidentally lost by me just now. Thinking about it now, he always hangs around Sakura. Sakura is in tent 3. What does the guy you're talking about look like? That guy. The ninja who came in took 2 steps forward, and both the old ninja and the bald head were attracted. Suddenly, the ninja moved in when he entered, and 2 kunai stabbed them in the chest from the left and the right. The old ninja and the bald head lowered their gazes blankly, fell to the ground in disbelief, and died with consternation and confusion. The black-clothed ninja who finished killing people smiled evilly. That guy is me, you guys are so stupid. Outside the door of tent number 3, the ninja who had been wandering for a long time finally made up his mind to lift the curtain. Haruno Sakura smiled when she saw the person coming. So it's you, does the wound still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Actually, since you started treating me, your shadow has lingered in my mind. This is a love letter I wrote. The ninja who entered the door was very embarrassed and handed the letter, with a panic mixed with anxiety. The war will start again tomorrow, and I will go to the battlefield again, and I don't know if I will be able to come back alive. So, thank you. Sakura took the letter generously and smiled sweetly. I already have someone I like. But I am still very happy to receive your love letter. I will treasure it. This is my first time received. Is that so? I'm so sorry. The ninja who came in scratched his head and wanted to say something when someone else came in from outside. Neji. You have something to do, then I'll go first. The ninja who came in earlier smiled awkwardly. Sakura, get along well. The person you like must be amazing. I wish you happiness together. Thank you. Haruno Sakura forced a lonely smile twice. Neji watched the ninja leave and walked to the side. Are you okay? It's fine. I went out for a spin just now. Neji looked back at the night outside and sighed. Everyone's mood is very low, and this is something that can't be helped. After all, even the enemy lurking in the dark doesn't know where. Are you all nervous? Sakura asked nervously. Neji nodded and clapped his chin as if remembering something. By the way, Sakura, where is Captain Shizune? Captain Shizune. Sakura's slender moth raised his eyebrows. Captain Shizune is in the tent. Did you find something? Neji graciously said, no matter how small the clues are, we can't let go until the enemy is found. That's right, then you can go to the tent and have a look. The captain should be there. Her adopted dolphin has disappeared recently. Very sad, you should pay attention. Thanks for the reminder, but I think I'll be back soon. Get back. Sakura's pupils shrank imperceptibly. By your auspicious words, that little girl is too naughty and always loves to run out of nothing. Don't worry, auspicious people have their own nature. Children always like to run around, it's just fine when they grow up. Neji seemed to comfort her with a few words of kindness, rubbing her wrist and hissing, my injury still hurts a bit, can you take another look for me? Okay, come and sit down. Sakura stood up recklessly and gave up the chair. As soon as Hyuga Neji sat up, dozens of threads wrapped around his body. Sakura, what are you doing? Although I don't know who you are, but you are definitely not Neji. Haruno Sakura raised her chin high, her snow-white teeth bit the end of the thread, and her hands and feet were all stepping on the end of the thread. Hyuga Neji was stunned. How did you find out? Do the Hyuga's family still need to ask for directions? Idiot, you don't even have this common sense. Besides, when did the dolphin become a child? That girl is obviously a pig. You idiot is worse than a pig. There is another chapter. Oh, the cloud will work hard. Text Chapter 431 The Role of Uzumaki Karen. It turns out that dolphin is a pig. Hey168.com Just, do you think you can trap me like this? White Zetsu's head turned to the back, completing an impossible transformation for a normal person. Haruno Sakura smiled and looked at the face he turned around. This is not good, what about this? The left foot that stepped on the ground slashed hard, and the entire tent and the ground were all lit up with black seals, and the tadpole-like rune spread along the outline of the outline to White Zetsu who was trapped in the chair. Seal. You can't hand seal. How did you activate the seal? Even pigs are not as good as things. Can you understand the magic of this girl? Haruno Sakura snorted proudly. Liamong opened the door for her to become a strong man, and she lived up to Liamong's expectations. What does the inner and outer spiritual bodies mean? It means that she can practice and study anytime, anywhere. Although it is not as good as Naruto's pervert, it is not comparable to ordinary people. This is all my credit. Sakura waved her fists frantically in the sea of consciousness, but Sakura didn't pay attention to her at all. After tying White Zetsu with a thread, she asked coldly, how did you imitate Neji chakra, and what kind of ninjutsu did you use? You'd better explain it honestly. Ha ha ha, I want to use torture to extract a confession. It's useless for my avatar. For the sake of your ability to catch me, I will provide you with a piece of information for free. It's not just me who sneaked in. Don't be arrogant here, you weirdo. Beat him, flatten him, stab him with a knife. To shut up. Sakura sneered at Li Ying and yelled, what time is it? You still have time to be angry with him. Quickly analyze what's going on. You idiot, think about that guy playing Rotten Wood Escape. Interesting Academy first release. The two Sakura inside and outside started their brains with noise and analysis, and quickly sorted out the information with a method and speed beyond the understanding of ordinary people. You can absorb other people's chakra and use it, and then change the same chakra, right? Who knows? White Zetsu replied calmly, the vigilance in his heart suddenly increased by an octave. This girl has a very keen judgment. Haruno Sakura looked at him sneeringly, an idiot who is more stupid than a pig. No matter what you become, you are not good and always panic. You are really mentally retarded. Don't you know that your performance is enough for me to make a judgment? A fool is always a fool, and no matter how evolutionary it is, there can be no time to be wise. Quote. Sister Shizune, let's hurry up. Uzumaki Karen pushed the glasses and Hula opened the curtain. Haruno Sakura got up and looked back, and the three of them were stunned. It seems that we are not needed here. Uzumaki Karen pouted depressedly. Shizune raised his hand and gave it to her. I can sense it early in the morning, why did I say it at this time? Please, senior sister, I just wondered if it was good or not. You know how much hatred among these ninjas, it's normal to be hostile to each other. I don't have time to distinguish them. Can you spot them? Haruno Sakura immediately heard what Karen meant. The little girl's film is stinky, of course. Do you know Uzumaki Mito? This girl has the same ability as her. Who are you talking about? Uzumaki Mito, do you know him? Has the same surname as Naruto, is that his mother? Sakura blinked in confusion, she really didn't know who Naruto's mother was. Karen and Shizune's eyes twitched when they heard this. Sakura, are you really Konoha's ninja? It's not a fake, is it? Bastard, what are you talking about? Don't think you're the captain's junior sister and I'm afraid of you. You're not fake, don't you know who Uzumaki Mito is? Karen teased Kiba, revealing a small white fang. Haruno Sakura was annoyed by her. I don't care whether she is Mito or Tudo, can you spot this guy? Don't worry, leave it to me. Uzumaki Karen patted his chest vigorously, his bright Yuhi eyes full of lust. White Zetsu, who was trapped by the seal, asked in a low voice, are you a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, a ninja who inherited the perception of evil thoughts from the first Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column? Yo, you ugly bastard has a lot of knowledge, Shizune-senpai, gather your people and gather everyone together. Wait a minute. Haruno Sakura glanced at White Zetsu for a moment. The matter here must be reported to the Allied Forces headquarters first. If you explain it earlier, the damage will be reduced. Hurry up, it will be our turn to patrol in a while. The ninja standing by the river sniffing and his companion not far from him yelled impatiently. Don't rush, I'm faster than you. Are you faster than me? The ninja who was the first to pick up the bird was about to run a few words, when he suddenly found someone behind him. Atai, what are you doing? Stay away from me, I'm affected by your standing like this. Really? The ninja called Atai suppressed his voice, so it might be better to influence him a little more. Report. Someone was attacked again, by the river, 2 of them. Asshole. Nara Shikaku sat in the main seat with his head bowed, and there was absolutely no solution. Just when he was bored, another ninja shouted, good news, the medical team has found the real body of the enemy. They are all fakes after White Zetsu's transformation. These monsters seem to be able to simulate chakra. I see, so it can be explained clearly. Shikaku touched the scar on his face and asserted, judging from the current situation, the battles during the day are all to pave the way for the present, which is really a big hand. Lord Commander, Miss Uzumaki Karen can tell the difference between true and false enemies. What? Can anyone tell the difference? Shikaku was startled at first, then came to his senses. Uzumaki, isn't that the one? Among the ancient bloodlines of the country of Vortex, there is a very strange ability called perception of evil thoughts. This is the ability coveted by sentient ninjas, and anyone with just a hint of malice will be discovered by such ninjas. The representative person with this ability is Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first-generation Hokage, and the first generation of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force. Is that Uzumaki Karen? In that case, connect me to that bastard, and I will borrow his airship. In addition, all coalition forces are ordered to strengthen their defenses, and before the professionals arrive, it is necessary to minimize casualties as much as possible. Lord Commander, is it possible to hurry by just one person? If the enemy finds out in advance, our losses will be huge. It doesn't matter, if that girl really has that kind of ability, she alone is enough to stand up to thousands of troops. If we believe her, how can we guard against it? Look at it, so sleepy. Text Chapter 432 Don't fight, Mr. Guy. Everyone please don't make any noise. Please keep quiet, everyone is divided into teams and stand face to face with us. What's going on up there? Most of the night without a break, I came out and stood in line. Don't be rambling, just do whatever the above asks you to do. The complaining ninja looked sideways at the high platform, and Uzumaki Karen folded his bright yuhi-colored embroidered hair in the night, as sweet as old wine. This, and this. A series of numbers were recorded in sorted order, and after a while, Shizune led the raid. Not good. Been discovered. White Zetsu, who was hiding in the crowd, shrunk his pupils. Just as he was about to sink into the ground to escape and create chaos, a giant barrier rose around him. It wasted half an hour, and Karen was inspected by the team to screen out the available manpower, and then set up such a trap to infiltrate the infiltrating enemy into a formidable and unskillful net. However, in the process of arrest, damage is inevitable. White Zetsu's death-defying counterattack caused a lot of damage to the coalition forces, and the people who were surrounded by the barrier lost a quarter of it. You are fake, you are fake, you are the enemy. Solve them both. Shizune raised his wrist and shot out dozens of poisonous copies in a row. After eliminating the last few infiltrators, he waved his hand and said, "Open the barrier and treat the wounded immediately." "Yes, Captain." "Why don't you tie them up first?" An Anbu with a cat face mask stood beside him. "If that's the case, the damage will certainly not be so great." "If it was you, would you be tied?" Shizune snorted coldly. It was impossible to tie people up in advance or to control them. The best way to reduce your losses is to conduct individual reviews of small teams. However, that takes time, and what the coalition lacks most right now is time. Karen, go immediately and find these monsters quickly. The rumbling airship fell from the sky, and Shizune pushed the reluctant girl up. Do it well, now is not the time to be childish. I know, it's so annoying. Baidu Interesting Academy is really asking me to do such a dangerous thing. What if I get killed? Report. The infiltrator of the medical unit has all been resolved, and Uzumaki Karen has now boarded the plane and rushed to the first and second units. Tell them to be more careful, I have a very bad premonition. Nara Shikaku looked at the piles of information in front of him, and for some reason, he felt uneasy again. The first time we met to say hello, did you stretch out your left hand or your right? A young man with a scar on his face looked at the opposite. The middle-aged uncle who was asked by him was stunned. Before he could understand, the young man shouted, "He is the enemy, kill him." Bastard, what are you doing? I have no impression of this guy at all. Kupaku 3 kunai stabbed into the vitals from front to back, kidney, vest, chest, and the middle-aged uncle before his death let out an unwilling roar. Finding that the 3 ninjas who stabbed the wrong person were stunned, the young man who had shouted before sent a butcher knife. Damn, this guy is fake. We were deceived. Chaos, boundless chaos. What's your wife's name? Who is your wife? He is the enemy. So is he. There is something wrong with his answer. Kill these creeping monsters. Kill them. Stop it, stop it. Tarui Lois shouted from a height, don't move, the headquarters will send professionals to distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. Don't move, now whoever moves is the enemy. Go to your code, who knows if you are fake. Fuck this guy, I already found out that something was wrong with him. This person always likes to look around during the day, so there must be something wrong. Hateful. It can't be stopped. Tarui and Lois exchanged glances, realizing that things were completely out of control. It's a big joke if you want to solve me by one person. After receiving the information, White Zetsu's clones attacked one by one. Report. The first and second units called for support. Report. The fifth unit called for support. Report. The third unit called for support. Did the news leak start early? Nishikaku frowned while dragging his chin with one hand, but that's fine. Although the loss was a little more serious, it was able to expose the enemy, and these sacrifices were worth it. Inform the forward troops, try to keep the personnel calm, and hold on until Uzumaki Karen arrives. Understood. Yes. Mr. Guy, there are too many of these guys. Lee, let's tackle them with our youth. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee. Here we go. Konoha Cyclone. Repay me for the benefits of the blue beast of Konoha. I am the legendary might lover, mother's good son, girl's good partner, apprentice's good teacher. The sixth generation of Konoha Hokage is me. Let our youth burn together. Where did this mental illness come from? So cold. He really the sixth generation Hokage? It feels so fake. Fake. Fuck him. Come on guys. Don't be fooled by the enemy. Throw the detonator. Throw some away. Mr. Guy, what's going on? Lee Rock asked Guy nervously after rolling and crawling to avoid several bombardments. Lee, this is youth, fight with your youth, they are all enemies. Are these enemies? Lee Rock pointed his eyes at the opposite side. Are you mistaken? No, how could it be wrong to wear glasses for the teacher? Let's go together. Youthful men should have the courage to challenge. The 8 inner gates, the 3rd gate Shungman open. Ah beat. Mr. Guy, wait for me, I'm here too. The 8 inner gates, the 3rd gate Shungman open. Konoha's beautiful blue beast, here is Lee Rock. These two psychopaths. Don't get me wrong, Hokage-sama, we are our own people. The iconic forbidden technique appeared, and the ninjas who came around didn't know what was wrong. Don't fight, I'm really my own. Fuck your own people, you rest to deceive me. Konoha Cyclone. The 2 big feet smashed into the crowd into a windmill, and Might Guy blew across the battlefield like a gust of wind. Lee, who was a step behind, blinked his little round eyes, and suddenly realized that something was not right. Mr. Guy, don't hit Mr. Guy, they seem to be real. The new book on the cloud, The Second Element of Despairing Conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters, please collect them when you have time. Please take a look. Text chapter 433_ It's a fucking life. Really? Might Guy looked at the ground in amazement. You said they were real. Lee Rock nodded with difficulty. It's true. It's the first launch of the interesting academy. Really? Might Guy confirmed again in disbelief. Well, come here, little Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee Rock walked towards Guy suspiciously. Might Guy wrapped his arms around his shoulders. It didn't happen, did it? Never happened. Lee, you have to remember, we were drinking beer in the kebab shop just now, and what's going on here has nothing to do with us. Mr. Guy, aren't you cheating? Youth does not allow cheating. You taught me this. I taught you. Lee Rock nodded affirmatively. Might Guy, 020, looked at him for a long time and said deeply, now, youth allows it. Lee Rock. The moon hanging high in the sky is full of large and small annular craters. The cold moonlight shone on the earth, and on the guardian beast in front of the dilapidated temple gate, 2 men sat side by side. One is sitting on the head, the other is sitting on the tail. The face of the head is awe-inspiring, and there is a kind of coldness that refuses to be thousands of miles away. Something's not right. The man sitting in the tail wondered. Why did the caster keep us from contacting the coalition forces? and he didn't seem to plan to use your demonic illusion. Sitting up, he looked up at the sky. The silent confrontation at night continues. It is more convenient to read on mobile phones. Hey 168. Calm Madara didn't use this to break the silence. I'm afraid he thinks otherwise. Sitting in the tail raised his arms and looked at it. This move Impure World reincarnation is from Madara's new subordinates. It seems that he has already calculated it. Perhaps. Dada's footsteps approached the wine servant from far and near, and the two figures under the moonlight broke the calm. I didn't expect that one day we would also be taken advantage of. It feels like getting lost on the path of life. Kakashi, you're still so unmotivated when you're dead. Sir Jiraiya, don't keep talking about me, it seems that you have peeked at women along the way. Does this mean you have to love me even if you die? Kakashi, is this how you treat your master? Also, you seem to have watched it too, right? Is there? The owner of Hatake scratched his white hair, his one-eyed outside flashing in confusion. Jiraiya screamed twice, suddenly lost the motivation to continue arguing. Think about it, my life is really full of failures. I was constantly rejected by Tsunade, I didn't stop my friends from going astray, and I didn't protect my master and apprentice. Compared with the great achievements of Hokage in all dynasties, what I have done is so useless and boring. I originally wanted to die like Hokage of all dynasties and return to my hometown with glory. Unexpectedly, after death, I will be used by others. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep that last bit of fame. Lord Jiraiya, you don't need to be sad. Kakashi laughed at himself. If a hero like you doesn't admit to himself, then what is I like? My nephew is not well educated, and every apprentice is a problem child. The disciple who tried his best to teach has also become an avenger who betrayed the village, not to mention Naruto. As for Sakura, it seems that I, the teacher, have not helped her at all, and I feel sorry for that girl. Quote. Kakashi, we're actually very similar. Jiraiya took a deep breath of Yefeng, but you're better than me. Sasuke hasn't caused any big trouble to Konoha so far, but what I taught disciple Nagato destroyed the village with his own hands. Have you regretted it? I can't say whether I regret it or not, and I don't hate him for it. It's all the result of different positions. The fault is this world, not someone in this world. Nagato is just a corner of countless sorrows. After all, it was this world that ruined his life, ruined his fetters, and caused him to take such a wrong path. Quote. What about Sasuke? Lord Jiraiya, Sasuke and Nagato. They are completely different. Jiraiya glanced sideways at the lonely disciple. Nagato has a dream, and he wants to end the world's pain with pain. Although it is very inappropriate, he has a beautiful heart after all. Uchiha Sasuke, I've seen this kid. His heart is already filled with hatred. If he doesn't get it right, he will go astray and do something irreversible. In that case, I really failed as a master. Kakashi looked at the moonlight with a complicated expression. I just don't know who we are going to deal with this time. Should be almost there, hopefully not some familiar guy. He opened the door curtain that fluttered gently under the night wind and walked into the wine servant. The boss, who was dozing off, heard the wind chimes and opened his eyes in confusion. You too, are you? Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you for the time being, but you'd better get out of here quickly. Kakashi raised the corners of his mouth when he looked at the flustered boss. The boss didn't dare to stay, and he ran to the door. Who will our opponent be? After walking through the empty partitions and entering the rear luggage, Kakashi slammed open the sliding door. The two men and women who were doing good deeds turned their heads in amazement, and the man on the woman fell into a dead silence. Jiraiya was excited. This is good. This has to be written down. The dead version of Intimacy Paradise has come to an end. Hey, you two continue. We are just passing by. Bastard, do you two guys know who I am? How dare you? Puff. Kuwu, who wiped his neck, brought up the blood, and Kakashi shot it at the screaming woman. What a shame, you slackers, don't destroy this fairy's creation, okay? Do you know that once the inspiration is interrupted, it is difficult to find it again? State, do you understand? writing needs state, but this state is not ruined by you. I'm so sorry, but my body is out of control. Lord Jiraiya, I think we've found who we're looking for. The sliding door of the bag was pushed open, one big and one small, and two figures, a man and a woman, came into view. Kakashi, Jiraiya were all silent. It's such a fucking can't be fucked up thing, why would it be them? I really want to teach this kid a good lesson, but I don't want to do it in this situation. Brothers and sisters are happy to watch, and Union will continue to work hard. Meow Meow's new book collection is not strong. Everyone, please support it, please. Thank you for the second element of despairing conscience. Text chapter 434_ specialized in the inheritance of the scourge of birth. Senju Tsunade. Dead wood. The drunken duo and the undead on the opposite side looked at each other through the open door, as if passing eternal at a glance. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. You stinky toad, I didn't expect to meet again like this. Tsunade, I'm sorry. No need. Senju Tsunade swayed twice, her big T-gold eyes filled with tears again. I saw it broken earlier. Is he okay? Jiraiya asked blankly. Senju Tsunade laughed, with an extremely bitter and bleak smile. What's wrong with him? He still wants to be Hokage. Be Hokage, do you understand, you fools? Tsunade. Stinky toad, don't look at this princess with that kind of eyes, I'm not as vulnerable as you think. The cold wind blew through the lonely night. Liamong looked at the white hair opposite and clicked his tongue twice. To be honest, this world is so big, I would like to see everyone, but I don't want to see you. Little nephew, am I really such a failure as a human being? Kakashi, you are not a failure, you are quite a failure. Lu Meng pouted in disgust, and the one who didn't want to answer was this idiot. As a son, you have no responsibility, even your own father dare not admit it. As the head of the family, you are not forced to protect your own people. As a teacher, you will not teach students, not only lazy to death, but also blind to death. Have I really failed like this? Kakashi listened to Liuman's scolding, and fetched water from 15 bamboo buckets in his heart. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Glancing at the idiot, Liamong gave him the final blow. You and the leader over there who still don't know Akatsuki. Speaking of which, this guy has a lot to do with you. You know. Of course I know, I don't know who knows. Liamong raised his hand and wiped his nose. Kakashi and Jiraiya both turned their attention to him, and even Yakushi Kabuto, who was hiding in the cave, pricked up his ears. Speaking of which, the Hokage series is really messy. The second generation chose Sarutobi Hiruzen to take over the role, and Shimura Danzo came out. As a result, the fourth generation Hokage did not work for a few days, and then rushed to the street with blood and luck. Even the wife and the children all got into it. The three generations of the old immortals had to re-enter the battle and continue to wear it. Unfortunately, the old ambitions were not enough, and the talents of the Konohas were withered. When the 5 generations took over, it had become a mess. Who is the leader of Akatsuki? Jiraiya, what are you worried about? Liamong poked out his ears. Sarutobi Hiruzen's teammates have Shimura Danzo, your teammates have Orochimaru, and your disciples' disciples have Uchiha Sasuke. Look, you guys, this large group of people, generation after generation, specializes in defeating the scourge of birth. Quote. Deadwood Liamong talks about scourge. I'm afraid no one can compare to you, right? Yo, are you so embarrassed? Liamong raised his little finger and blew his ears. If you say I am a scourge, I am a scourge. However, the greatest scourge was born in the hands of your apprentice. Who are you talking about? Jiraiya's voice was extremely cold. 4th generation Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Liamong smiled, making no secret of his sarcasm. Minato, what happened to him? Remember your teammates, Master Hatake. Liamong ignored Jiraiya and turned to Kakashi. Obito, Rin. The leader of Akatsuki, is it the leader of Akatsuki? Kakashi looked at Liuman in shock and reached out to his Sharingan. It seems you guessed it. Jiraiya looked at his disciple and grandson suspiciously, and the shocked eyes of the head of Hatake turned into a deep sadness. It's actually him, it's actually Uchiha Obito, this is impossible. Nothing is impossible, as I said just now, your lineage is so calamity, Uchiha Madara, Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Sasuke, look at this, it's all connected, 5 generations of inheritance, 5 scourges. The Ten talk about the will of fire, what exactly are you raising with the so-called will of fire? Quote. Shut up. The lecherous immortal, why are you angry? Liamong grinned and rolled his eyes aside. Senjutsunade's sorrow was mixed with desolation. Don't say these useless things, solve them. Right foot cracking the ground, he launched a surprise attack. Senju Tsunade blasted Jiraiya into a cannonball with one punch, and the rumble shattered 5 or 6 houses before it stopped. All the residents in the town woke up in an instant, all dressed in horror, dazed and at a loss. At the same time Senju Tsunade made his move, Liuman also met Kakashi. Let's go outside the town. What monsters are these guys? A resident pulled a blanket and stared stupidly, staring at the house with a hole in it. The water-like moonlight shone toward the fast-running figure, and the flowing Mang Tsunade rushed out of the town side by side and stopped at an unknown hill. The hill is not big, full of maple trees, and when the night wind blows, yuhi leaves fill the sky. Give this toad to me, and you can deal with that kid. My good sister, you really know how to choose. Liamong touched his nose speechlessly. Now Jiraiya is not in danger of an idiot like Kakashi. The power of the lecherous fairy is all in Sage mode. If you want to activate Sage mode, you must use Psychics, and you will know with your toes Hushima will help when you make it. Kakashi is different. This guy, who was originally dragged down by Sharingan, can only exert 80% of his combat power at most. After the impure world reincarnation, it can almost be said to be a bug. My good sister, be careful of this guy's pupil attack. Jiraiya is easy to deal with, but this idiot is a big trouble. I'll go first. Before Lu Meng's voice fell, he flew to attack, and swung his fist to Kakashi's head and went. Come on, have a good fight. When you were alive, if you wanted to be flattened, you didn't succeed. When you died, you just made up for it. Dance of lightning. The right foot kicked in the chest bang. He paused in midair, Liamong's body turned into a streamer, and he circled Kakashi at a speed far exceeding the speed of the teleportation technique. They made a move, Jiraiya and Senju Tsunade also fought in one place, and the rumbling mud and sand swept all the surrounding trees into the air. Uehua is like water, Kaide is like fire, and the enemies who have complicated relations and grievances are ruthless. Let's fight. Union continued to work hard, took a good night's sleep to replenish his energy, and looked at it, the brothers and sisters were happy. Text Chapter 435, Kakashi, your mother's surname. Liamong roared and waved his fists and feet in an almost venting manner. Heihei168.com. Since he came to this hellish world, he has come into contact with many different kinds of people, and he has also received all kinds of censure. There are 3 generations of Hokage, elders of the advisory group, and Shimura Danzo. However, these immortal guys are hateful, and Liamong is just thinking of sending them to death one day. Only this guy in front of him is different. Son of man, unfilial. To be a teacher, not to teach. As the owner of Hatake, Tenten is so proud of his broken eyes. Does anyone in the ninja world know Hatake's name? No more, no more. Since the death of Konoha White Fang, the Hatake family, which has been ostracized and persecuted by many outside the village, has come to the brink of extermination. With the death of this idiot in front of him, without the support of the ninjas, the family that once won for a while has become a thing of the past. Unless there is a miracle, it can only be destroyed and perished, becoming a few insignificant records in history. And it wasn't anyone else who caused all this, it was the one in front of him. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be where he is today. Kakashi, what did you think when you agreed with the 3 generations of immortality to force me to hand over my taijutsu? While punching and kicking, Liamong asked questions that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. The fist full of anger rushed towards Kakashi's chest. Patriarch Hatake slightly turned sideways to avoid the attack, and replied calmly, "I did that for the sake of the village." "Come on." Liamong sneered and gave him another kick. For the sake of the village, why didn't Hyuga contribute to Gentle Fist? For the sake of the village, why didn't the Uchiha family disclose their secrets? I am different from them. Heihei168.com. Yeah, you are different from them, you are so selfless. Liamong said with praise, and the power on his fist increased by 3 points. He really didn't know if the man in front of him was sick in his head, which hidden village had no family, and which family did not hide. Why don't others make it public? It's just you idiot who wants to come. Oh, the 3 generations old immortal say a few words to you, and you will turn around and persecute your nephew. He ain't. Do you know your identity? As the head of the Hatake family, instead of protecting his own clan, he instead united with outsiders to bully his juniors. If I were your mother, I would drown you directly in the urinal when she was born. The cold moonlight sheds the brilliance of the stars, reflecting the flying kaide flying in the sky. Every time Senju Tsunade landed, large swaths of sand would be splashed, and the flying trees, broken branches and leaves scattered all around. Jiraiya dodged, smiling dryly, the reincarnated dead face smothered Yuhi, the 2 toad eyes sticking out of their sockets, and they kept swaying towards Tsunade's chest. Beautiful, so beautiful. Big, really big. You die for this princess. The rumbling sand and stones hit the whole body like raindrops. Jiraiya, who had withdrawn and retreated, laughed dryly, and then he fit in and threw himself up. Tsunade, I can't help it. You can't help yourself. Well, you can't help yourself. Senju Tsunade Silver Kiba bites hard. You can look around if you can't help it, and you can look around if you can't help it. Jiraiya, I tell you, this princess has to take care of it today. You. Chakra enhanced strength. Heavenly foot of pain. Through precise control techniques, the chakra is gathered to any part of the body for an outbreak, and the strength of Senju Tsunade is beyond words. Look at those broken trees, look at those dilapidated rocks. If these still can't show her strength, then please look at the mountain that is about to be flattened by her. The clash of fists and fists, the clash of feet and feet. Tsunade and Jiraiya are destroying the earth above, and Ryuming and Kakashi are strangling below. Completely copy my movements and then counterattack. Do you still have something of your own? Lu Meng clenched his fists out of breath, and Kakashi was knocked out by his internal breath. However, this is completely useless, has no effect at all. The dark energy that is enough to destroy the internal organs and 6 abdomens has no effect on the undead from impure world reincarnation. This 3 rotten ninjutsu is so disgusting. Wait, what about people? A flower disappeared in front of him, and in the darkness, a sudden lightning stabbed behind him. Just in a moment of insanity, Kakashi launched a sneak attack. The thunder-type chakra, which was completely silent, wrapped his right hand like a water pattern, and the 3-tomo Sharingan head of the Hatake family stabbed his sword. Suddenly, Liamong moved, without turning around or looking up, standing on the spot let out a lion roar. A loud shout resounded throughout the world. After that, the sneak-attacked idiot froze in place. I haven't seen you for a long time. You seem to have forgotten something. The guy who can assassinate the young master hasn't been born yet. Why, you want to kill me here? The fire-breathing fist in Liamong's eyes smashed Kakashi's head into shreds. This bastard was definitely not at ease just now. He ain't. If you want to kill the young master will kill you first. Under the cold moonlight, the pieces of dirt regrouped, and Kakashi Santomo's Sharingan turned into a windmill. Looking at the sickle-shaped pattern, he changed 4 directions one after another, like a frightened swordfish, and retreated sharply in a twisted posture. Kakashi rushed forward, following him like a shadow, his right hand glowing with azure-blue brilliance, like a furious thunder dragon. Lu Meng, wow, screamed twice, sweating and doing random changes in direction. If you were stared at, you would be dead. Kakashi didn't expect Liamong to retreat so quickly. As soon as he showed Mangekyo, the bastard started running like a dog chasing a rabbit. For Kamui to hit the target, he has to stay on the sidelines for a certain amount of time, but now there is obviously no chance. Liamong, who was flying out of the sky, changed directions several times again, and suddenly wanted to understand something. If you can't run like this, you have to go back and fight with him. Kakashi, your mother's surname. The figure suddenly turned back, like a Z-shaped lightning bolt that pierced the sky. Hatake, who heard the question, was stunned. When I get this opportunity, Liamong picks up a brick and goes up. Your sister, brother, I have to maim you today. Brothers and sisters are happy to read, Union will continue to work hard, and support the new book in your spare time. The second element of the Lost Conscience does not ask for other clicks and collections, please. It's not easy to open a new book. The cloud is here to thank you. Take aim. Text chapter 436_helpless battle. Tsunade, I like you. Boom. Tsunade, I love you. Boom. Tsunade, I love you to death. Boom, boom, boom. A series of heavy punches slammed into his chest like cannonballs, and Senjutsunade's face turned white with anger. Jiraiya, you idiot, you won't stop when you die. Because of my death, I have to say all the things I wanted to say that I didn't dare to say before, otherwise I would have no chance. The lecherous immortal grinned with a big mouth, and smirked. Senju Tsunade looked at this former teammate, his beautiful big eyes sparkling. Can you have a serious time? I'm serious right now, watch out for my Rasengan. The ultimate ninjutsu with fire attribute nature transformation, pushed from the palm of his right hand to his chest, and Senju Tsunade kicked his wrist. I knew that such an attack would be useless to you, but I was serious about what I said just now, and it came from the bottom of my heart. I like you. I love you. I can't live without you in my life. You Toad, kill this princess. The two eyes stared straight at Tsunade's chest, and Jiraiya continued to speak. Do you remember when we were young? When you were young, your breasts were not as big as they are now. Jiraiya. Tsunade, you are angry, right? The lecherous immortal pushed Rasengan with his right hand, opened the seal with his left, and the wind, fire, water, earth and thunder on the 5 fingers and fingers lit up one after another. Interesting academy. Senju Tsunade bit Kiba's teeth and dodged the attack, but for a while he really had nothing to do with Jiraiya. They are 3 brothers and sisters. Orochimaru is good at forbidden technique, Jiraiya is good at ninjutsu, she herself is good at medical skills, and they know each other well. Originally, if Jiraiya were alive, Tsunade wouldn't be like he is now. Chakra-enhanced strength and heavenly foot of pain are both winners and losers as long as they hit. But now, it's not cooked, chewed, and you can beat and kick. I'm just 2 words, I'm not afraid. Jiraiya opened her stinky mouth again, recalling the past and telling the present, recalling the past, and yearning for the future. With the courage of impure world reincarnation, she was extremely shameless and skinless. You know Tsunade, I fell in love with you from the first time I saw you. At that time I fantasized about marrying you back home to warm the bed. Jiraiya. It's useless. You have to think of a good way to seal me up. But you haven't prepared the materials right now. You always do this. It's up to you. Senju Tsunade raised his right leg in a fit of rage, his heart, liver, spleen and lungs all pumping together with hatred. Against impure world reincarnation, undead, taijutsu is almost useless. Her strength is equivalent to abolishing most of it, not to mention the remaining medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya, you forced me. Haishuyu Shenwei. Spiritualism tongue and music acid. Kill this toad for this princess. Yes, Lord Tsunade. The dark green licking liquid spitting out was like a torrential rain, and Kabuto's head fell, and the sand, trees, turf, and everything that was drenched in it were corroded. But this terrifying attack has no effect on Jiraiya. Enchantment. The barrier that I used to fight against the invasion of Pei to gain time for Sage Art to activate. It covered the surrounding like an upside-down sea bowl, and the viscous acid sprayed on it had no effect, just like hitting the rain on Yu. Sliding to the sides like drops of water. Tsunade, it can't go on like this, although I know you love me very much, but now is not the time to let it go. Bastard, when did this princess hold back? You feel good Toad. Is not good, medical ninjutsu is not good, and the summoned psychic beast is also not good. Senju Tsunade completely lost his mind. The two of them were at a stalemate on the mountain, and Liamong also fought Kakashi hot. With the threat of pupil technique, this kid didn't dare to come forward. In the practice of changing a place with one shot, he completely became a slippery loach. Hit a stick on the east side, hit a brick on the west side, and every now and then I'll get a cold shot. The current Liamong is not the one with few skills in his hand. Any expert can step on the airbag with both feet, and come up with endless means, smashing Kakashi's forehead on the spot. The art of kicking the gangster, the brothers flatten him. First, the Hualashi Dao Lei clone stretched out his arms and legs, and then the purple Kurigaker lost his figure. Catch, can't catch, hit, can't hit. He can't hit Liamong, and Liamong won't get used to him. With a slap on the left cheek and two palm prints on the right cheek, Kakashi, who couldn't handle it just by being beaten, was inexplicably sad and angry, and Yuhi's eyes turned to the extreme. All of a sudden, he made a bad move. Since he couldn't catch it, he simply didn't catch it. Relying on the convenience brought by Impure World Reincarnation, Copy Ninja played a ninjutsu game. What futon, wind style, Kaden, fire style, Sweden, water style, Raiden, thunder style, seen and never seen before, they are scattered all over the place. Yuhi's eyeballs, broom head, and knife cut head have white hair. Kakashi gave Liuman a vivid ninjutsu popularization class with practical actions, so that he understood what copy ninja is. With the hands of the fast hand seal, countless ninjutsu spewed out like spittle, Yuhi colored fire, yellow soil, blue thunder, mixed and fused with each other. Not only did they not cancel each other out, instead, they reinforce each other. Kakashi played beautifully, and his flamboyance was not for nothing. You have ninja, I have skills. The mines spread all over the mountain, and the poisonous fog spread over the entire woodland. It's a pity that this is a deadly thing for ordinary people, but for Kakashi, it doesn't work at all. The helpless Liuman could only hide from afar, and secretly set off the cannon, which exploded endlessly. How about this? The animals in the woodland are considered bloody mildew, and the one who drags his family and his mouth to wipe his eyes and tears is a slap in the face. Two not a thing, two not a person. These people are so immoral. We protest. We are seriously protesting. We are going to submit a protest to the World Animal Protection Organization. Brothers and sisters are happy to watch. Union continues to work hard, and strives to write 2 more chapters. If you have nothing to do, help the new book to collect it. There is a link outside, the second element of the lost conscience. Please, you will not regret it. Text chapter 437_ to the following still be friends. The rushing waves lapped the beach all the time. Shikamaru sat next to his friend with a straw stick in his mouth. Choji, are you still going to sleep so late? I can't sleep. The first episode of the interesting academy. Akamichi Choji stared at the moonlight with an indescribably decadent expression. Shikamaru, I'm a little scared. I'm afraid too. Are you afraid too? Shikamaru graciously said, remember what the boss said, when I was young, I liked to do things with my head. He once told me that in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy and tricks are useless. In the past, I thought I understood. I only understand now how powerless it is when it comes to this kind of thing. Choji, not only you are afraid, but I am also afraid. Quote. What are we going to do, Shikamaru? Choji said, looking at the sea with unease. With just one blow from that monster during the day, my dad and I were blown away. That's 100 times the chakra, in that state. Next, I already have the power of cage level, but... Choji sniffed as he spoke, looking extremely lonely. Shikamaru patted his shoulder heavily. Don't lose your fighting spirit. If we don't have confidence in ourselves, then everything will be over. I know, but I'm just scared. Choji trembled uncontrollably. I know we have to win this war and lose the world. But Shikamaru, I don't see hope. Really, I see no hope at all. Not. Quote. The fishy sea breeze blew across the light brown hedgehog's head, and big drops of tears fell to the ground. Shikamaru, without hope. I am afraid that you will die before my eyes. I am afraid of losing relatives and friends. I can stand bravely in front of you, but I have no strength to protect everyone. As the more and more excited tears streamed down his cheeks, Nara Shikamaru fell silent. He thought that his friend was afraid of death because of the blow during the day, but he didn't expect it was for this. Choji, you are stupid. Shikamaru, I feel so useless. I have worked hard enough, but I still don't have the strength to protect you. I can't beat that guy, and I can't even call him a move. Don't give up too much, Choji. Shikamaru squatted in front of his friend and smiled. You can't do it, aren't there us? Ino Shikacho is never alone, and we can't let you go to hell on your own. No chance. Choji raised his eyes, crying, Yuhi, even if you are with Ino, it's useless. That kind of guy is not an opponent we can defeat at all. Choji, you have to have confidence in everyone. I can't do, Shikamaru, I can't do it. Choji shook his head vigorously. You haven't felt the power of that guy yourself, we can't. Choji, why don't you just do it? There are some things in the world that we know we have to do. I know that our resistance is very weak and insignificant. But we must contribute our own strength. When countless small forces come together, we must beat that guy. Shikamaru. Believe in yourself, Choji, you have to believe in yourself, but also in us, but also in everyone. You are not fighting alone, we are all by your side. Shikamaru took a deep breath of Yefeng and sighed. If this time the world is really over, so let's go to the end together, so that we can still be friends when we get there. Going downstairs to be friends. Choji stared blankly at his friend for a long time, then suddenly smiled. You can't die earlier than me, I'm afraid I won't be able to find you then. I'm going to die first, so I'll wait below. You. Together. Ino, who was eavesdropping behind the rock, quietly came over. Add me. And me. Wong. Inazuka Kiba, this is an internal affair of our Ino Shikacho, what are you arguing with? Ino glared angrily at the uninvited guy, and snorted angrily. Che, Ino Shikacho, I'm still in the Konoha gang. Shikamaru, Choji are members of our gang. Kiba, you bastard. Excuse me, if you don't mind, can you add me? 10-10. Xiaoqiang, who came out one after another, put their hands together. The waves, the beach, and the moonlight became their witnesses. Tarui and Lois stood in the shadows, smiled and exchanged glances, and their heavy hearts were instantly relieved. With such young people, the war against Akatsuki will not fail, we will win. Naruto, hurry up. Uncle B. Bloody ball, idiot, I can feel the breath of eldest brother, idiot, hurry up, or it will be bad, he will catch up. No way. Of Raytheon guy, SA was burning like a shooting star and smashed forward, and Yiyai's appearance was as hot as his tall and rough appearance. Ellipsis. Uzumaki Naruto, who was almost smashed, stumbled 2 steps and pressed his chest. Uncle B, is this your eldest brother? Is your eldest brother the 4th Raikage? Idiot, a fool who many people know about this kind of thing. You two guys, hurry back to Lao Su. Yayui Ai roared furiously, her voice like a thunderbolt trying to pierce her eardrums. Uncle B, your elder brother is so fierce. Everything is on me, and there will be no problem. Big brother, do your best, and let Naruto out of the way. Shut up for me. The 4th generation Raikage glared at Killer B. This war is to protect the 2 of you. If the 2 of you are caught by the enemy and complete that lousy ninjutsu, the world will be destroyed. It's over. Big brother B's big brother, Uruka, Sensei told me about this. Now that you know it, why are you running out? You two fools, hurry up and hide for Lao Su. This can't be done. Naruto looked at Hokage firmly. I can't just watch everyone fight for me. If the victory of the war is won by the sacrifice of my companions, what's the point of being the only one left alive in the end? I don't do that. Cloud finally knows what's going on with Fange. This shit is chasing the arrears. RMB. They didn't have money, so he asked Tenten to come over and play music, which was really bloody. Text chapter 438_persist and die here. Enough. You idiot, it's better than the end of the world, you impulsive dead boy. The fourth generation of Hokage was too angry, his hair and beard all puckered up. To protect the two of you, everyone we are fighting with the determination to die. Do you know how many people have died now? 40,000, which is half of the total number of coalition forces, not only ninjas, but also ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. That's why I don't want to come out. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, not a tortoise. I can't do what I can do to hide and let my companions sacrifice for me. Besides. Shut up, you only know how to use your anger, I won't let you go there anyway. You. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the fourth generation Hokage who refused to give way, and suddenly launched a charge. Idiot, stupid, you bastard, big brother is not so easy to deal with. Go back to me. Hokage of the fourth generation dodged twice in a row, raised his fist and slammed into Naruto's face. The sharp fist wind brought a violent airflow, pressing the yellow hair on his head to the scalp, like a fallen wheatgrass. What a great speed! Naruto Uzumaki looked awe-inspiring and pulled away, never thinking that Hokage would be able to keep up with Kyuubi, Nine-Tails mode. Killer Bee reminded next to him, your father is dead, and the speed of the big brother is invincible. Uncle B, do you know my father? Dead boy, of course B knows, not only him, but also the old man. The fourth generation Hokage snorted heavily, we have fought several times, and even thought that they were invincible opponents. I heard that the fifth generation Hokage legend Sannin, Jiraiya it was once said that he was the son of prophecy, the so-called savior. Quote. Father, savior. The fourth Hokage looked at Naruto's shocked eyes and sneered, don't show that disgusting expression, if your father is really some kind of savior, why hasn't he appeared now? That's because he failed in the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails incident. Died in battle, have such an experience, don't you understand? As his son, you haven't learned any reason. Don't talk like you know my father very well, he didn't fail at all. Son, the future of the country of Vortex is entrusted to you. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Don't let us down. Remember your name. Uzumaki Naruto glared at Hokage, the sun-like chakras rising and falling all over his body, gathering power to the soles of his feet. Killer Bee, who was standing next to him, flickered twice, and suddenly he tightened his mind. The murderous aura of the elder brother was gathering. Is he going to make up his mind? If you insist on going there, die here, Uzumaki Naruto. Big brother. You shut up and kill him is better than letting him die in vain. In this way, during the time of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails resurrection, we can still make adjustments and preparations. I will never allow you to destroy what we came from. Unexpected results. Naruto, rewind. Killer Bee was very eager. I don't want it, I have to go there. You are courting death. Shadow clone. Recurrent storm. Before the fingerprints he had just lifted were finished, the tip of his big elbow slammed into the front door. When did Naruto, who has always liked Kuno, ever see such a battle? No, I'm going to be hit now, maybe I'll die. Big brother. The figure suddenly inserted in the middle stopped Hokage's fist. Yaoi and Naruto were all shocked. B. Uncle B. If you want to kill Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, you can kill me too. Killer Bee clenched the fist of the fourth Hokage with a rare serious expression. You let Naruto leave, I'll go back with you. Bastard, let me go. Yaoi struggled twice. No, fool, stupid ball, I won't watch him die in your hands, he's the same as me. Killer Bee glanced at Naruto. Angry, you two idiots, do you know your identity? The life of the human Jinchuriki column force does not belong to you. It is a weapon that exists as a balance between countries. Know your position. Big brother, that's why we have to fight. Killer Bee retracted the eight-tailed fist face. Fist and fourth generation Hokage faced each other. Since you said that we are weapons, we have to come out and breathe, you can't just worry about fighting. B, please wake me up. Don't look at him as an idiot. Uchiha Madara is not something you two Jinchuriki column forces can handle. Yayoi Ai's big Kiba clenched her eyes and slammed into Naruto with unstoppable murderous intent. Killer Bee stopped in front of him and made a ha-ha, but Hokage of the fourth generation was unmoved at all. As a human Jinchuriki column force, you must have the awareness of human Jinchuriki column force, and you will only lead the war to a dead end. Do the two idiots understand? I can't just watch my companions die, I can't do something like Naruto Uzumaki. Shut up. Fourth Hokage was about to go crazy. A guy like you should be killed. Big brother. Get out of here. Thunder abuse level Chio dance. QB Ninetales kid, leave your life here for Lao Su. Hurry up. With Lei Hua's right hand raised high above his head, he slashed down, and Naruto Uzumaki, who was reminded by Killer Bee, turned somersaults for 50 or 60 meters in a row. Looking up and watching, a bottomless crack extends deep into the woods. Dead boy, you can escape quickly, but unfortunately you are far worse than your father. Big brother. B, get out of the way, or I'll deal with you together. The fourth generation Hokage stared at Killer Bee, who was blocking the road again, in anger, and the eyes of the two brothers collided fiercely in the air. Why do you have to deal with Naruto? This is not like your usual you. Idiot, don't you understand at this time? What do you think war is? Hokage, the fourth generation Hokage, scolded, trembling with a mustache, war is not a child's play, let alone impulsive. Can you win? Lao Su tells you that if you do that, you will die. Not only will you kill yourself, but even the coalition forces will join in. Then you tell me and Uncle B to watch you go to death. Naruto's excited face was like Yuhi, I can't do such a thing, I want to fight. Then you will die here for Lao Su. The grief and joy have not stopped outside, and Union's heart wants to die. It's been a whole night, it's really bloody. Text chapter 439 _ what needs to be explained. The fist of the gravel, the fist of the fourth Hokage. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Kumogakure Village. Each generation is a master of taijutsu. They are good at combining Raiden, Thunder style, with taijutsu and named it ninjutsu. With the help of Thunder Chakra, they can run faster and jump higher, which is a real combination of speed and strength, and their own defense has also been greatly strengthened. Whether QB Ninetales can be beneficial, it also depends on who you compare it with. QB Ninetales kid, die for me. It's over, the big brother seems to have made up his mind, this kid will soon. Uncle Hokage, if you hit me again, you're going to fight back. Uzumaki Naruto dodged in a hurry, gradually getting angry. Yayoi didn't answer at all, and her speed suddenly increased by 3 points. Like the fist of a T-tank, like the feet of a Patriot missile, they alternately greeted Naruto. Fourth generation Hokage is very simple. It goes straight, and it opens and closes. There are no fancy movements or complicated changes. If you have to find an adjective, that is fast, extraordinary fast. This means that Naruto can enter QB Ninetales to get Sage Art Chakra, and it will be over for another person. Don't push me. Flashed Hokage's fist on his cheek again, and Naruto, whose half face was distorted by wind pressure, was also angry. Fourth Hokage sneered twice, and pointed straight at his right hand and stabbed suddenly with force, which meant that he would kill with one blow. You forced me to. After being attacked many times, who can not be angry in his heart? Uzumaki Naruto is very angry. On the flat ground of the forest space, the turf flew into the sky, the sand and stone turned into scorched earth, and the trees turned into dust and mud. Just as Naruto was hit by the fourth Raikage and was ready to fight back, Killer Bee rushed to the center with a big sword. Big brother, I'll block it. Naruto, you go first. It's more convenient to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. B. It turned into a big sword like a hedgehog, trembling Gigi, biting QB, 9 tails, on the left, and thundering on the right, shaking and screaming in excitement. Big brother, this kid has big dreams and we can't stop him from growing up. You bastard, B, do you know what you're doing? Idiot, of course I know idiots. Killer B's eyes flashed firmly under his sunglasses. Maybe we are machines, but we also have ideas. Big brother, since we've hit the punches, you should understand me. Heart. Listen, this time is different, you all listen to me. A Raikage with white beard stood in the middle of the school playground. A ninja with a one-eyed official hat pointed at the still young eye and said, "This is Yi, the next heir of Raikage. You know, our Kumogakure village has a long tradition of picking sparring partners for Raikage. So, among you, there will be one of you who will get the title of B." Quote. So cool. This is definitely mine. While helping Raikage draw out his ultimate strength, he also acts as a guard to protect Raikage. This is the meaning of the title of B. The ninja introduced by the speaker raised his arms. Next, test your compatibility with I in turn, and I use the thunder plow hot knife to cut off the rubber man's head. Do you understand? If the strength of the two sides is uneven, it cannot be cut off, and if one side is too strong or too weak, it will only twist it. It sounds so difficult. A fat boy swallowed. Are you going to cut off your head with your arm? Now, you determine the strength with I Daikwan one by one, and then use the absolute bull thunder plow hot knife on the puppet, starting from the far left. Please take care. The fists, one big and one small, faced each other, and the ninja who struck down placed the doll in the middle. Ju Niu Lei plow hot knife. In the hidden test place, two figures stepped on the left and right, their arms bent like a gust of wind blowing through. Boom. No. Next. Boom. Next. Boom. It seems that there is no suitable candidate this time. 7 children in a row were eliminated, and the third-generation Raikage shook his head and turned towards the secret door. If he could have a brother, it would not be so troublesome. Wait a minute, Lord Raikage. He brushed the arm that crossed his neck, and brought up the flying head. The third-generation Raikage, who turned back when he heard the sound, was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. I am I, and we are brothers from today on. Oh yeah, bro. My name is Killer B. Of course, I'd rather you call me B. Start today and put them on a mission together. Yes, Lord Raikage. Going, B. Fist pair, tactical understanding. Oh yeah. Come on, eat more. After the mission, Yayoi Asai crossed a fragrant pork leg. If you don't grow up quickly, it will be difficult for your body and strength to balance with mine. Okay, big brother, I can kill that too. Are you sure? Yayoi's eyes twitched, and she swept the roast pig that Killer B pointed at. Sure, okay, no problem. Yayoi watched the guy with the least kilogram shed a waterfall of sweat on his face. Okay, yes, this time the task is to regain the scroll. We will tomorrow. No tomorrow, the scroll is with me. You got it. Oh yeah. You stinky boy. The kilogram of wild boar devoured most of it and overturned on his back. Killer B, who had eaten the weight, fell asleep. Listening to his slowing breathing, the ninja, whose hair was half black and half white, kept silent and called I to the lake. That kid is very good and talented as a ninja. Ha, I feel the same way. Of course, that doesn't include the rap aspect. Are you trying to say that someone needs money to sing, and he sings to death? The ninja with half black and half white hair glanced at Killer B next to the fire. I was stunned. Cousin, you haven't joked for a long time. Really, maybe this is the last time. Quote. You should have heard from the higher up, This. There's no need to hide it. It's not a great thing, and it's a relief for me. It's a pity that that kid is going to follow in my footsteps. The ninja with half black and white hair sighed and paused for a moment to look towards Yi. I said, you are a candidate for Hokage. In order to end this tragedy, there are some things I must make clear to you. About Yao. In order to collect arrears, he ran downstairs and played music for 4 consecutive days. What was he aiming at? Cloud is very helpless. Think about the sadness. Text chapter 440 The sadness of the person Jinchuiki, column power. My father and uncle both failed, and maybe I'm not suitable either. Interesting academy. Cousin. Listen to me. The ninja with half black and half white hair interrupted I's comfort. This kind of feeling can only be understood by becoming a human Jinchuiki, column force. The eyes of those who have intersected with me have changed when they look at me. Although they also wanted to treat me like they did before, but because of the power of the people, they couldn't do it at all. From dodging, to escaping, and finally to resentment. This is the power of human Jinchuiki, column. You can't look back, you can only look straight ahead, and then step by step toward loneliness and darkness. Whether it's suitable or not, it's like walking with death. The ninja sighed faintly. No friends, and even family members have to stay away. I am immersed in it day after day, and gradually lose myself, and the tailed beast also runs wild. Ninja suddenly raised his head. From the first time he hurts others, his power will gradually be hated by others. The more times he goes berserk, the deeper the resentment will be. So much so that he is immersed in despair and anxiety all day long. In remorse, over time, you will want to die. Quote. But cousin, ninja's comprehension, ability, bloodline, virtue, you all have it, how can it be? Because of this, I was chosen to be the killer bee Jinchuiki, column force. But, the ninja's voice paused slightly, but these things don't really mean much to the human Jinchuiki, column force. What really matters? What is it? Heart. The ninja pointed to his chest. His eyes under half black and half white hair contained endless loneliness. Jinchuiki, column power is also a human being, and also longs for friends and relatives. To be human, you need to exist. Otherwise, you will gradually get lost, and when you die, the tailed beast will start to run wild. So, you must hold his hand firmly, and you must not let go of this fetter, even if it is not even a trace. You understand what I'm talking about? Flowers, morning halls, burning incense, and half-black and half-white ninjas became portraits. The colleagues who came to the morning talked in a low voice, not a trace of sadness, but a kind of excited relief. Failed again. A total of 8 people were killed before and after this rampage. Heihei168.com. In terms of the number of tails alone, 8 tails are more difficult to control than 1 tail. Hey, when will this be ahead? The next person, Jinchuiki, column force, shouldn't it be that kid? The title of 8 tails is amazing. I came to burn incense to worship you, Matsuri. Oh yeah. This guy is the successor, and it looks like there is no drama. Is it really possible to choose such a person? The withered weeds rose and fell with the gust of wind, and Matsuri came out to perform the mission after paying tribute to his predecessor, Killer Bee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 5 corpses, lying around in a mess. The surviving Iwagakure bit Kiba clenched his teeth and clenched his knives. You kid. B, it's time to go. What? Yayui Aiku, who appeared suddenly, raised her arms and saw her big brother coming. Killer Bee also put away her sharp blade. Suddenly thinking of something, Iwagakure trembled and looked around. B. You are Kumogakure, SB and I. Yo, so you know our trick. The figures, one big and one small, looked at each other and folded their arms, and the Iwagakure in the gale was messed up. Ju Niu lay plow hot knife. No. B, this is too far from the thunder plow hot knife I imagined. I glanced at the fallen headless corpse. I'm all here to cooperate with you, so you have to do more. Got it, idiot, you're so long-winded, asshole. Killer Bee finished a sentence. Bang. Got a fist. How dare you tell me that you are stupid? What do you want to do? Big brother is not cute at all. Be careful that no one will love you in the future. Killer Bee covered his bag's head and raised his small neck. I will surpass you one day, and then you will say I adore you. Don't bullshit. This trick is about balance. You just need to cooperate with me. No, it's an ideal for me, and preaching to my eldest brother is a dream. Little devil, you're such a stinky fart. Just tonight. After returning and handing in the task, her body trembled slightly. Yi looked up at his father. Tonight, the 8 tails will be sealed in the bee's body. I want to go see him. All right. The rumbling waterfall kept crashing into the deep pool. Yi called Killer Bee to the place where she usually practiced. What's the matter, bro? Bee, from now on, you're going to be a Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. Ah, don't care about those things later. Nickname the octopus and sing to make him obedient. Killer Bee shook his butt heartlessly. Yi saw sadness in his eyes. Bee, listen to Lao Su. Don't hide anything from me in the future. You are a very special existence to me. Big brother. Remember, we are brothers. Be brave. It's not easy to be a Jinchuriki column. The fists that collided again were intertwined under the moonlight on the lake, and Killer Bee showed a knowing smile. Years passed by, and the Kumogakure, who was in charge of the Jinchuriki column force of the caretaker, changed several times before he knew it. Ellipsis. From defense at the beginning, to admiration later, to worship. I really didn't expect that the Killer Bee-sama would be so beneficial. Yes, he is the only one who can control the tailed beast. Heard that Kurigakure's 4th generation Mizukage is also good, but I think it is more beneficial for our Bee-sama. After all, the 4 tails are not as good as the 8 tails. Equal to 8, are you trying to say that our Lord Bee has 2 Mizukage interests? Who knows? Breeze, setting sun, golden glitter. That kind of speed, that kind of look, Captain, shouldn't that guy be? That's right, I didn't think we'd run into him here. Let's hurry up and run. The ninja who followed Yi on the mission swallowed 2 saliva. Killer Bee couldn't tell the contempt next to him. I don't have the courage to retreat before the battle. I want to end this legend. Minato, be careful, they are Kumogakure's IB brothers. It's okay, you guys step back, I'll do it myself. Ninja Bag with his backhand and shot dozens of special kunai, and Naruto's father, who holds the title of Yellow Flash, launched a charge. Opposite him, Mirai Rakage raised his fist, his eyes glowing with excitement. The duel begins in an instant. Cloud is working hard today, and strives for another 6 chapters. The police came last night, but they didn't take it lightly. Hey, rich people can't be hurt, and debt collectors can't be hurt even more.